We know that our customers are driving less, which means fewer accidents.
So State Farm is returning $2 billion to auto policyholders for the period ending May 31st.
And we'll continue making real-time decisions to best serve you, our customers.
Because now, more than ever, being a good neighbor means everything. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I don't add up the years and I don't count the wrinkles, but what I do count on is Boost High Protein.
And now introducing new Boost Women with key nutrients to help support thyroid, bone, hair, and skin health, all with great taste. New Boost Women, designed just for you.
Hi, I'm Lolly, a Domino's franchisee.
As you can see, we're open and working hard to safely keep putting food on people's tables.
And we could use your help doing that.
If getting some full or part-time work during these tough times could help you,
Domino's is hiring.
Head to jobs.domino's.com
and apply today. Because we're not only committed to putting food on people's tables,
we're committed to helping you put food on your table.
Boss, well, back check.
Get the flavors they want and the goodness you'll love. Together with Sunmade.
Go, you're gonna be late.
Mom, bag check.
Sunmade, raisins, yogurt-covered, and sour fruit snacks made delicious with whole fruit.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens in each cubic yard of air. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. But now, relief is just one drop away. Introducing Pataday. Full prescription strength Pataday works right in your eyes, right in the cells that make them itch. Fast, just one drop once a day means relief that lasts all day. So turn your day into a Pataday. Now get Pataday without a prescription, everywhere.
This is an athlete 20 reps deep, sprinting past every leak in our softest, smoothest fabric. She's confident, protected, her strength respected. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
If stiff pants are a problem, fix it with Duluth Flex Pants. Only at Duluth Trading.
Does learning a language feel like this?
No habla español?
Hablo.
It's hablo? It's hablo.
Bom dia, like good day, good morning, I think.
I can say, je m'appelle David, but that's probably it.
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
This year is my year to get fluent in Spanish, and Babbel is definitely going to help me do that. The app is so easy to use, and it's so practical. It helps you learn things that you will actually need.
Since my husband is from Guatemala, I'll apply what I've learned in the Babbel app to our real-life situations.
I tried other language learning apps and nothing really stuck. Babbel's been a complete game changer for me.
Hoy es miércoles y el clima está muy bueno afuera.
Estoy con fome. Eu no tomé café de mañana.
Je suis des États-Unis et du viande too.
Language for life. Go to babbel.com and try for free.
Wreck your Monday night.
Oh, boy.
With all new episodes of Highway Through Hell at 8 and Heavy Rescue at 9. Monday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 57 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy with a few showers. Low 52. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, mainly cloudy. High 64. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday night, partly cloudy skies. Low 51. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook. Watching two very powerful long track tornadoes in south central Mississippi this evening. The first one's been on the ground for probably over an hour and 15 minutes at this point. It is moving through the north side of Heidelberg, Mississippi, and you can see some of the pictures that we have. As a matter of fact, there it is right there. All right, it's moving again up toward the Quitman area. If you live in Quitman, you need to be putting your plan in action as we speak. We've got Brett Adair in the Shibuda area. You're going to look at his camera in just a second. You can see he's right now. See this? Well, this is a great case in point. This isn't one of these things where you're going to walk out the door and see these tornadoes. This is a very high tree area. Certainly, and it's going to be hard to see these tornadoes, certainly looking out your door. So you got to get to a high point through here. And we know this storm has been on the ground now, producing damage. It went through the town of Soso. It went very close to Bassfield. And now we're watching it heading up toward Highway 45. It's already moved across 59 and is heading toward the Quitman and potentially the Shibuda area. So you can see where Brett Adair is. He's just north of Shibuda. He's planning intercept with this storm here as it's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Again, as I mentioned, there's been no dropout whatsoever in the signature of this tornado. So there's Heidelberg to the south. We're looking at what we would call a TDS, the tornado vortex signature. Let's see what the dropout in this one, Shane. We'll look at the correlation coefficient. In other words, what kind of debris is showing up? Well, there's debris right there. We know it's some kind of debris as this is moved across. Again, it's moving right across 59 right now, heading toward Highway 11. Do we have street level down and through here? We might as well show everybody. So we know Brett is probably just to the south of Quitman right now, working his way north to intercept this, but it's moving right across the interstate, heading toward County Road 3911, County Road 39, County Road 242, right in this region, right in through here. Again, very, very powerful tornado as it continues to move off to the northeast, right over Interstate 59, 59, excuse me. All right, so let's go back to the southwest because what I'm really worried about here is you'll notice how these tornado emergencies are lined up literally back to back. So we've already had this supercell move over these areas. So a lot of people here probably don't have power. They think, okay, a lot of people think, hey, we've been hit once. There's no way we can get hit again. Unfortunately, look at this storm going right over Collins. You can see where it was. The first one went just to the south of Collins and over Laurel, right? The second one is now moving just to the north of Collins. Starting to see maybe a little weakening of that rotation. Hopefully it is. Hopefully it's dropping out, but unfortunately, this may just be interference with this. This is still a very powerful tornado, all right? And it's moving right over the Collins area. We know there's been damage to homes and trees and power lines to the west of Collins. There's no reason to believe this has changed. So we know Soso has been hit already. The first tornado went right over Soso, okay? And now we got the second one, which is going to be moving there as well, or very, very close to them. They're probably without power in a lot of these areas. That's what makes this kind of situation so horrible. Again, guys, these are both tornadoes with tornado emergencies. We know they're long track. We know they've been on the ground. They have a history of damage. And some of the kind of signatures that we look at on the radar suggest very strong tornadoes, very high on the EF scale. Of course, that'll be determined later on when they go out and do the surveys, but still, huge issues with this. We know that Gitano has been very close to a tornado already with the first one. Stringer, you've been close. You could be without power in that town, and just kind of timing it out for you. Here we are at 520. So Smith, 524. Again, this is with the second supercell of the Southwest. Gilmore, 531. Taylorsville, 538. Gitano at 543 as well as this moves on off to the northeast. No reason to believe, again, we don't have a long track tornado on the ground, which is going to also threaten Laurel, Mississippi, just like the last one did. All right, so the first one heading between Quitman and Shibuda. Okay, we're looking at these areas. That's down to the south on 45 here. Here's the Quitman area. Here comes the first one. It's just moved across the interstate and is now heading off to the north and east toward Quitman. You can see the center of this. Let's time it out here just quickly for Quitman, Shane, if we could, and then we'll throw over to Jackie because I want to get timelines for other people and other areas are impacted. There's actually, believe it or not, a tornado warning storm up by Macon, Mississippi that's already been hit. So there's Quitman right there around 542. Again, guys, the plan that we asked you to put into play, you're no stranger to tornadoes here in this state. Be safe, put it into action. These things are moving northeast at 40 to 50 miles per hour. All right, let's get a look at some of the damage these tornadoes are producing, Jackie.
Yeah, we're going to take you to Louisiana. It might be some time, by the way, before we get more information and any video out of Mississippi, but we want to show you what happened earlier today in Monroe, Louisiana. This is northern parts of that state, where more than 250 homes have sustained damage. About 300 families have been displaced as a result of that. Thankfully, only minor injuries have been reported, but take a look at this. You can see a lot of roof damage to these homes, and it's just home after home after home on these streets. You can see this on top of vehicles as well, and debris being strewn out. There you can see some trees which have been snapped there, and very quickly after, we've got people up there already trying to clean up. It looks like that church was okay, but you can see the debris is just being strewn all throughout the parking lot. Of course, due to COVID-19, a lot of churches were empty today and people were in their homes. Got a new tornado warning, Jim? Something breaking?
I think the signature now, we have a tornado debris signature showing up just northwest of Birmingham here. This is Jefferson County, so that is the metro county there. Gardendale, Pinson, Robbins Crossroads, there it is right there, moving on to the northeast. If you live in Warrior, if you live up 65, this tornado is going to cross the road. It is on the ground.
Plus, whoa, back check.
Get the flavors they want and the goodness you'll love. Together with Sunmade.
Go, you're gonna be late. Mom, back check.
Sunmade, raisins, yogurt covered, and sour fruit snacks made delicious with whole fruit.
Hi, Phil Swift here for Flex Paste, the incredible rubberized paste. Right out of the tub, Flex Paste is super thick. It clings to the surface and it instantly fills gaps and holes. And once Flex Paste dries, it turns into a strong, flexible rubber. To show you the power of Flex Paste, I took this chicken wire. Woo! Bent, shaped, and covered it using only Flex Paste and created the world's first Flex Paste rubber boat. Not only does Flex Paste seal up every hole, but it creates a strong, watertight barrier. And the inside is completely dry. Get Flex Paste and the Flex Seal family of products at flexsealproducts.com.
Mornings were made for better things than rheumatoid arthritis or psoriatic arthritis. When considering another treatment, ask about Xeljanz XR, a once-daily pill for adults with moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or active psoriatic arthritis for whom methotrexate did not work well enough. It can reduce pain, swelling, and significantly improve physical function. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections like TB. Don't start Xeljanz if you have an infection. Taking a higher than recommended dose of Xeljanz for RA can increase risk of death. Serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers, including lymphoma, and blood clots have happened, as have tears in the stomach or intestines, serious allergic reactions, and changes in lab results. Tell your doctor if you've been somewhere fungal infections are common, or if you've had TB, hepatitis B or C, or are prone to infections. Don't let another morning go by without asking your doctor about Xeljanz XR.
Don't waste your time and money at the chain store. They got the best auto parts, brake parts, suspension parts, and dealer parts too. The website's so easy to use. Lowest prices and fast delivery too. All the parts your car will ever need. All the savvy folks are buying parts at rockauto.com. All the parts your car will ever need. rockauto.com.
Thank you for always being here. When dawn breaks a new day, when Mother Nature changes her mind, you're always here when others need a hand. On the farm, taking care of family, carrying this nation. And so we're here in over 1,800 communities with the feed and supplies you absolutely need. Always.
Dangerous night continues across Mississippi, Alabama. We've got tornado debris signatures with 3 supercells right now. 2 of them have tornado emergencies. And unfortunately, the 2 that are in Mississippi, one has moved over an area in southern Mississippi where the other one is right on its heels. So many people may not be having power or getting those warnings. You're looking at Charles Peak's camera. He's in the Meridian area. So he's in what you call the rainy part of the northernmost supercell. All right. It's raining cats and dogs. And he is heading south, likely on 59. But Charles, be careful, buddy, because there's a second supercell on the heels of this one that's moved through Collins. Now, we've had damage with this first supercell all the way back to Sosa and Heidelberg. Lots of reports of homes and trees damaged. Again, this is going to be one of these things, guys, where getting into these areas is going to be so difficult because there's literally debris everywhere. We've had a tornado potentially on the ground for over an hour and 15 minutes here. Here's the first one. Now, it doesn't look as impressive as it has. In other words, there's no clear, what we call debris ball showing up. There's definitely, see where it moved through Heidelberg, but watch how it's changed a little bit. See how we've lost a little bit of that, the storm relative velocity? So it has weakened a little bit. That doesn't mean it's not producing a tornado. Let's take a look at it, see if we still have some semblance of a tornado debris signature. So if you live in Quitman, you need to be taking preparations. All right. A lot of trees in this area. It's not one of these things you open the door and say, hey, here it comes. It's not going to work like that. It's going to move across you, and all of a sudden it's going to hit you. So keep an eye on it. Again, Elwood, almost on your doorstep here. Stonewall, 539. Roy, 547 as well, as this continues to move on off to the northeast. Quitman, I do think you're in the line of this as well. Right now, again, keeping an eye on Brett Adair's camera as well as he heads off to the south. You can see Charles looks like he's pulled over and kind of waiting this thing out. All right, here's now the second supercell that has been on the ground now for quite some time as well, and also has caused damage. Still showing very strong rotation right here. Let's see if we got debris on the ground. Just about ready to come across 532, and also 37. So maybe not as clear cut where we have that. So we had debris, now we've lost it, or we just got a new scan that moved across 37. That may be it right there, up at 3, but it doesn't match. Notice how it doesn't match. So that could be good news for us. I still think the rotation's strong enough that, okay, it has updated. There's the new scan. So it's moved across 37 right there, just to the south of Taylorsville. Now remember, Soso has already been hit with the first one. We know that it's come very close to town. We don't know how bad it's gone, but we know homes and trees and power lines are down there. There's probably no power. So look at how close this is going to come. Maybe just to the north of town, but certainly in an area that has already dealt with the first supercell. Summerland, also in towards Stringer. All right, there are the times. Gitano, 537, Stringer, 544. All right, let's go up to Jefferson County in Alabama. Shane, if you don't mind, because I want to get everybody involved in that one. We got a storm that's going to come through Yazoo City as severe thunderstorm warned on right now. There's a storm that's south of Columbus that's tornado warned on near the Macon, Mississippi area. They've had damage there as well. Here's the storm that's coming again just on the north side of Birmingham. You take a look, you can see some gusting going on there. It's probably some semblance of this thing wrapped in rain. So a much different animal than what we're dealing with a little bit further to the south. This one's rain wrapped, but you can see it right here coming just to the north of Flat Creek over into the Warrior area. Do we have a TDS? So that you're looking at the TVS there, which is the tornado vortex signature on the particular scan that we have, heading up toward Oneonta. If you live there, Locust Fork, Warrior, it's on top of you. Smoke Rise, it'll probably be just to your south. Shane, I want to see if we have a TDS with this. So change modes in the radar. Probably this. There you go. Okay. So go back to Flat Creek, TDS, 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 TDS. We lose it a little bit just south of Warrior. So hopefully that's the case. Hopefully it's weakened a little bit. Either way, there's a very high likelihood that this was not seen. It was in rain the entire time. Either way, you can see they've already tornado warned on up toward Oneonta and also into Springville. So the northern side of 59 also impacted by tornadoes here, this time in Alabama. All right, the southern side we know has been impacted as well. We'll keep an eye on these storms off to the west because Birmingham, your threat is not over. As a matter of fact, you know what I wanted to do was I wanted to look at Birmingham and see what is going on with the dew point. All right, so Birmingham 67 now, Alabaster 70. So the warm, moist air continues to climb north. These storms that are riding through Birmingham, north side of Birmingham now, are riding on this very, very moisture-rich air. There's the new tornado warning, which extends in Oneonta. You just saw some of the time there. We take a live look at Birmingham. Look at that. All right, more than likely looking to the north given the fact that we know it is really, really ominous up there. We know we have a rain-wrapped tornado potentially up near the Warrior area. That is north of Birmingham. You can see the night as it continues to unfold. Look at the storms all the way back into Louisiana, also into northeast Texas. So the center of the forcing is still back in there. We could still get a spin up all the way back there. But the most moisture-rich air is sitting right now right along into the south of I-20. So that's going to be the leading edge. And we're watching two long-track tornadoes continue to impact southern Mississippi. The southern one now has taken over as the stronger tornado at this time.
You wouldn't accept an incomplete job from anyone else, so why accept it from your allergy pills? Flonase relieves your worst symptoms, which most pills don't. Get all-in-one allergy relief for 24 hours with Flonase.
Boss, whoa, back check.
Get the flavors they want and the goodness you'll love. Together with Sunmade.
Go, you're gonna be late. Mom, back check.
Sunmade, raisins, yogurt covered, and sour fruit snacks made delicious with whole fruit.
In this world where people are staying at home, many of life's moments are being put on hold. At Carvana, we understand that for some, getting a car just can't wait. That's why the new way to buy and sell a car is also the safer way. At Carvana, you can do it all 100% online from home, with a touchless delivery and pickup process to keep you safe. And for even greater peace of mind, all Carvana cars come with a 7-day return policy. Shop now and get up to 90 days to make your first payment. Check out Carvana, the safer way to buy a car.
Oh, why you look so sad? Tears are in your eyes. Come on and talk to me now. Don't be ashamed to cry. Let me see you through.
Animals are abused every day, and they can't ask for help. They endure indescribable acts of violence, but they're without a voice. Without a voice to say they're frightened and in pain. They're alone, they're scared, and they need your help.
I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you.
Visit us at joinaspca.org or call this number now to join. Sign up for just 63 cents a day, and you'll help rescue animals who are suffering.
Come on and talk to me now.
Please make this the moment that you say, I won't stand by while they suffer. When you sign up with your monthly gift, you give them the shelter and the love they deserve. Do it in the next 10 minutes, and we'll send you the photo of an animal from our shelter, a free ASPCA t-shirt. If you've wondered if your support will make a difference, I can tell you it will. And if you've ever thought about helping, this is the time.
I'll stand by you.
It's only 63 cents a day. Please go online or call before it's too late.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar. Glucerna, everyday progress.
Tired of clean clothes that just don't smell clean? What if your clothes could stay fresh for weeks? Now they can. This towel has already been used, and it still smells fresh. Pour a cap of Downy Unstoppables into your washing machine before each load, and enjoy fresher smelling laundry for up to 12 weeks.
A dangerous afternoon and evening continues to unfold from Alabama all the way into Mississippi. And if you're in Georgia, if you're in North and South Carolina, don't be fooled, because this is all coming your way overnight and into tomorrow morning. Let's talk about what we got going on here, because I want to review this and also kind of highlight maybe a couple of new areas that we haven't, been talking about, but could become interesting in time. We've watched a storm basically move all the way across northern Mississippi into Alabama. Again, kind of a long track supercell here. And interestingly enough, even behind following this, where we've already had some damage around Macon, Mississippi, we have yet another tornado warning storm. So a lot of these are moving over the same tracks. That's been the case down into southern Mississippi as well. We have seen that a couple of storms down there that have been long track, one potentially on the ground for more than an hour and 15 minutes. So that's look down at the second supercell that we've been watching basically since oh, goodness, for the last probably hour or so here. This is Jasper, Jones, and Smith counties. If you remember us talking earlier about Soso and also Taylorsville, those were storms that were impacted by the first supercell. If you live in the Spring Creek area or you know people in the Spring Creek area, major damage as reported by a storm spotter in the Spring Creek area. That's Soso. Okay, so here we go. Let's look at this second one because this still has the best rotation overall on it. And you can see where it is. So we're east of Taylorsville here. All right. And you're seeing this storm that's about ready to cross over Route 15, if it hasn't already. Do we have any dropout in that? It doesn't appear that we do, which is a good sign. Remember earlier, I was showing you these huge debris signatures that were showing up. So if that's right there where the best rotation is, so Shane, let's show the TDS with this one. I want to see if we actually have any dropout south and west of Springer. And remember, just because you may not have a tornado on the ground at this time, which it doesn't look like we do, okay, or at least there's not a very strong debris signature, that doesn't mean these can't cycle back down, especially given the atmosphere that we have today, all right? So please keep that in mind. This is all heading, again, north of Soso, where we've already had some damage. Heidelberg, you need to watch out. You've already had a tornado that's moved just to the north of you with damage. Notice how this storm, though, has really weakened a little bit, turning a little bit to the left, just to the north of Quitman, all right? And that's where our good buddy Charles Peak is. He's kind of headed south toward Meridian here. So he may be trying to intercept this first cell. But here's the second one. And notice how this has moved left a little bit. All right. So it's kind of moved up off toward the left a little bit, interestingly enough. And then the storm down to the south of Bay Springs continues to chug along very near some of these areas that have already been hit. So this is just a kind of a fraction of its former self north of Quitman right now. And at least at this time has enough of a signature. So, we don't have the tornado emergencies anymore, but it still bears watching because it has been a long track supercell and it is still in a very, very rich atmosphere in through here. All right, let's go up toward Columbus. Remember I told you about the Macon area in Mississippi that has already had some damage. This is yet another storm moving this way. And then one final stop also north of Birmingham. Shane, I want to get up there and show everybody that storm. The storm that moved through Macon earlier continues to hold together in some symbols, but this would be a rain-wrapped tornado that's heading up toward the Oneida area. Let's take a quick look at this just quickly in through here. And you can see it looks like the signature is back near the Trafford area, right in through here. Watch out in Locust Fork and eventually Oneida. This is all moving your way and it is rain wrapped. You will not see this tornado. All right, some new some pictures to show everybody, Dr. Nab, of some from earlier tornado damage.
Yeah, Jim, we've got new drone video of storm damage in Monroe, Louisiana, reports of more than 250 homes sustaining damage. So far, only minor injuries have been reported. A lot of the structures that you've seen in this video are kind of industrial or warehouse kind of structures, and they have the kind of those large span roofs. And look at the poles being bent very easily. Large, either truck or mobile home or kind of that kind of loose structure easily tossed about by the tornado. And this kind of large span roof, metal roof or aluminum, those are not nearly the kind of safe places that we're talking about when we want you to find a safe place to be. Mobile homes, vehicles, under an overpass, none of those safe places off the roads. Large rooms like you saw in those videos, gymnasiums, manufactured homes, those are bad options. The good options are interior rooms, lowest level, most interior room of a sturdy home or building, a basement if you have it, and if you have one of those FEMA-approved safe rooms, that certainly can work both below ground and above ground. And if you haven't gotten a tornado watch yet, maybe when one is issued, that's the time to get off the roads, close your windows and doors, bring in the outside items, and prepare your safe room, Jackie. I'm going to take a helmet and some shoes and a mattress to put over my family's head.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got quite a few places that are under the risk at this time. Want to update you on the watches that are out there. First of all, severe thunderstorm watch for parts of Oklahoma and into Texas. And this is tornado watches right now that we're most concerned about. We have a tornado watch that includes you in Baton Rouge down towards Morgan City. That watch until 8 o'clock local time. And we do have a line of storms that are moving through a more favorable environment for tornadoes to develop here. In addition to that, we've got a tornado watch across the state of Mississippi, includes you in Jackson, stretching down towards the Hattiesburg area. That's until 8 o'clock for tonight. And then another watch in parts of Alabama, including Birmingham and Montgomery. This is a PDS watch, or a particularly dangerous situation where those long track tornadoes are going to be possible. Now, we also want to mention North Georgia, you are not under a watch at this time, but that will likely happen several hours from now. So be prepared that while you've got a quiet evening you've been dealing with, strong to severe thunderstorms will be likely after 10 o'clock for tonight. A line of storms will likely move through very quickly after the midnight hour and continue until about 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. Continuing coverage right after this.
For now, we're all living a new normal. Businesses are closing. Living rooms are now offices and schools.
And we'll
Our world is suddenly different, but one thing stays the same. State Farm is there. To any of our customers currently facing financial burdens, call your State Farm agent, because we're here to help make this new normal feel just a little more normal. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
I knew about the tremors, but when I started seeing things, I didn't know what was happening, so I kept it in.
He started believing things that weren't true. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't say a word.
During the course of their disease, around 50% of people with Parkinson's may experience hallucinations or delusions. But now, doctors are prescribing Nuplazid, the only FDA-approved medicine proven to significantly reduce hallucinations and delusions related to Parkinson's. Don't take Nuplazid if you are allergic to its ingredients. Nuplazid can increase the risk of death in elderly people with dementia-related psychosis and is not for treating symptoms unrelated to Parkinson's disease. Nuplazid can cause changes in heart rhythm and should not be taken if you have certain abnormal heart rhythms or take other drugs that are known to cause changes in heart rhythm. Tell your doctor about any changes in medicines you're taking. The most common side effects are swelling of the arms and legs and confusion.
We spoke up, and it made all the difference.
Ask your Parkinson's specialist about Nuplazid.
Do you know why I love Coffee Mate? Well, it's triple churn and 2 times richer than milk for one perfect cup of coffee. Think I love Coffee Mate too much? No, impossible. Coffee Mate. Coffee's perfect mate.
Super Emma just about sleeps in her cave, but when we realized she was battling sensitive skin, we switched to new Tide Plus Downy Free. It's gentle on her skin and dermatologist recommended. New Tide Pods Plus Downy Free. Safe for sensitive skin with eczema and psoriasis.
Inside every Yamaha lives the heart and soul of a competitor. The DNA of a champion. When you ride with us, it revs your heart and becomes a part of you too.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms.
Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call the number on your screen now.
Call 800-827-2607.
To get the most out of your mornings, you need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 57 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy with a few showers. Low 52. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, mainly cloudy. High 64. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday night, partly cloudy skies. Low 51. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Dangerous night continues to unfold across the South as we watch multiple rotating storms, some that have been rotating now for over an hour, continue to impact areas across northern Alabama, south central Mississippi, and now you'll notice near and west of New Orleans, a couple of discrete supercells there that are rapidly moving north at about 70 miles per hour. So that's the low-level jet in here. It's cranking at about 70 plus miles per hour, okay? And as a matter of fact, it's kind of interesting. The first supercell we watched basically moved from west to east. Now that same piece of that supercell is going to move to the north a little bit. So look at the orientation around meridian of the tornado warning. Isn't that interesting? All right, so we're watching again the southern one, which continues to show some pretty strong rotation in here. But what's really different about this now is before, when you had that big hook and the debris ball down off the end of it, classic hook echo. Now you've got something that's like, okay, it's actually a little harder to find where the rotation is, or the strongest rotation. And there it is there. But when you go back to the reflectivity, look at where that is. It's inside, potentially the rain here. So it's potentially rain wrapped. Either way, it is tornado warned on now and continuing north toward the Pashuta area. We've already had reports of some damage around Pashuta from the first supercell. And, this is now what's moving north toward the Meridian area. Now, Heidelberg, really interesting for you. This next storm will probably go just to your north. However, what I'm going to say is parts of Interstate 59 are blocked off because of the debris from the first tornado. All right, they're actually closed. Interstate 59 is closed. So this is not the time to be traveling out through. You could get trapped on the roads. We don't want that. Here's a look at the timeline for you. Again, 5:53. So it's right on top of you at Acme. 5:57. Waltrip is next. Kelowna, Pashuta again. This will be your second hit of the day, and Watauga also coming at you at about 6:24. And potentially, this has the chance to turn a little bit within this warning. But again, the storm earlier on heading east and then literally taking a left turn right before Quitman and now heading up toward Meridian. We'll keep an eye on the circulation with that. There it is there, but it is going to be close to Meridian. So let's take a look at this one, Shane, and give everybody an idea of what we may be looking at. Again, not super strong rotation, something that, may be right down in here that's just coming into the warning, but it is going to potentially impact Meridian. Here's the deal. The fact that the low-level jet is 70 to 80 miles per hour here means those winds alone that are sitting at 5,000 feet can easily be transported down with this, especially given the kind of air mass that we have here, moisture rich, lots of instability. Really interesting correlation coefficient. Is this, in fact, some of the debris from the earlier tornado that's being strewn out? It's a little hard to see and tell, but clear tornado signatures earlier right here with this storm. That's the second one. And look at this. Eventually, you get this kind of fanning off the correlation coefficient. What is that? Maybe it's the debris that's actually starting to fall out of the storm as it potentially weakens a little bit. So clearly a tornado debris signature with the storm center itself, the rotation, and then eventually kind of a fanning out or falling of the debris through this correlation coefficient, which starts to expand in coverage. Really neat stuff on the radar this evening. Unfortunately, not neat as the results because it means damage and debris. So here is this cluster, which essentially started as the supercell west of Macon. We know that mobile homes were flipped in Macon, Mississippi. It is tracked all the way across northern Alabama in toward Gadsden. If you live in northeast Alabama, if you live in northwest Georgia, there's a good chance you're going to deal with this mess tonight. Is this rotation right in here? Okay, broad rain wrap, just an absolute mess in through here, but it's very, very possible. And remember, you start to get up in elevation here. So as you get up in elevation, you're closer to those strong low-level winds as they move on to the northeast. So Altoona, Howelton, Rainbow City, this is all coming your way. Looks like some new rotation right there just to the west of Oneonta. All right, guys, we have multiple threats with this storm, rain and flooding being one of them. Let's get an update from Dr. Knapp.
Yeah, take a look from Moulton, Alabama. Extremely heavy rainfall. This is going to be the scene that will play out over and over again this evening. The big difference, of course, give it an hour or two and you won't be able to see just how heavily it's raining, and you won't be able to see how much water is covering the roads. And it is going to be a dangerous night for so many reasons. Don't want to be out there on the roads. Get to your safe place before the weather really gets bad and spend the night there. I want to show you where some of the flash flood warnings are in effect. It's in east central Mississippi, north of the tornado warnings, those long track supercells that Jim has been showing you. The latest warning to be issued here is in the Starkville, Columbus area. Your flash flood warning goes till 9:45 local time, and it is coming down in buckets. Many of these storms are dumping 1.5, close to 2 inches per hour. Just south of Starkville and Columbus, the last 3 hours, you've had more than 3.5 inches of rain, and that is just the beginning. So it is time to be off the roads there. Look at this long swath of area that has had 3 to 5 inches of rainfall over the last 3 hours. That's why we have this large flash flood warning for Carthage, Louisville, and Macon until 7:45 local time. You've got to stay off the roads tonight. Weather can kill in terms of water and wind.
To be honest, a little dust, it never bothered me until I found out what it actually was.
Dust mite droppings? Ew. Dead skin cells?
Gross. So now I grab my Swiffer Sweeper and heavy duty dusters.
Duster extends to 3 feet to get all that gross stuff. Gotcha.
And for that nasty dust on my floors, my sweeper's on it.
The textured cloths grab and hold dirt and hair no matter where dust bunnies hide. No more heebie-jeebies. Glad I stopped cleaning and started Swiffering.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens in each cubic yard of air. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. But now, relief is just one drop away. Introducing Pataday. Full prescription strength Pataday works right in your eyes, right in the cells that make them itch. Fast. Just one drop once a day means relief that lasts all day. So turn your day into a Pataday. Now get Pataday without a prescription. Everywhere.
In the next minute, an animal who's been cruelly abused by a thoughtless owner might not survive. Every minute of every day in America, animals are feeling the pain of being abused or neglected. These animals have done nothing to deserve this treatment. And if you agree, then it's time to do something about it. It only takes a minute to help, but it's a minute that will matter more than you can imagine to an animal who's being hurt. So I hope you'll take this minute right now and visit this website or call the number on your screen. Join with your gift of just $19 a month, and you can rescue innocent animals from endless suffering. The next minute could mean the difference between life and death for an animal who's being hurt. It's just 63 cents a day, and I can tell you, you will make a difference. So I'm asking you, please, visit our easy-to-use website on any device or call this toll-free number now. And if you join in the next 10 minutes, we'll send you this membership kit. It comes with a magazine subscription, an animal photo, and this limited edition Animal Champion t-shirt designed exclusively for our new monthly supporters. Please go online or call now and don't delay, because there's an animal being abused right now, and the next minute of their life could really depend on you.
This right here is the new papadilla, which, if I'm not mistaken, is Latin for better than a sandwich. Even has a better pickle. Get a new papadilla for $6. Better ingredients, better pizza, better than a sandwich. Papa John's.
Boss, whoa, back check. Get the flavors they want and the goodness you'll love. Together with Sunmade.
Go, you're gonna be late. Mom, back check.
Sunmade, raisins, yogurt covered, and sour fruit snacks made delicious with whole fruit.
Good evening, everybody. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris on this Easter Sunday. Tonight, I'm joined by Dr. Rick Knabb, Storm Tracker Jim Cantori. It's been a rough night already with many warnings, including active tornado warnings right now. I want to get right to Storm Tracker Jim Cantori with the latest on that. Hey, Jim.
Yeah. Hey, Jackie. Just getting word now out of the chat room in National Weather Service Birmingham's office. Sayre, 3 miles west-northwest of Sayre in Jefferson County. Thunderstorm damage there about 45 minutes ago. Several businesses destroyed along Highway 78 near the Sayre area. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground near Oneonta. This is the storm we're watching again north of Birmingham. This is coming into the Gadsden area where we're severe thunderstorm warned on. This has not been pretty. This has not been the stuff we've been watching in southern Mississippi today that looks about as textbook as you could possibly get for long track tornadoes. But this has been a long track supercell. We saw this back in Mississippi around Macon where mobile homes were actually flipped there. This has now moved over again north of Oneonta, as we've been mentioning with the tornado damage, and it's just rain wrapped. Dr. Nab's been talking about the phenomenal amounts of rain here, and now you're into these hilly areas where we're getting just incredible amounts of rain. So Gadsden, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but did we just go tornado warn on that, Shane? Yeah, we did. Okay, so we just went tornado warn on that storm. Not surprised, especially given the confirmation of damage in Oneonta. So it's coming up toward you in Gadsden, Alabama. Reese City, you're in this. Harrisonville, Boaz, Alabama, 627. Keep an eye out, guys. This is not, again, one of these things where you're just going to walk outside and see. It's wrapped in rain. Very, very difficult to see as it moves its way toward the Gadsden area. And again, the northern part of 59. Now, on the southern part, I'll give you a chance to set up here with this, Shane. We've had damage that's moved near the Heidelberg area. And that damage has actually closed parts of Interstate 59. There's so much debris down there. This was a long track tornado that was on the ground for over an hour, maybe over an hour and 15 minutes. And it's continuing to now take almost an immediate left turn up north of the Meridian area. See, this is the little discrete supercell left over right there. There's another storm behind this that's come in, again, north of Laurel. This is the earlier storm that produced the damage down near Collins or just to the north of Collins. That is what's left of this one. It, too, is going to come across Interstate 59 if it has not already. You can still see there is rotation going on. And interestingly enough, this is getting in line almost like aircraft here, and it's going to make that left turn as well. So Meridian, you, believe it or not, have to watch this cell as well. All right, I wanted to show you some live pictures here coming out of Laurel, Mississippi. Look at this. Trees literally shaved off, stripped. We have power lines down. You have, damage to automobile. This is just one of these images. This was more than likely either probably the first tornado that moved through this area that did this. And we know this was a long track, very strong tornado. Reports along the way of homes damaged in many, many areas. Soso was one of those areas, especially in the Heidelberg area, the Moss community, homes destroyed there, Walthall, Mississippi, multiple homes damaged. There's just too much to report, as all this will be breaking overnight and tomorrow with so much to watch with these long track tornadoes. So here's the tornado coming over Heidelberg, north of Laurel. So this is the first one. So the damage that you were looking at and are looking at in the bottom part of the screen is from the first supercell right there as it's moved again north of Heidelberg. So again, guys, keeping an eye on this. Storm number 1, storm number 2 coming in behind that, maybe just to the north and east of that, and clearing this area pretty rapidly. Now, there are more storms to the west. We're not done yet. We've got a long night ahead of us. Shane, let's go down to New Orleans. I want to show, because the problem with this is, we're seeing these discrete supercells developing south and west New Orleans. Right now, the storm they're watching about is just coming over Highway 12, Interstate 12, and is heading up toward Bogalusa. So we do have warnings for these storms as they're moving north. Listen to this, 70 miles per hour. So talk about being caught up in the flow. Big speed with these as they continue to move north across Interstate 12 here. So St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, Washington Parish, Pearl River, you're all in line for the storms. It moves up toward the Folsom area quickly at 70 miles per hour. And that's the kind of wind we're going to get out of these. 60, 70 miles per hour, very, very possible. Now notice we don't have the kind of rotation and very little rotation with these as they moved on to the north. But we know we got the wind field. And that's the problem. There's a lot of instability down here. So you're seeing these as very tall thunderstorms. They're easily transporting down the stronger upper level winds. But keep an eye out, again, as this stuff flanks south and west of New Orleans. Eventually, we'll see some of it move over you. We'll see if we go tornado warned or not. Looks like a little rotation in the northern part of this. Again, just to the west of Bogalusa. Not the kind of animals, though, where we saw, again, earlier, guys, we were talking about 175 to maybe 200-mile-per-hour gate-to-gate shear with those storms near Sosa and Heidelberg as they moved on to the north. So that's what's left of these down here. Watching this storm here north of Birmingham, we've seen moisture-rich air. If you're in Birmingham and Atlanta, if you were outside this morning, there was a chill to the air, Jackie. Now, the air is almost heavy and humid. This is all that moisture being transported northward.
Yeah, you can really feel the
feel it.
difference for sure. Yeah, so hopefully that didn't catch folks off guard at all, because there is more coming. We want to update you now on the situation in northern Louisiana, where officials are estimating 200 to 300 homes have been damaged. Several streets were blocked off and about a third of the city without power. This is in Monroe, Louisiana, after a reported tornado, or possibly two, hit earlier today. This was just before the noon hour. Local responders say so far only minor injuries have been reported. They are helping survivors to find hotel rooms this evening as opposed to a large shelter because of COVID-19. So here's a look at all the local storm reports that we've seen so far. And these are either tornado reports, damaging wind reports, or hail reports. And you can see a lot of clustering from Oklahoma through Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, even into parts of Tennessee, and even a few wind damage reports, believe it or not, way ahead of all this out into parts of Florida. You add all of those up, that's 93 different reports of severe weather. And if we filter them out and we look at tornadoes only, there are about 15 reports of tornadoes. So it may have been one or more tornado around the Monroe area, not just those hundreds of homes that have been damaged, also quite a bit of damage out at the Monroe Airport. So that's going to take a little while to clean all of that up. We'll take you into Mississippi. These are the two tornadoes that were back to back that Jim was covering wall to wall earlier, both of which are confirmed tornadoes. They were spotted on the ground. They've caused some damage. Some of those damage reports are going to take quite a while to get in, we think, as power is likely out in many of these areas. So we'll keep you up to date on that. But right now, at least a few homes damaged and destroyed in Salem. And then in Seminary, if you remember, we saw that huge hook there. This is just to the south and east of Collins, damage to homes and power poles there also. We'll take you farther up towards the north. Here's Columbus, Mississippi, to put it in perspective for you. So just south of there, near Macon, some reports of a tornado potentially with mobile homes that were flipped, as well as some semi-trucks that were rolled over. Power lines had been down in this area. And then in Bigby Valley, reports of trees and power lines down. This is on Highway 388 and into the Gavin Road area. So there are multiple different parts of the storm that we really have to watch along that warm front and then into the warmer sector. And then the cold front will be that last little line as things move on through. So you can see we still have multiple warnings in play, including the one tornado warning here into parts of Mississippi, and watching those storms into Alabama too. So we've got a long night ahead of us because we think these lines and these clustering of thunderstorms are going to be holding together all through the rest of this evening, but also continuing through the overnight hours. This is going to track into tomorrow morning. So we want to warn folks up and down the eastern seaboard, even along the I-95 corridor, that tomorrow this is going to be a threat for you in the morning and lingering into the midday and early afternoon before all of this finally begins to progress off towards the east. So tornadoes will be on the table here, as well as damaging winds. Hail will probably be a little bit more marginal for tomorrow, but this is going to be rounds of thunderstorms, and this part of the country has been really saturated. So we're also concerned about the threat for flooding. Let's go back into Dr. Knapp for more on that.
Yeah, and Jackie, not only has it been wet all year, it is really raining hard in this system. All that moisture, that feel in the air that we've got with that moisture coming out the Gulf of Mexico, and all the energy in the atmosphere is generating the severe weather. We're getting 1.5 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rates on top of saturated soil, and a lot of it is training over these same areas. So northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, into the Appalachians, much of Mississippi, Tennessee is already in the mix right now. So as it gets dark, this problem becomes even more serious because you can't see how much water is covering the roads. We got to stay off the roads. Let me show you a couple of areas where there are flash flood warnings in effect right now. Starkville and Columbus, Mississippi. Till 9:45 local time, you've had multiple rounds of rain, and there is more on the way. The southern parts of the area have had more than 3 inches, almost 4 in the past 3 hours, and there's more to come. So there's that more than inch in an hour. 3.5 inches in the last 3 hours in the areas north of Carthage and Philadelphia, and it's still coming down. You've got a flash flood warning until 7:45 local time, and we're not making this stuff up. The flooding's actually happening here in the Zama area. Several reports of flooded roads, including one road completely washed out near Prattsburg. That's another reason why we tell you not to drive over a water-covered road. You might not even be able to be sure that the road is even there anymore. Because of previous heavy rains, a little bit more ongoing, northwestern Alabama, the Florence area is under a flood warning till 8:30 local time, and then just issued for Decatur, Alabama, along I-65, north central Alabama. You've got a flood warning until midnight tonight. So as it gets dark, you've got to stay off the roads. Let me show you the broader picture here and why we're so concerned about this really escalating as you get into Tennessee, because you've got some table-setting rains up there already, and all of this that's training over the same areas is headed your way. So that's why we've got these flash flood watches for much of Tennessee, including Chattanooga, Knoxville, and all the way over into Asheville. Jim, it is always underappreciated sometimes how dangerous water can be, especially at night.
And Dr. Neb, this is Southern Appalachia, okay? So you're talking hills, streams, an area that was soaked all winter and spring. All right, so things are going to fill quickly. Guys, some new damage into us out of Macon, Mississippi. All right, reports there of multiple mobile homes flipped. Now, I haven't seen these. This is just coming into all of us, so we're just getting a look at it. But you can see this large storage shed has been torn apart here. This is the same supercell, by the way, that has moved all the way into northern Alabama. So all that stuff that Dr. Nab was talking about here, essentially with the flooding near Noxubee County, the Macon area, has all not only flooded that area, but also we've got a lot of severe weather reports. I mean, look at the size of this warehouse, the damage to the siding of it and pulled across. And this may not even be the worst damage. Look at the power pole down, laying on its side, just almost snapped off or blown right over as a result. We know there was a tornado there. We know we have reports of multiple mobile homes that have been flipped in that area. This lumber company obviously very hit hard. All right, guys, let's talk about this, because to the south of all that, as this storm was moving into Alabama, where we've had damage around Sayre in Alabama from that same supercell that you just saw the video on Macon, we have had 2 long track supercells and tornadoes in the south. Very, very powerful radar signatures. I want to show you these going back in time. Again, 3:30, you'll notice we're getting a signature right here. All right, actually, I want to draw on this. So just southeast of Macomb, all right, going over through Collins and then up toward to the north of Laurel and continuing up toward Quitman. You see that long track? You see those signatures right there? And you notice how they pulse. All right, but we know we had a tornado on the ground. There was debris signature everywhere. And then behind that, we had another storm that developed quickly just to the north of that. It was a supercell, also another long tracker, came to the north of Collins, and there you have it. So twin long track tornadoes here that have both had a history of damage and very significant signatures on radar. We may not know to the extent of how bad this is down here till tomorrow. All right, there's debris everywhere. It's a very woodsy area in southern Mississippi. All right, so we're just kind of giving you a little history of what we got so far. The atmosphere is still cranking. We are seeing warm, humid air make its way into Atlanta, into Birmingham. If you don't believe me, step outside if you haven't been outside in a while. All right, be safe, but know that it's gotten a lot more humid out here. It's all of a sudden you've gone from cool and crisp to air you can wear this afternoon. Very humid air continuing to move to the north. Again, this is the same storm that was affecting Macon that you saw the damage video on. It has moved in some way, shape, or form across northern Alabama, continues to produce epic amounts of rainfall, as Dr. Davis just talked about. We've got golf ball size hail in the severe thunderstorm warning part of this. And as I mentioned, the damage around the Sayre area. So let's get an idea. It certainly looks like you may even have 2 circulations here. Strong, circulation coming into this storm around the Gaston area on the western side of it as well. Shane, do we have any debris showing up here? Almost looks like another circulation onto the north side of this too. So here you can see it coming over Steele and again into the Gaston area. Nothing clear cut, maybe a little bit of a drop out there. Again, to the south and west of Gaston, but the The point is this thing, there's so much heavy rain coming down, and this is so hilly and woodsy, very unlikely that you're going to see this. Timing out where we have the tornado warning for Attala, it's right on top of you right now. Reese City, about 18 after, 24 after Asitico, Turkey Town, about 626. And then again, if you're watching us in Southeast Tennessee and also into Georgia, all of this is coming your way as well. I don't care how cool and cold it was this morning. This is a ripe atmosphere with so much wind potential here. It's not even funny. So again, let's time this out, Jackie. Speaking of the evening, a lot of areas certainly have not even been impacted at all yet, but they will be multiple times.
Yeah, other areas already getting hit hard with rounds. Nashville, we had a severe thunderstorm warning about an hour ago. Those strong to severe storms have now passed off to your east, but they dumped down more than an inch of rainfall and more rain to come. So Dr. Nab was talking about that flash flood threat. That's a real possibility here in Nashville, especially south of town, as additional showers and storms will likely roll through 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock for tonight, and then continuing till maybe 11 or so before things begin to settle down. So rainfall amounts on top of that inch or so you've already received could be an additional inch of rainfall. We'll take you a little farther down towards the south, back into the Birmingham area. Those storms now still tracking up towards your north, but still some thunder and lightning across the region, and more lines and clusters of showers and thunderstorms will be likely through the rest of the evening hours. In fact, a big line progressively pushing through the region, we think around 10, 11 o'clock for tonight. It's not till after midnight tonight that we think things will start to improve for you. And then here's Atlanta.
Hi, I'm Lolly, a Domino's franchisee.
As you can see, we're open and working hard to safely keep putting food on people's tables.
And we could use your help doing that.
If getting some full or part-time work during these tough times could help you.
Domino's is hiring.
Head to jobs.domino's.com
And apply today. Because we're not only committed to putting food on people's tables,
we're committed to helping you put food on your table.
You wouldn't accept an incomplete job from anyone else, so why accept it from your allergy pills? Flonase relieves your worst symptoms, which most pills don't. Get all-in-one allergy relief for 24 hours with Flonase.
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
What does it mean to be a good neighbor?
It means being there for each other.
And that's why State Farm is announcing the Good Neighbor Relief Program.
We know that our customers are driving less, which means fewer accidents.
So State Farm's returning $2 billion to auto policyholders for the period ending May 31st.
And we'll continue making real-time decisions to best serve you, our customers.
Because now, more than ever, being a good neighbor means everything. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
There will be parties again soon, and family gatherings. There will be parades and sporting events and concerts. To help our communities when they come back together, respond to the 2020 census now. Spend a few minutes online today to impact the next 10 years of healthcare, infrastructure, and education. Go to 2020census.gov and respond today to make America's tomorrow brighter. It's time to shape our future.
Plus, well, back check. Get the flavors they want and the goodness you'll love. Together with Sunmade.
Go, you're gonna be late. Mom, Dad, check.
Sunmade, raisins, yogurt covered, and sour fruit snacks made delicious with whole fruit.
When your hands hurt, you can't function. Until now. Introducing the new Copperfit compression gloves with Sure Grip technology to give you more power, more control, and more agility than ever. Copper-infused compression fabric woven into an ultra-lightweight performance glove that supports relief and recovery of sore muscles and painful joint stiffness. And new Sure Grip bands built in provide a strong, non-slip grip.
They relieve my pain. The support or whatever magic these things do, I don't know what it is. It doesn't matter to me what it is. It works.
Relief from painful muscle and joint soreness. Guaranteed or your money back. Call 1-800-393-1472 or on the web at getcopperfitgloves.com for only $19.99. Order right now and your shipping is free.
While I'm wearing this, I do not have any pain. I can use it on the keyboard. I can use my phone. I love this glove.
Ask for it by name. Copperfit compression gloves.
Wreck your Monday night.
Oh, boy.
With all new episodes of Highway Through Hell at 8 and Heavy Rescue at 9. Monday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 57 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy with a few showers. Low 52. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, mostly cloudy skies. High 64. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday night, partly cloudy. Low 51. Winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Breaking news right now. We have confirmed that severe storms have killed at least one person in the state of Mississippi. We've also learned that several others have been injured. This is in Walthall County. 5 homes have been completely flattened, and there's significant damage to other houses in the county. As we get more information on this, we will bring it to you. Unfortunately, the first death has occurred now from this severe weather outbreak. We want to get the latest on the warnings, as it's been a very active night and still ongoing. Jim?
Yeah, and we just, that was part of the supercell, Jackie, that eventually stayed on the ground with tornado debris signatures for over an hour after that. So, and the worst of that storm was yet to come for many, many areas in south central Mississippi. And we'll talk more about that. What we've watched, though, are other long track supercells that have gone from Macon, Mississippi, all the way across here, just to the north of Birmingham. And now you've noticed that storm potentially could come into northern Georgia. So they've extended the tornado watch until 11 o'clock p.m. for northwest Georgia. Now, where 575 splits off to 75, which is right there, that's the Woodstock area. So that's Cherokee County, Georgia, which I believe is under that. Yes, it's under that tornado watch. So Cherokee, Canton. Again, if you live in Rome, Georgia, this first storm certainly looks like it could impact you. Shane, let's show the radar here, because we have had now reports of damage around the Sayre area. Several businesses in Sayre, which is just northwest of Birmingham, destroyed. This is kind of part of that complex that continues to work its way through the Gadsden area. All right, so there's the radar. I want to kind of just put a little cell on there because I want to, time this out. Cedar Bluff, you're going to be in this tornado warning. Rome, Georgia, potentially. Calhoun, Georgia, as it moves into Georgia a little bit later on. But right now, the warning just goes to the Alabama line. Then it'll be picked up by the Peachtree City office. So Attala, Gadsden, Turkeytown, you're all in this till 6:45. You can see the respective times down below. This is not one of these tornadoes, should it occur, that you're going to be able to see. All right, you can clearly see it on this part of the radar and this aspect of the radar right here. This is where the rotation is strongest now, just to the north of Reese City, just to the northwest of Turkeytown. So just kind of extrapolating this into the next warning. It's going to come very close to center Alabama and the Cedar Bluff area as well, as all this continues to head on off to the northeast. Look, the problem here is where we have, the best couplet, there's been a little bit of dropout. All right, this is a very hilly area, very woodsy area, obviously, north of Gadsden up toward Turkeytown, and there's enough of a dropout to believe that there could be a tornado on the ground here. We've also had golf ball size hail with the storm. Kind of interesting, too, when we look at this a little wider. So Shane, stop moving for 1 second. You got a rotation here, and you've got rotation here. So do we have, twins kind of sitting amongst all of this rain? Very, very possible here within this. Either way, if you're in the warning, the plan that we asked you to put in place, you need to access it right now. All right, I want to head south into Mississippi. We still have one tornado warning there to discuss if it hasn't been dropped already. It looks like they dropped it. Okay, so they just expired that. Now it's a flash flood warning. We are, as Dr. Nebb's been talking about, we are getting prolific rainfall with these cells, prolific rainfall. So here's what's left of this cell down and through here, now south of Meridian. A lot of these coming to the west and then looping north, getting caught up in some stronger winds from south to north. There's still a little bit of rotation with this, but not enough, obviously, to prompt a tornado warning. You can see how the rotation went from south of Bay Springs and then literally hooked to north loop. There's still a little bit just to the southwest of Meridian. You see that right there? There's a little more rotation just to the south of I-20. And there's another storm west of Bay Springs that is now severe thunderstorm warned on. All right, guys, again, this will continue to be breaking news all night, especially given what we saw earlier on over the last couple of hours. 2 long track tornadoes in very, very close areas to proximity to each other, Jackie.
Yeah, so a couple tornadoes tonight, but also we have the threat of damaging winds and large hail. Check this out. This was a scene along Highway 45 north of Macon, Mississippi, after a likely tornado struck the area. A big rig truck was reportedly flipped on its side, and the median and southbound traffic was blocked off. Not to mention the fact, boy, you can see nothing out ahead of that. So some of this rain has been really heavy, and we just got a flash flood warning in effect for Lauderdale County in the state of Mississippi. So the hail threat is farther back towards the west, and it's most likely over here. We've got the severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect for parts of Oklahoma into parts of Texas, as well as in the northwestern parts of Louisiana. So we've got the colder air aloft there. We've got more elevated storms which have been developing, and we've got those stronger updrafts, and that's tapping into some of that colder air aloft to help bring down that threat of hail in terms of the severe storms. We'll probably get some hail out of the storms in Mississippi, Louisiana, as well as into parts of Georgia later on, but probably marginally severe. But still, hail causes damage. Keep the car in the garage if you've got one, if you can do that for tonight. Now, the wind threat, the wind is very interesting because we've got 2 different wind threats ongoing here. We've got damaging winds coming in from the thunderstorms, and that's what this graphic is showing you, where that's most likely, really also coinciding to the most favorable area where the tornado threat is too, but it's really widespread from the Tennessee Valley on southward. But we have a second wind threat that we need to watch out for today too, and this has nothing to do with the thunderstorms, which has been causing most of the damage today, but it also has to do with the strong pressure gradient just from our storm. So non-thunderstorm wind gusts have been as strong as 50 miles per hour at times. In fact, much of about the eastern half of the country under this threat lasting into tomorrow.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens in each cubic yard of air. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. But now, relief is just 1 drop away. Introducing Pataday. Full prescription strength Pataday works right in your eyes, right in the cells that make them itch. Fast. Just 1 drop once a day means relief that lasts all day. So turn your day into a Pataday. Now get Pataday without a prescription. Everywhere.
Boss, whoa, back check.
Get the flavors they want and the goodness you'll love. Together with Sunmade.
Go, you're gonna be late.
Mom, Dad, check.
Sunmade, raisins, yogurt covered, and sour fruit snacks made delicious with whole fruit.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
It's totally normal to have constipation with belly pain, straining, and bloating again and again.
No way.
More exercise, more water, and more fiber is the only way to manage it.
Is it?
Maybe you think it's occasional constipation.
Maybe it's not.
It could be a chronic medical condition called IBS-C, and time to say yes to Linzess. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It helps relieve belly pain and lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements. Do not give Linzess to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Change your thinking to IBS-C. If your constipation and belly pain keeps coming back, tell your doctor and say yes to Linzess.
Breaking right now, it has been a deadly night across parts of the South. We have now confirmed that there are 2 deaths in Lawrence County, Mississippi, and that's in addition to 1 death and several injuries in Walthall County. Walthall County, at least 5 homes have been completely flattened here. That's the latest from officials there. There's also significant damage to other homes in the county. We'll bring you more information as it becomes available, as this is an unfolding story. It's 30 past the hour right now on this Sunday. We want to get you up to date on where the dangerous storms are tracking right now with Jim Cantore. Jim?
Yeah, Jackie, again, that's all part of that long track supercell that we watched with a tornado debris signature for over an hour. You rarely see that, but that's certainly something we watched again in southern Mississippi. Now, what we've just had, and I'll give you kind of the breaking stuff, this additional tornado watch added essentially from Cherokee County, that's Woodstock, up through Rome into Ellijay, Blue Ridge, also in this as well. So that's Gilmer, Fannin County, and it's essentially for what has been a long track supercell that started, we showed you video already out of Macon, Mississippi. It has come all the way across northern Alabama. Now it's in some way, shape, or form split because there are 2 areas that are rotating in through here. You look at this reflectivity, and you're like, Jim, I can't tell what's going on there. It just looks like a lot of heavy rain. So we have to look at other aspects of the radar to get an idea what's going on, and Shane's going to zoom in on that for us. So what we've got is actually 2 areas of rotation. All right, there's one up here, not super strong, but enough. And here's another one down here that's worth watching. So 2 areas of rotation. One is north of Turkeytown. The other one is up near Boaz, Alabama. And essentially, this has been a long track supercell with a history of hail, wind damage, and tornadoes. As a matter of fact, the southern flanked one, as it was developing, did damage to businesses, multiple businesses in Sayre. That's northwest of Birmingham. So that was a while ago back in Jefferson County. But to time out the southern one for you, Collinsville, Leesburg, 640, Round Mountain, about 648. And then, you'll more than likely see the Peachtree City office take over with either severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings into northwest Georgia. So here's the second one. All right. So this is the Collinsville storm, or excuse me, the Crossville storm, which will come into Collinsville about 644, 653, perhaps around Calbrand, Pine Ridge, about 656. So you've got 2 areas of rotation: hail threat, wind threat, tornado threat. With both of these. That's why it's a tornado warning. And you can see how they've kind of come into play here. Now, do these, does the southern one cancel out the northern one? Maybe. All right, maybe. But right now, again, not super strong rotation, but there has been a debris signature here, enough so that we're very concerned about that area around Boaz. Here's one area down through here, and here's another area in through here. We're watching all this heading off toward the northeast at 55 miles per hour. All right, Shane, let's zoom out, give everybody kind of a wide idea. Here's Atlanta. And if you've been watching us in Atlanta today, if you've been walking outdoors from time to time this morning, a chilly, raw morning in Atlanta, now you walk outside, the air's almost heavy, but it's humid. It's gotten much, much warmer. What did I see? Yeah, Peachtree, or Marietta says, at Dobbins Air Force Base, says the dew point's 68 now. Dallas as well. So think about that. We started with dew points in the low 40s this morning. So that's almost a 22-degree rise in the moisture. That's that unstable air, which is coming off toward the north. So the lone supercell, which continues to work its way, if you will, into northeast parts of Alabama, will work its way into northwest Georgia as well, and phenomenal rainfall rates. Look at all the flood warnings coming back. You know why? Because earlier where we had these storms that produced 3 to 5 inches of rain, we're still getting storm development back here. The energy that's doing all this is still back into Texas and Oklahoma. So we have a long night ahead of us. So you're seeing the jet stream come rotating out ahead of this and just creating multiple lines of thunderstorms. It has been the first line, though, that's tapped into some of the most unstable air, Jackie, that's created these long track tornadoes in southern Mississippi. Look at the accumulation over the past 6 hours here. Just incredible rainfall. And this is part of that same supercell that went all the way into northern Alabama right now that we continue to watch, and they've warned for or watched for in northern Georgia.
Yeah, what an incredible night. An incredible night ahead still that we have, Jim. I want to update people with some of the other damage that's been happening farther to the west. This is in the state of Texas, in the San Angelo area. Yesterday, strong winds ripping the roof off of this shed. We are expecting more damaging winds to continue from Texas all the way through the deep south with this line of storms through tonight. So here's the big picture of the watches that remain in effect. Severe thunderstorm watch just north of Dallas over towards Shreveport and into Little Rock, and then the red areas, that's the tornado watches. Remember, a watch means conditions are favorable for severe weather to happen. A warning means it's happening now. Take shelter. So an update on the watch for Baton Rouge towards Morgan City. That's the tornado watch until 8 o'clock for tonight. The one in Mississippi, including you in Jackson and Hattiesburg, continues until 8 o'clock Central Time for tonight. Then our watch for tornadoes in the state of Alabama until midnight tonight. And that's a PDS watch, or a particularly dangerous situation. And now North Georgia gets in on the mix. This is north of Atlanta until 11 o'clock tonight.
You wouldn't accept an incomplete job from anyone else, so why accept it from your allergy pills? Flonase relieves your worst symptoms, which most pills don't. Get all-in-one allergy relief for 24 hours with Flonase.
I knew about the tremors, but when I started seeing things, I didn't know what was happening, so I kept it in.
He started believing things that weren't true. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't say a word.
During the course of their disease, around 50% of people with Parkinson's may experience hallucinations or delusions. But now, doctors are prescribing Nuplazid, the only FDA-approved medicine proven to significantly reduce hallucinations and delusions related to Parkinson's. Don't take Nuplazid if you are allergic to its ingredients. Nuplazid can increase the risk of death in elderly people with dementia-related psychosis and is not for treating symptoms unrelated to Parkinson's disease. Nuplazid can cause changes in heart rhythm and should not be taken if you have certain abnormal heart rhythms or take other drugs that are known to cause changes in heart rhythm. Tell your doctor about any changes in medicines you're taking. The most common side effects are swelling of the arms and legs and confusion.
We spoke up, and it made all the difference.
Ask your Parkinson's specialist about Nuplazid.
Tired of trying to hide your belly bulge, muffin top, or that beer gut? Now there's a fun, effective, and easy way to get fit and toned in just minutes a day with the Simply Fit board. It's got everyone twisting and getting you into your fat-burning zone.
It's so fun. I don't feel like I'm working out.
I'm Lori Grenier from Shark Tank. I like being toned, but I'm not big into working out and sweating. That's why I fell in love with the Simply Fit board. The minute I saw it, I knew it was a hero, and I did the deal so we could bring it to all of you.
You'll feel it working instantly. The secret is its unique twisting motion and balance board pivoting action that engages your entire core, helping tone abs, legs, and your entire body, all while having fun. You can get started with as little as 5 minutes a day. Do it anytime, anywhere. Do it while watching TV.
This is a great workout for everyone, no matter your age.
It's low impact and easy on the joints. And look at me, I'm 64 and in better shape than I've been in years.
I love feeling my muscles working because it feels like I'm working and I'm just burning fat away. And who doesn't want to burn fat away?
The Simply Fit board can help trim your waistline, engage your entire core, and improve your balance. And it's lightweight, portable, and stores away easily. Call or go online now to get your Simply Fit board for only $19.99. Plus, you'll also get the Simply Fit workout DVD with 3 full body exercise routines. And here's our 100% risk-free guarantee. If you don't feel it working in just 60 seconds, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. But wait, order right now and you can get a second Simply Fit board. Just pay a separate fee. We'll even ship it to you free. Best of all, Simply Fit board is in stock and ready for immediate processing.
Now that's a great deal.
Simply Fit rocks!
To order, call 1-800-656-9038. That's 1-800-656-9038. Or you can go online to simplyfitboard.com.
Back check.
Get the flavors they want and the goodness you'll love. Together with Sunmade.
Go, you're gonna be late.
Mom, bag check.
Sunmade, raisins, yogurt covered, and sour fruit snacks made delicious with whole fruit.
All right, guys, you're going to see a lot of this, unfortunately. This is down near Laurel, Mississippi. John Humphreys showing us extensive damage here. Trees down, roofs of homes ripped off, trees on homes in this particular case and through here. This is back down in Laurel, Mississippi here. And you know what I can't tell you is which tornadic supercell did this, because there were 2 that came very, very close to the Laurel area. As a matter of fact, we're going to talk about that right now. I want to show you these, what we call shear tracks. And this kind of gives us an idea of what we're looking at. This is, again, going back to about 3:30 this afternoon. We've already had loss of life in Lawrence County, which is down here east of Macomb. But I'm going to draw the first supercell right there. All right, there you can see it. You can see the shear tracks, how you go in and out of the pink. And as all that was going on, we had another storm that started to develop as well. You see that particular storm went north of Laurel. And then as we kind of go past 5 o'clock, there was another supercell that developed and moved just to the north. So you had twin supercells in this area that stayed on the ground, potentially tornadoes on the ground for over an hour, especially that southern one. It went north all the way up toward Meridian, Mississippi. Just incredible watching this. You had debris balls, you had rotation. No question, again, that's on the northern side of Laurel, where both of these storms happen to work their way on through. So we're not done. We still got a long night ahead of us, unfortunately. Some of these areas that have been hit very hard in eastern Mississippi and down in the southern part of the state, now seeing rain develop again. You'll notice we have a line back into Louisiana. That's broken. Look at the solid line where we have a thunderstorm watch over through Shreveport and Little Rock. And this is really where the whole day got started, early this morning. So all that stuff is now moved in some semblance and rechanged itself into northeast Alabama here, and that's heading into northwest Georgia. But we're getting a new round with the surface low pressure system as it's moving into Arkansas. Guys, we got a long night ahead of us. And all this is what's heading into North Carolina, South Carolina, southern Georgia tonight. So Storm Prediction Center with obviously coordination through the Atlanta, Huntsville, potentially Morristown office as well in Tennessee have coordinated a new tornado watch, which includes Blue Ridge, it includes Ellijay, it includes Woodstock, Georgia. Even though you're on the southern extent of that, we've been watching this long track supercell come across Alabama with phenomenal amounts of rain, not to mention golf ball size hail, as well as even some damage, especially around the Sayre area, which is in Jefferson County north of Birmingham. So broad rotation in here. All right, looking at the Huntsville radar, this is where the tornado warning, if you will, is going to extend eventually up toward Georgia, or at least the Georgia line, and off to the west of this much broader rotation, now moving again to the north of Crossville. So that's the good news in through. As a matter of fact, I think this northern one was actually canceled, but we still have the chance for damaging wind here. There's trees, think about it, leaves are starting to come out on these trees. The farther north we go and up in elevation, not so much. That may save us a little bit with this particular cluster of thunderstorms. But you don't even need leaves on trees, given the kind of wind field we have here. 70, 80 mile per hour winds. And now you're getting up in elevation as you're getting into southern Appalachia here, north of Birmingham and Atlanta. Much more, topography, if you will, to deal with as you head up and through here. And as Dr. Knapp has been mentioning, just incredible amounts of rain. So to time it out, again, Congo about 6:50, so that's 10 minutes from you. Burgess about 7:02. Chesterfield, if it makes that far, 7:05, and you will have some semblance of weather with this. I mean, when you look at it, you can just see the heavy rain that is involved in this. And unfortunately, look at how far west it extends all the way back to Gadsden. So you folks in Fort Payne that are dealing with these severe thunderstorm warnings, you may deal with a flood warning not too far behind this. Very dangerous situation with both severe and flooding almost over the same areas. All right, tonight in Georgia, in North and South Carolina, maybe Southeast Tennessee, do you have a place to go in your home to seek shelter? Let's get an update on where that best place might be with Dr. Knapp.
Yeah, and Jim, I would talk to the folks who just got that tornado watch issued in places like Georgia, and others could be issued later tonight. What do you do when that watch is issued? It's time to get to that safe place for the night. Get off the roads. We've got the flash flood problem as well. You want to close all those windows and doors. I mean, keep the rain out for one thing, but you want to keep the wind out too. Bring in any loose yard items. You don't want flying projectiles. Set up a way to get those weather alerts for when warnings are issued, and then you prepare your safe place. You want to bring helmets. You want to bring closed-toed solid shoes. You want to bring maybe even a mattress to put over you. And wherever that room is, you want it to be the safe place, safest place possible. The safest place is in a FEMA-approved safe room. Those can be, you can survive a tornado in that above or below ground. But most of us, we're going to be looking for an interior room of a sturdy home or building or a basement. Lowest level, most interior room. That's where you want to spend the night if possible, especially with these nocturnal tornadoes being a possibility. You want to get those warnings no matter what. You don't want to be in a mobile home. You don't want to be out on the roads. You don't want to be out in those large, big rooms, Jackie. We've seen the damage to structures like that today.
All right. We want to get to some city timing down here and talk about the Shreveport area because we have some severe storms which are tracking just up towards your north. So this is another round of storms likely producing some damaging winds, and hail is going to be a possibility with these. So these are generally tracking just to the north of the I-20 corridor. So the good news is this should be out of here by about 10, 11 o'clock for tonight. So it's not just Shreveport, though. We've got another round of storms that have been developing just to the west of Jackson, Mississippi. Jackson, you've already had a few rounds of storms. A lot of lightning associated with these to your west, Jackson, but right now, no warnings. You remain under the watch. So a few more rounds of showers, more likely to see these lines of storms as they track off towards the east. So I think your greater risk is going to be damaging winds as these storms track through your area. After 11 o'clock tonight, you're looking a little better, Jackson, but still a lot of storms just to your south.
There will be parties again soon, and family gatherings. There will be parades and sporting events and concerts. To help our communities when they come back together, respond to the 2020 census now. Spend a few minutes online today to impact the next 10 years of healthcare, infrastructure, and education. Go to 2020census.gov and respond today to make America's tomorrow brighter. It's time to shape our future.
Hi, I'm Lolly, a Domino's franchisee.
As you can see, we're open and working hard to safely keep putting food on people's tables.
And we could use your help doing that.
If getting some full or part-time work during these tough times could help you.
Domino's is hiring.
Head to jobs.domino's.com
and apply today. Because we're not only committed to putting food on people's tables, we're committed to helping you put food on your table.
Boss, whoa, back check.
Get the flavors they want and the goodness you'll love. Together with Sunmade.
Go, you're gonna be late.
Mom, bag check.
Sunmade, raisins, yogurt covered, and sour fruit snacks made delicious with whole fruit.
This is an athlete 20 reps deep, sprinting past every leak in our softest, smoothest fabric. She's confident, protected, her strength respected. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
What does it mean to be a good neighbor?
It means being there for each other.
And that's why State Farm is announcing the Good Neighbor Relief Program.
We know that our customers are driving less, which means fewer accidents.
So State Farm is returning $2 billion to auto policyholders for the period ending May 31st.
And we'll continue making real-time decisions to best serve you, our customers.
Because now, more than ever, being a good neighbor means everything. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Does learning a language feel like this?
No habla español? It's hablo? It's hablo.
Bom dia, like good day, good morning, I think.
I can say je m'appelle David, but that's probably it.
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
This year is my year to get fluent in Spanish, and Babbel is definitely going to help me do that. The app is so easy to use and it's so practical. It helps you learn things that you will actually need.
Since my husband is from Guatemala, I'll apply what I've learned in the Babbel app to our real life situations.
I tried other language learning apps and nothing really stuck. Babbel's been a complete game changer for me.
Hoy es miércoles y el clima está muy bueno afuera.
Estoy con fome. Eu no tomé café de mañana.
Je suis des États-Unis et du viande too.
Language for life. Go to babbel.com and try for free.
To get the most out of your mornings, you need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 57 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy with a few showers. Low 52. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, mostly cloudy skies. High 64. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday night, partly cloudy. Low 51. Winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
In the middle of a severe and tornado outbreak across much of the deep south and through here, we've still got a long night and morning ahead of us tomorrow, even day. This stuff is going to stretch all the way up into New England. We're going to have wind damage potentially with winds over 70 miles per hour. So it's going to expand in terms of its coverage area. But let's get into this here. You can see areas that are impacted. And notice how far west this goes, all the way back in Arkansas, up into southern Missouri and through here. Looks like certainly a signature for some damaging wind. But let's get into the eastern stuff, because what we have really witnessed in the last 2.5 hours has been nothing short of amazing. We've watched a long track supercell go from Mississippi all the way across Alabama, now into potentially Georgia. And, you know, we've had a history of wind damage, not to mention, look at what's happening on the backside of this, where the storm has already gone through, knocked out power, northern Jefferson County, which is the Birmingham metropolitan area on the north side of town there, the town called Sayre. Look at the power outages that we have there. All right, so you've had tremendous amounts of wind damage, and now we're raining at 3 inches an hour. I mean, it's just hazard after hazard after hazard in through here as a result of this. All right, Shane, so let's get into these storms. We still got a couple of tornado warnings out. We're not done. Sometimes you see a little bit of a lull in the tornado activity in terms of warnings, but they'll very likely ramp up again tonight. We still got to bring all this stuff through the Atlanta metro area. We still got to bring it through Columbia, Charlotte tomorrow morning, Savannah. You're all going to be in this, especially north of Savannah. But the storm here, if we were to loop this thing, it's just this big gyre here near Fort Payne, Alabama. I mean, look at this. Just a big, big signature continuing to loop around. And there it is right there, coming in through Cedar Bluff. Okay, Fort Payne, just this big circulation, which is going to move into Georgia. And that's why the Weather Service at Peachtree City has decided to go with a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, the damaging wind with this is pretty significant. We've got a very strong low-level jet 70 to 80 miles per hour that's sitting at about 5,000 feet off the deck. And granted, even though this is not the most unstable air, it's been unstable enough to bring down, obviously, some of that wind energy because we had a lot of damage. Boaz is the most recent area, and Boaz is seeing rainfall rates of 3 inches an hour now. So to give you a timeline, Somerville about 8:13 again, Sugar Valley, which is about 8:43 this evening. Now we cross it over to Georgia, so the Dalton area about 8:58. You will deal with this, and again, your threat for damaging wind and just torrential rain where you can't even see 20 yards in front of you. Quick wide out here before I throw to Jackie, just to let everybody know again, we still have a long night ahead of us. We've got this main line here, and then we have the line that's back in Texas to come on through. And unfortunately, Jackie, the line that's developing into southern Mississippi is not really clearing this area where we've had some very destructive tornadoes this afternoon.
Yeah, so you mentioned this goes on all night tonight and into tomorrow. I want to give folks a heads up, especially into the Carolinas, for the threat of severe weather starting tomorrow morning already. This is a live look at Raleigh, North Carolina. I know you've had some light rain for the most part here today, but tomorrow storms are going to be meaning business. In fact, you've got a torcon of a 5 that is certainly elevated, a 50-50 shot, and that's the case in Charleston as well as into Savannah. The risk area, though, is pretty large overall for all of these things, and it stretches from New York City. New York City, you heard me right, all the way down into northern parts of Florida. We do expect that low to be lifting up towards the north and bringing that threat pretty widespread up and down the eastern seaboard. So this is going to get started in the early morning hours, and we're watching a few individual storms that could be developing right here into the coastal Carolinas and into southern Virginia. This is 5 o'clock in the morning, so you need a way to be alerted. You early risers, certainly, and anybody that might still be sleeping at that time, be aware that a few individual storms out ahead of the main line could go severe and rotate. But then we've got this big squall line that we're expecting to develop along the cold front that's going to be capable of producing some widespread damaging winds. This is the image or the forecast radar of what it may look like at 8 o'clock in the morning. You're right in the thick of it there, Raleigh. Charlotte may be on top of you or just off towards your east, stretching along I-95 down towards Savannah, Georgia, and into the Big Bend area of Florida. This will take its time moving eastward through the midday hours, and by, say, mid-afternoon, I think it's going to be clearing most spots, and the threat will be diminished and will quiet things down. I also might want to mention it's not just damaging winds with the thunderstorms and that squall line, that we also have a pretty extreme risk for strong wind, not related to thunderstorms, just because of big pressure gradient. Let's go back into Dr. Knabb. He's got more on some of the city timing.
You know, Jackie, when you combine how moist the soils are from all the rain we've had this year and the threat for significant, strong winds from severe thunderstorms, even if you don't get a tornado, a severe thunderstorm warning, you want to shelter the same way. Atlanta, the temperature has been rising through the 60s, so have the dew points, and that is going to fuel the storms. The biggest concern will be between about midnight and 6 a.m., and you want to set those alerts to wake you up if you go to bed early. Go to your safe place tonight.
So sad, tears are in your eyes. Come on and talk to me now. Don't be ashamed to cry. Let me see you through.
Animals are abused every day, and they can't ask for help. They endure indescribable acts of violence, but they're without a voice. Without a voice to say they're frightened and in pain. They're alone, they're scared, and they need your help.
I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you.
Visit us at joinaspca.org or call this number now to join. Sign up for just 63 cents a day, and you'll help rescue animals who are suffering.
On and talk to me now.
Please make this the moment that you say, I won't stand by while they suffer. When you sign up with your monthly gift, you give them the shelter and the love they deserve. Do it in the next 10 minutes, and we'll send you the photo of an animal from our shelter, a free ASPCA t-shirt. If you've wondered if your support will make a difference, I can tell you it will. And if you've ever thought about helping, this is the time.
I'll stand by you.
It's only 63 cents a day. Please go online or call before it's too late.
Hi, Phil Swift here. People everywhere tell me how much they love the Flex Seal family of products.
This stuff is awesome.
It really works. Nothing compares to the original strength of Flex Seal. Flex Seal Liquid, Flex Shot, Flex Tape, Flex Glue, and Flex Paste. Use the Flex Seal family of products to weatherproof and protect virtually everything. Even make quick repairs underwater to help prevent flood damage. Seal up large cracks and holes to keep those nasty pests out of your home. All Flex Seal products create a super strong watertight barrier. Patch busted pipes, seal gushing gutters. Now you can coat, patch, seal, and repair. And don't forget about our portable Flex Seal Minis, perfect for quick repairs on the go. Imagine everything you could do with the Flex Seal family of products. Available at these fine retailers.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens in each cubic yard of air. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. But now, relief is just one drop away. Introducing Pataday. Full prescription strength Pataday works right in your eyes, right in the cells that make them itch. Fast. Just one drop once a day means relief that lasts all day. So turn your day into a Pataday. Now get Pataday without a prescription. Everywhere.
Good evening, everybody. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I'm joined tonight by Dr. McNabb. Storm Tracker Jim Cantori is also here with us, and it's been, unfortunately, a deadly night with tornadoes across parts of the South. We want to get right to Jim, who is tracking the very latest with that. Jim?
Yeah, got a really strong area of damaging winds, unfortunately, Jackie, that's moving into northwest Georgia now, and we've got tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings that are associated with that. We've had a long history of either tornadoes or wind damage from essentially eastern Mississippi across the northern part of the Birmingham metro area, and now again coming into northwest Georgia. So you can see this thing right in through here. You can't really make heads or tails of it. Here's the problem too. Once this thing comes in and produces the initial wind damage, look at what's going on to the west of this. It's raining. It's raining at 2 to 3 inches an hour. And so you're getting flood reports almost coming in right behind the damaging wind. Okay, so what's happening here is very, very important. You can see this area of rotation. Shane, go ahead and zoom in on that, and then I'll change the rating. Right here, all right, so strong inflow coming into this, strong outflow coming on the backside of this thing. This is west again, just west now of the Georgia line, southeast of Fort Payne, Alabama, looking at the gate-to-gate shear. So here, from that pixel to that pixel, you've got about 120 knots, and you've got elevation. The higher up you go in atmosphere. So this has just got damaging wind written all over it, ladies and gentlemen. Possible tornado too, whether you get the tornado or not. This is a very high signature here of damaging wind, which is going to come across the Georgia line here very shortly. Menlo, Liverly, Somerville, all this heading onto the northeast. Shane, here's what I'm going to do. I want to extend this all the way into, actually even go wider than that. Go to the extent of the whole severe thunderstorm warning. So I think there's so much wind damage with this. You remember Ringgold, no stranger to tornadoes. I want to go all the way up to Gilmer County, which is Ellijay here, because let's just warn people out ahead of time, because there's no question this is going to keep on moving. Somerville about 819, Tryon about 826, Sugar Valley 850, Chatsworth 917, AI is 945. So this is coming all the way north to you guys. Be ready up and through here to deal with this. You obviously, in the later time periods, will have a lot more time to deal with it here in northern Georgia, but you are under a tornado watch. So whether it be the tornado or the damaging wind, the threat is here. Let's call an audible here, Shane. Let's go and show that low-level jet, because this is just incredibly impressive here when you go 5,000 feet off the deck to see this. Look at the 80-mile-per-hour wind. So here we are at 7 o'clock. This is off the latest HER model run. Now, we're not getting the warnings up in Alabama because you're not getting the thunderstorms to kind of tap into this. Okay, we could see some stronger winds certainly aloft, especially once this moves over the Smokies. But this is right here where we've watched these stronger storms move across from Mississippi into Alabama, now in toward Georgia. And it's just north of the richest unstable air. Down to the south of that, where we've had very warm, unstable air, we've had tornadoes, especially in southern Mississippi, and we've had long track tornadoes. Great looking water vapor image here to point out a couple of things. Here's the upper low back into Oklahoma, North Texas, now moving into Arkansas. All right, and look at the wind field around this thing. Some of this going north, some of this going off to the southeast. So guess where we're getting the action? Right in that difluent zone. That's where we're getting massive rising air motion aiding that low-level jet of 80 miles per hour just off to the east of that. So it's just about as much ascent, Jackie, or rising air motion as you can possibly get over an area, really. We're maxing it out.
Yeah, and this is all happening without the daytime heating, really, quite honestly, in so many spots. We want to get you caught up to date with what we know at this hour. 3 people have lost their lives after severe weather swept through Mississippi today. Officials confirm that 1 person died in Walthall County and 2 people died in Lawrence County. Officials have also confirmed that several injuries and significant structural damage in this area of southern Mississippi has occurred. More than 150,000 customers are without power in the state of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Over 200 homes have been damaged by a reported tornado in Monroe, Louisiana. Only minor injuries have been reported there. The Monroe Regional Airport has also canceled all flights until further notice after sustaining damage from the storms. I want to show you what we've seen so far in terms of damage reports. And this is pretty widespread from Oklahoma through Texas into Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, and Florida, all reporting some types of severe weather reports. And all those red icons that you can see there are tornado reports. So far, we have 16 of them. We consider 20 a tornado outbreak. So we'll have to wait and see if those get verified and what we have moving forward. You see 129 different reports of different types of severe weather. That includes not just the tornadoes, but damaging winds and hail as well. The hail reports haven't been terribly impressive thus far. At this point, here's a look at the Monroe damage that we were talking about, which include the damage to planes as well as hangars, not to mention the hundreds of homes that were impacted there. About 300 people reported without a place to live as of this time as a result of this. And then we take you into the state of Mississippi, where we were at one time this evening tracking 2 different supercell tornadoes with massive debris balls, confirmed tornadoes on the ground, long tracking, causing quite a bit of damage, and they were just kind of back to back right next to each other. Some of the damage reports here are going to be slow to come in, we think, because of the destruction. But in Salem, we know a couple of homes have been damaged and destroyed there. This is in Walthall County, which is the location of at least one of the fatalities. And then in Seminary, damage to homes and power poles likely due to a tornado there. Then we'll take you up into northeastern Mississippi. There you can see Columbus, here Starkville, to put it in perspective for you. And in Macon, we were getting quite a few reports of a tornado here causing some damage to mobile homes, flipping them over, and then also several semi-trucks were rolled over here. And in Bigby Valley, up this one here, this is trees and power lines which were down on the highway. So this is still a massive system. We've got multiple threats. We've got the warm sector supercells which have been developing. We've got rain and storms tracking over the same areas, leading to some flash flooding. And then back here along the main line on the cold front, we've still got some damaging winds. So just a big heads up, by the way, if you're in the Little Rock area, we do expect some damaging winds to be rolling through there very shortly. These are all the watches that remain in effect. These western ones should be expiring by about 8 o'clock local time. This one goes towards 1 o'clock in the morning. And then we've also got a watch now that includes you into northern parts of Georgia. Don't be surprised if these watch continue to get extended eastward with time as we roll on through the overnight hours tonight and into tomorrow. So just a big heads up for those of you in places like Charlotte, into Raleigh, Washington, D.C., and into Baltimore. Tomorrow morning, strong to severe storms will be rolling through. This front won't be out of here until about mid to late afternoon tomorrow. Let's get more on the flash flooding and the heavy rain threat with Dr. Rick Knabb.
Well, Jackie, as the sun starts to go down, I get more and more concerned about the flash flooding being more dangerous, more life-threatening, because anybody who would be be out on the roads, you're not going to be able to tell how much water is covering the road. And with how heavy the rain's coming down, it'll be blinding. So please stay off the roads. Cars don't get along with flash flooding. Cars don't get along with tornadoes. So you get the picture. Now, look at all of our warnings. We've got tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and a number of flash flood warnings. And then when I switch it over to where we have flood warnings and flood advisories, it's really escalating here in Mississippi, Alabama, even have flood advisory up in the Nashville area. Let's look at north central Alabama right now, where it really has been coming down. In Blount County, including Oneonta, your flash flood warning goes till 9:45 local time. And here are some of the rainfall totals. Now, this is over the last 3 hours, but most of that fell in about an hour. Okay, and so this is really adding up very, very quickly. And that water coming down in the hilly terrain is going to cause low spots, the creeks and streams to rise quickly. It's been rainy all year. The water covering the roads is going to be increasingly a big, big problem. Look at this example. North of Oneonta and Hendricks, rivers and creeks overflowing, cropland, yard, basement flooding. So this is getting real, folks. It's not necessarily just on the roads. Water could be getting into some structures. Now, let's go a little bit farther north and east. And Jim told you about the Boaz area, all the problems they've been having tonight. Had that, that inch in 20 minutes. That equates to that 3 inches per hour. So with the on-the-ground observations, the radar, we're getting up to 3 inches per hour. Incredible rainfall totals. So your flash flood warning in the Albertville and Boaz area till 9:45 local time. Let's go back farther down to the south. Meridian, Mississippi is still under warning till 8:15 local time. Just because the rain has stopped doesn't mean that the flood problem is over, and there's probably more rain yet to come. Now, up in the Starkville, Columbus area, it is still coming down in buckets, and you've got a warning until 9:45 local time. Please stay off the roads there. Even after the rain stops, there could be some water-covered roads, and most of the rain has fallen in the southern side of the area. In fact, look at all these areas between Carthage and Louisville where you've had about a half an inch of rain. A half a foot. I can't believe we're talking about feet of rain, right? 6 inches in the last 6 hours, and that's why we still got the flash flood warning for that area till 7:45 local time. And look at all these reports, Jim. Water across roads. It is getting really treacherous on the roads tonight. I fear that people are going to go out and survey damage, or they might want to go to the store if the weather starts to improve. The roads are really dangerous with all that rain that's fallen.
And Dr. Knabb, some of these areas have had damage. Wind damage.
Yes.
Okay, so they're trying to get to a place where maybe if they lost their roof, they're trying to find a dry place. So
there could be water on the roads. There could be debris on the roads. There's so many things to be careful of after the storms have come through.
Exactly. So just keep that in mind. Unfortunately, we also had a lot of power outages up in through here too. All right, guys, we're not done by any stretch of the imagination. You can see how large an area we are dealing with. The rainfall, again, very strong, low-level jet over 80 miles per hour. That is what's fueling this part of the action tonight. We had 2 long-track supercells in southern Mississippi today that unfortunately we continue to hear of structural damage as well as loss of life with these. We've got the main upper low back here, which is creating wind damage potential coming into Little Rock. So let's get into a couple of these other areas a little bit here, Shane. First of all, again, just to remind everybody, we're not done with this action coming into Fort Payne. If you live in Dalton, Georgia, if you live in Gilmer, Fannin County, just prepare for this to come at you, because it's just this big, large gyre, if you will, that's kind of spinning around, producing the wind damage and those prolific rainfall rates that Dr. Knabb is talking about. It's not in the most unstable air, but it doesn't matter, because now you're getting up there in the atmosphere, especially with elevation in southern Appalachia, that you're tapping in to these very, very strong low-level winds, 80 miles per hour. You don't need the tornado to get the damage. You're not going to see the kind of storms in northern Alabama and northwest Georgia that we had in southern Mississippi today. You're just not. But look at how large, just this huge gyre here coming across the Georgia, Alabama just state line now, heading up towards Somerville. All right, so just huge, huge areas in through here that are working their way off the east. Now, what we may see on the eastern end of this, all right, is potentially maybe a little bit of a spin up. You can see there's actually some dropout. So there may be debris flying around here. Remember, all the trees are starting to leaf out a little bit up and through here. So there's a lot of tassels on the oak species, which are, very, very populated on through here. And potentially that's what you're seeing get picked up. All right, Shane, again, letting everybody know, Dalton up through Ellijay, Blue Ridge. This is all coming at you as we go on in time. It doesn't matter how cool it was this morning, and I was up here myself. I can attest to it. It doesn't matter. The atmosphere is recovered here, and we've got this damaging wind threat heading off into northwest and north central Georgia. All right, let's get into the other areas that I want to talk about. Let's take you down into Louisiana. Again, storms don't seem to be firing south and west of New Orleans anymore. That may be a little bit of good news, but there's this one cell with some damaging wind potential that's coming across toward Hammond, Louisiana, moving right across the interstate right now. That's going to head up through Livingston and Tangipahoa parishes. Keep an eye out, guys. If you live around Hammond, obviously it's coming through you very shortly. The worst part of this, Independence and Ponchatoula, all heading off your way. Maybe even some small hail with this. My thinking is there's probably some pretty big tops with some of these storms too, given the amount of instability. All right, Little Rock, haven't talked a lot with you yet. You kind of started off the day with some action in the southern part of the state, but now here comes the upper feature. You can see almost a big vortex spinning around just north of the interstate right there, and the tail of this, which is coming on south. And notice even the warning kind of gives you a hint of which way, you know, the stronger winds are kind of pushing on through. So what Shane's going to do is pretty much time this whole thing out as it moves to the east for you. Little Rock, again, right around 8:08. So potentially an hour from now, or probably a little bit less. These tend to pulse a little bit, move speed-wise, but you could be dealing with these strong winds. Jacksonville, also 8:57, Pine Bluff, and all this is heading east again into areas that have already been dealing with storms since this morning. Jackie, over to you.
All right, Jim, we've got breaking news right now. Unfortunately, we have confirmed now that the death toll has risen to 6 in the state of Mississippi. 3 people were killed in Jefferson Davis County, in addition to the 2 deaths that were reported in Lawrence County and 1 death in Walthall County. We're going to continue to bring you more information as it becomes available. Fortunately, we do have also many reports of injuries. I want to update you on some of the timing and some of the cities being impacted by this. In Birmingham, you've had a rough night, especially up towards your north. Notice if you can kind of see it right there, that green box indicating the flash flood warning to your north. And more storms are coming in from your south and west. So we're keeping an eye on this storm with rotation getting closer towards Tuscaloosa. So Tuscaloosa needs to be on high alert that could be pushing into your area within the next 30 minutes or so. Another round or line of thunderstorms should be developing and tracking into Birmingham, maybe 9, 10, 11 o'clock for tonight. And that will be capable of not only producing tornadoes, but also some damaging wind as that line pushes east along the I-55 or 65 corridor and pushing along I-20 towards Georgia. By midnight, 1 o'clock, you should be done here in the Birmingham area and looking for better conditions. Now, Atlanta, you are not under the tornado watch, but just up to your north into Cherokee County and across much of North Georgia, you are, and you can see those warnings right near the Alabama-Georgia state line to the north of Rome, where that one is tracking. The rain is likely to begin to fill in here with more thunderstorms increasing, especially as this all lifts along with the cold front. We think after midnight tonight will be the most likely time that you'll see strong to severe thunderstorms rolling on through. So have a way to be alerted even after you go to bed tonight. That line should track to your east by 4 o'clock in the morning.
Hey, can I
hold on 1 second?
Sure.
Okay. Safe driver, save 40%. Guys. Check it out. Safe driver, save 40%. Safe driver, save 40%. Safe driver, save 40%. That's Safe Driver Save 40%.
It is. That's Safe Driver Save 40%.
It's right there.
It's him. He's here.
He's right here. Hi.
Hi.
Hey. That's totally him.
That's him.
That's totally the guy.
Safe drivers do save 40%. Click or call for a quote today.
You wouldn't accept an incomplete job from anyone else. So why accept it from your allergy pills? Most pills don't finish the job because they don't relieve nasal congestion. Flonase allergy relief is different. Flonase relieves sneezing, itchy, watery eyes, and a runny nose, plus nasal congestion, which pills don't. Flonase helps block 6 key inflammatory substances. Most pills only block 1, and 6 is greater than 1. Start your day with Flonase for more complete allergy relief. Flonase, this changes everything.
There will be parties again soon, and family gatherings. There will be parades, and sporting events, and concerts. To help our communities when they come back together, respond to the 2020 census now. Spend a few minutes online today to impact the next 10 years of healthcare, infrastructure, and education. Go to 2020census.gov and respond today to make America's tomorrow brighter. It's time to shape our future.
Boss, well, back check.
Get the flavors they want and the goodness you'll love. Together with Sunmade.
Go, you're gonna be late. Mom, Dad, check.
Sunmade, raisins, yogurt covered, and sour fruit snacks made delicious with whole fruit.
My age-related macular degeneration could lead to vision loss. So today I made a plan with my doctor, which includes Preservision, because he said a multivitamin alone may not be enough. And it's my vision, my morning walk, my Sunday drive, my grandson's beautiful face.
Only Preservision AREDS 2 contains the exact nutrient formula recommended by the National Eye Institute to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
It's how I see my life, because it's my vision, Preservision.
Now at Domino's, we're more than just hand-tossed pizza for $7.99. We're $7.99 gluten-free crust, $7.99 handmade pan crust, $7.99 Brooklyn-style crust, and $7.99 crunchy thin crust, too. Carry out 3-topping pizzas on any of Domino's 5 crusts for just $7.99 each.
Clean up your lawn and garden the smart way with a DR Chipper Shredder. Drop lighter materials into the shredder and the DR will pulverize it into a fine mulch you can use to enrich your soil. Reduce leaves, garden cuttings, sticks and twigs, even big branches to a fraction of their original volume. The chipper cuts branches up to 5 inches thick into attractive wood chips that are great for landscaping. A DR Chipper Shredder is a complete yard and garden tool that turns your trash into treasure and leaves your property looking great. Call now or go online to lock in factory direct savings on the full line of DR Chipper Shredders.
For a free buyer's guide about the full line of DR Chippers, call 1-800-503-6435. Your satisfaction is guaranteed with our 6-month trial, so call now, 1-800-503-6435. Free shipping is now in effect, online at drchipper.com.
Wreck your Monday night. Oh, boy. With all new episodes of Highway Through Hell at 8 and Heavy Rescue at 9. Monday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 56 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy with a few showers. Low 52. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, mostly cloudy. High 64. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday night, a few clouds. Low 51. Winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, guys, smack in the middle of a tornado outbreak where we've had many reported tornadoes that you can see. Definitely a low hanging here out of Jasper, Alabama. A tornado reported there earlier on. I mean, look at that. Big cone, big, stovepipe, if you will, down toward the ground. And there was, of course, damage there. Now we're just getting massive amounts of rain up in this area as well. Dr. Nesbitt talked about the flash flooding, where we're essentially going from tree damage and power line damage in places like Boaz, Alabama, to 3-inch per hour rainfall rates. We still have a very dangerous afternoon and evening ahead of us. And then this area of damaging wind threat expands all the way up into New England for tomorrow afternoon. So we got a long 24 hours ahead of us here. Let's talk about what's happening tonight. A couple of trends I want to alert you to. Of course, we've had this large area impacted today from Mississippi all the way into northwest Georgia now. And unfortunately, behind that, just as soon as these storms are leaving with their damaging wind and possible tornado, look at the rainfall that's going on there. So now down here, we've had the storms in southern Mississippi, which have been long track supercells and tornadoes on the ground. Now some of these have kind of lifted to the north along the I-20 corridor. So let's go into these a little bit, Shane, and talk about what we've got. These are some of the newest tornado warnings that are coming out. So again, just north Eufaula here, back toward Kemper County in Mississippi. We'll go west to east and through here. This is a storm that's rotating. Again, this isn't the stuff that we saw earlier, but still, it doesn't take that much. We've got such a powerful component in what they call the change in wind direction with height here in the low levels of the atmosphere that you don't need these big, tall supercells to produce, the prolific damage that we've had. So again, not super tight rotation, but enough. Not to mention, if we're looking at this from the Birmingham radar, you're also up in elevation. So you're not looking at the lowest part of this storm where you're actually potentially getting the tornado. So just keep that in mind. It's not going to look as good because we're looking at it. But let's go up to the storm, which is north of Bolig G, in north of Utah. This is this one right here. This one's got a rotation on it, which is much more strong. Now you're looking closer, obviously, toward the ground with the Birmingham radar, but unfortunately it's a cluttered image. But there it is. Shane's trying to find the best radar. Sometimes you have to do that when you got interference. Well, we're looking at Greenwoods or Tupelo's, I should say, Shane. Yeah, so this is looking at Tupelo's radar, giving us a better idea what this looks like. Let's actually look down at that cell, the Kemper cell. Still pretty wide down through here, but still 1, 2 storms we're watching. For the record, Livingston, Demopolis, all these areas south of Tuscaloosa have not really been touched yet in terms of the air. So that unstable air, which has really been sitting there for a better part of the afternoon, we had the sun out from time to time, and now the best atmospherics are starting to rotate over the top of it. Do we get a new area of tornadoes that starts to develop and potentially stays on the ground? So Tuscaloosa, keep an eye out. The storm to your southwest, this one's coming at you. This may be more of a threat for Birmingham areas south into Jefferson County. I know we've already been hit once, but we told you we're going to have multiple rounds today, all right, with these storms. Still dealing with this storm in northwest Georgia. This is a part of the same complex that moved from Mississippi all across Alabama with the tremendous rain and also the damaging wind. Now, again, you kind of look at this and you're like, okay, there's something going on through here. Is there a big circulation here, perhaps? Yes, there is. Strong wind coming in on the east side of this. Strong outflow wind coming in on the west side. So it's really a big wind area in through here. It's not super tight rotation, but it's enough. So just north of Somerville, near Tryon, there's probably an area of damaging winds here. Let's zoom out a little bit with this. You'll notice, too, the severe thunderstorm warning that surrounds that. It's not the best chance for the tornado, but it's the best chance for damaging winds. So what I'm going to have Shane do is actually look at that warning and kind of time this out as it's, kind of parallel with the watch. Vinilo, again, about 8:41. This is northwest Georgia now. 8:57 at Dalton, 9:18 Crandall, Parksville, about 9:36. Shane, quickly, let's go down and time out Tuscaloosa. Even though we're not in a warning yet, I do want to go down to this cell and time it out for you because it does look like it is going to impact Tuscaloosa without question here. So, Ken, we're going to move Birmingham radar. We're looking at the storm, which has been tornado warned on. Here it is right here is the couplet. This is what's heading north toward the Tuscaloosa area. So keep that in mind. Timing it out for you, Tuscaloosa. Looks like we're going to be sitting there right around 8:08. All right. Give or take 10 minutes on this, given the fact that these pulse and sometimes slow down a little bit. But about 8:08 looks like it's going to be closest to you, or probably right on top of you. 7:51 Foster's, Knoxville, Alabama, about 7:39, and then we'll keep an eye again on the storm. It's moving over 45 northeast of Meridian. That too, Jackie, will also come into Alabama. Whew, long night ahead of us.
Yeah, long night ahead. You talked about the wind damage threat too. We want to get more specific on that right now, especially since we have that strong bow echo that's making its way across parts of Arkansas right now. The threat for damaging winds pretty widespread tonight. We've got a couple of different areas that we're watching. So this area right here, right now, across western parts of Arkansas, but also with the lines of storms that are making their way through Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, and may reach parts of Tennessee and even into the western Carolinas before we head towards the morning hours. We're getting more of Arkansas. So let's give you an update on some of those wind damage reports now. Danville, multiple trees knocked down in this area. And then in Mena, a wind gust of 52 miles per hour was recorded. There are about 7,000 people in that squall line now that don't have power as a result of those storms that are tracking eastward. Now, in addition to that, way ahead of the thunderstorms and behind the cold front, we have very strong winds. We have strong gradient winds, and those are enough to cause some damage. So we've got advisories and gusts that could be reaching 50 miles per hour across parts of the south. So that's in addition to the damaging winds and thunderstorms. And it's not just the southeast. High wind warnings into the northeast for tomorrow. We could see 65, 70 mile per hour wind gusts in New York City tomorrow morning. We'll be right back.
Not even our competitor's best battery can match the power of Energizer, because Energizer Ultimate Lithium is the longest-lasting AA battery in the world. Energizer, backed by science, matched by no one.
Now at Domino's, we're more than just hand-tossed pizza for $7.99. We're $7.99 gluten-free crust, $7.99 handmade pan crust, $7.99 Brooklyn-style crust, and $7.99 crunchy thin crust, too. Carry out 3-topping pizzas on any of Domino's 5 crusts for just $7.99 each.
At Philadelphia, we know what makes the perfect smear of cream cheese. You need only the freshest milk and cream. That one. And the world's best, and possibly only, Chamelier. Philadelphia. Schmear perfection.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar. Glucerna, everyday progress.
Goodbye, Fred.
Goodbye, Fred.
What if he gets hungry?
Kohler Revolution 360 with continuous clean. Stays clean 5 times longer.
It's okay, Dad.
Only from Kohler.
I like Liberty Mutual. They get that no two people are alike. And customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. What do you think?
I don't see it. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, Boston. Hey, Atlanta. Hola, Miami. Hi, New York. Hey, LA. Chicago. Hey, America.
Trust me, you're going to love this. Come on.
2 tablespoons of sugar.
Your average
This is the place to be.
Something for everyone. Local now. Download for free in your favorite app store.
It's starting to happen every day. People are surprising themselves the moment they realize they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Don't use if allergic to Dupixent. Serious allergic reactions can occur, including anaphylaxis, which is severe. Tell your doctor right away about signs of inflamed blood vessels such as rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection and before stopping any asthma medicines, including oral steroids. Do more with less asthma. Talk to your doctor about Dupixent.
Security! Security!
What's the problem, ma'am?
I have a serious issue with the candy that Easter Bunny gave my son.
Candy?
I told you, he bit me first! The kid bit me first! He just walked into my mouth!
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens in each cubic yard of air. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. But now, relief is just one drop away. Introducing Pataday. Full prescription strength Pataday works right in your eyes, right in the cells that make them itch. Fast. Just one drop once a day means relief that lasts all day. So turn your day into a Pataday. Now get Pataday without a prescription. Everywhere.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We've got the latest on our severe weather outbreak, and you're taking a look at a live stream right now from Laurel, Mississippi, where earlier this evening we had a long track tornado roll through and cause damage here. Jim Cantori with me as well. And we want to get right to our storm tracker, John Humphreys. He is shooting this video right now from Laurel, Mississippi, and joins us on the phone. Thanks so much for being with us this evening, John.
Yeah, glad to be here.
So we
Wish
see
I was here under different circumstances.
Absolutely. Well, we see damage to a home here, but we're also seeing indications that this might be one of the hardest hit areas. What have you seen tonight?
We pretty much just came up upon this damage. We were a little bit farther south, and we're basically heading back north, and just ran into this about 11 miles west of Laurel. I'll pull up another image here. It's a little bit delayed, but it's got another house with the roof off of it right in front of us. Then we have the house that you're looking at now that has the part of the garage is on a couple of vehicles.
Do you know if anybody was inside or if there have been any injuries?
Like I said, we just got here. Emergency services are here. People are helping each other. We don't think anybody's hurt, but we don't know yet.
Hey, John, this is Jim Cantor. I want to ask you, I don't know where you came from to get to this area west of Laurel. We certainly were watching that long track tornado with a heck of a debris signature. But what I just want to say, describe your drive and the damage that you've seen along the way. What kind of damage is it?
Well, I mean, there were a lot of trees down. We got here at a time when they had several heavy equipment moving large trees off of what road is it? What road is that, Scott? Is it that we're on right now? 84?
84.
Yeah, 84, Highway 84. And then we turned on Barney Road, which is where we're at now with this video.
Have you seen or heard a lot of emergency vehicles?
Not yet. There's some on 84 that are blocking the roads and so forth, but I've not seen any medic units or anything like that.
So, John, were you tracking the storm into town? Were you able to see it? Did you see anything, or did you arrive here afterwards?
We were actually in Heidelberg, heading south. I think when this happened, and then the storm weakened. So we went to drop south on some other storms, and those kind of fizzled out. So we turned around and came back and then ran into this damage.
All right, John Humphreys, we appreciate that update for you. Busy night for many in multiple states as we are just getting started really with this severe weather and tornado outbreak. John Humphreys again west of Laurel, and I want to show you what John is probably in the area he is in, because we had two very long track signatures here on the radar, and you can see where they move very, very close to each other around Collins. The one that John's at had a debris ball signature with it for over an hour. Over an hour. Incredible. All right, we're not done yet. I want to get into the stuff that's in northwest Georgia. We just got a new tornado warning out for Chattooga, for Walker, and also Whitfield County. This has had a tremendous history that started back in Mississippi. It has not produced tornadoes along the way, but it's produced a lot of damaging winds. And the fact that we have a little bit of stable air near the ground, I think, is saving us from, even what could be worse damage. What you are making up for, though, is elevation here. This is Southern Appalachia. You're getting up in elevation in some of these parts here. Again, just one big, strong circulation. And so it's not necessarily, that's the best part of the couplet, but we have, again, the chance for some damaging wind. I mean, look at this area of potential damaging wind, both on the eastern side of this and the southern side of it. And it doesn't take much. It's a very tree-filled area, a lot of pine, a lot of oak and whatnot, as this all moves on off to the north and east. And we're going to expand it past the warning because we want to warn you guys that this thing hasn't croaked. There's no reason to believe that it won't have an elevated wind threat with it as it continues to move to the east. In some cases, come down to the ground. So Dalton, Georgia, if you've ever gone up I-75, you see all the signs for Dalton. There it is, 856, Varnell at 905, Crandall about 917, Alkulski right around 931, potentially, LJ, Blue Ridge, can't rule that out, especially if this turns off toward the right. But certainly northern portions of Gilmer County into Fannin County, Mineral Bluff, Ducktown, Tennessee. You need to be aware of this situation because we continue to be warned on it. Until I see the warnings drop or the Weather Service lose this thing. A lot of flood watches to the west of that. And now our threats for Tuscaloosa and Birmingham off to the southwest. We need to keep an eye on these storms as they move northeast.
Now at Domino's, we're more than just hand-tossed pizza for $7.99. We're $7.99 gluten-free crust, $7.99 handmade pan crust, $7.99 Brooklyn-style crust, and $7.99 crunchy thin crust, too. Carry out 3-topping pizzas on any of Domino's 5 crusts for just $7.99 each.
Hold my pouch. Trust us. Us kids are ready to take things into our own hands. Don't think so? Hold my pouch.
I've never had Burger King nuggets before. It's a lot better than I expected.
And the best part is, they're 8 for only $1.
What? These are good. It's crispy and it's golden. When you see an ad like that, you don't expect them to taste this good.
Yup, 8 delicious nuggets for just $1. Your way, way better.
We're open and ready to help your small business any way we can. Everything for small business. And of course, shipping. TheUPSStore.com.
We know our community is facing challenges during these difficult times. Your local Acura dealer is here to help. For our customers experiencing hardship, payment extensions, deferrals, and late fee waivers are available. If you're looking to purchase a new vehicle, we're offering a 90-day payment deferral and special APR offers. And to keep your vehicles road ready, our service department remains open with service valet for your convenience. Please be safe.
I have the power to lower my blood sugar and A1C.
Because I can still make my own insulin, and Trulicity activates my body to release it, like it's supposed to.
Once weekly Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It's not insulin. It starts acting from the first dose, and it lowers risk of heart attack, stroke, or death in people with known heart disease or multiple risk factors.
Trulicity isn't for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, vomiting, belly pain, and decreased appetite, which lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems.
I have it within me to lower my A1C.
Ask your doctor about Trulicity.
I'm Joanne Jenkins with AARP. In these challenging times, we need each other more than ever. We may be apart, but we're not alone. Use AARP Community Connections to find or create a mutual aid group near you. Stay connected and help those in need.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel with our continuing coverage of the severe weather outbreak, especially across parts of the South right now. We're getting some new video in of the damage out of Monroe, Louisiana. Officials here estimating that 200 to 300 homes have been damaged. Several streets have been blocked off, and about 1/3 of the city at the peak of the storm has been without power tonight in Monroe. This is in northern parts of the state after a reported tornado, possibly 2, rolled through earlier today. Local responders say so far, only minor injuries have been reported. They have been helping survivors find hotel rooms this evening. We will, of course, continue the latest on this and bring you up to date on this with coverage tomorrow. Now, we want to take you into northern parts of Georgia. This is a live view along Interstate 75 at mile marker 319, and you can see those flashes of lightning. This is just north of Calhoun, Georgia. This is near where we have a tornado-warned cell right now that's showing some obvious signs of rotation. Of course, much of North Georgia under a tornado watch right now. We want to get right over to our storm tracker, Jim Cantori, who's on top of it all. Hey, Jim.
And Jackie, you can almost see the constant flash rates going on with that. Okay, so very powerful rising air motion going into the storm. This is for Chattooga, Walker, and Whitfield counties. And you can see the storm here as it's moved east to Lafayette now, getting ready to move right over I-75. All right. There's I-75 right there. Here's the rotation. As a matter of fact, I'm going to circle this near the Villanau area, and I want to show the storm route. There we go. The TDS. You see this? This is an older image. All right, so I don't know if when this updates, it'll have it again, but this is a dropout in the debris field. So you know there's been debris. This is why with the warning, it says a confirmed tornado. And why that is because they can see the debris actually showing up on this particular product of the radar. This is all rain in here, all right? This is all rain going on. And you're looking at up 44,000 feet. So some type of debris, probably leaves and whatnot, thrown up 44,000 feet. That's the debris signature from Peachtree City. So that's incredible. Again, west of I-75. Let's see where this is going, Shane. Maybe toward the Dalton area. Hopefully it weakens. It doesn't look that great on storm relative, but still, you saw the TDS. The TDS does not lie. And that's telling us we've got a debris signature with this. All right, so Villanelle, obviously, Dalton, 855 is going to move right across the interstate over the next 10 minutes or so. Cedar Valley, about 903, Cisco, about 921. And we'll see, you know, again, there's a big wind field with this. So does Ellijay get impacted? Blue Ridge, Mineral Bluff, all these areas here in Gilmer and Fannin County certainly need to be on alert as well. You start getting up in elevation here as well, and sometimes the circulation may not come all the way to the ground, but if you make up for that circulation being aloft by going up 2,000 feet, there it is. So be on the lookout for damaging winds here. As I mentioned, leaves just starting to leaf out. This area in Georgia about 10 to 14 days behind the Atlanta area, just to give you some comparison in terms of the leaf out process. But there you can see Blue Ridge, Ellijay, these areas, Cisco. Does this move just to their north? We'll see. Unfortunately, where that tornado warning is and just kind of projecting out in time where it goes, it certainly could be affecting Gilmer and also into Fannin counties. All right, off to the west of that, the rain over some of these areas that have had extensive damage. Dr. Nav's been talking about this. Flood warnings coming in fast and furious. Look at what we've got going on in Birmingham, power outages. And here's the worst news. Some of the worst storms for Birmingham City and South have yet to come through you yet, potentially. Let's go to the radar. I'll tell you what I'm talking about. You can see this I-20 corridor starting to light up with new storms. We had tornado warnings out earlier. The good news is at least the circulations within those have started to weaken. We mentioned Tuscaloosa. The storm that's going to be impacting you has weakened for the moment. Let's hope it stays that way. This is the Kemper, now Lauderdale cell, which is getting ready to move again, pretty much in the same area. So Tuscaloosa, if the first one stays weak, great. You still have to deal with the second one, which is almost moving parallel to that. All right, guys, where do you go in these situations where we have COVID-19 and you're used to taking shelter in another place that's even outside your home? Let's get some good ideas and some good advice from Dr. Nav on that.
You know, Jim, a couple things come to mind that are unique to this situation. One is if you have a sturdy home and you know somebody who doesn't, and there's not a warning, the weather will allow for it, have them come to your place for the night so that they don't have to go to a public shelter and we can maximize safety and distancing. Another thing to keep in mind is that with moist soils and a lot more rain today and severe thunderstorms capable of producing very strong and damaging winds, don't even need a tornado to cause damage. I would shelter the same way for a severe thunderstorm warning as I would for a tornado, because trees can come down to your home. So whether it's tornado or severe thunderstorm warning, you want to be in the lowest level, most interior room or your basement. Those are the good places to shelter. The best would be a FEMA-approved safe room, one of those really reinforced storm shelters. You can survive a tornado above or below ground in one of those. So if you want to maximize your safety, those are your options. You do not want to be in a mobile home during a tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning for that matter. You don't want to be out in your car. Certainly don't want to try to outrun a tornado or hide under an overpass. Cars don't get along with tornadoes. Cars don't get along with flash floods. Jackie, so many reasons for us to stay off the roads tonight because it is going to be a long and dangerous night.
Yes, definitely. In fact, we've got watches that go well into the night. And just to refresh your memory, a warning means it's happening now. Take cover. A watch means that conditions are favorable for severe weather to occur and that you need to be on alert. And a lot of us need to have a way, two ways, if possible, to be alerted in the middle of the night as these storms are going to be ongoing. So here's a look at the big watches. And I might want to mention under that severe thunderstorm watch, we do now have a warning for Little Rock, Arkansas. So damaging winds likely to roll through there within the next 30 minutes. We've got the tornado watch, which remains in effect for parts of Louisiana, including you in Baton Rouge, until 8 o'clock tonight. We have our tornado watch for you in Mississippi. Notice some of the western counties getting dropped off here, but Jackson and Hattiesburg still in it. Our PDS watch, or a particularly dangerous situation for long track tornadoes, potentially from Birmingham through Montgomery, and then North Georgia now just north of the Atlanta metro area under a tornado watch until 11.
Hey, can I
hold on one second?
Sure.
Okay. Safe driver, save 40%. Guys.
Check it out. Safe driver, save 40%.
Safe driver, save 40%.
Safe driver, save 40%.
That's Safe Driver Save 40%.
It is. That's Safe Driver Save 40%.
It's right there.
It's him. He's here.
He's right here. Hi.
Hi.
Hey. That's totally him.
That's him.
That's totally the guy.
Safe drivers do save 40%. Click or call for a quote today.
Service isn't just a department. It's a voice on the other end of the phone.
A note to say you're on our mind. A willingness to come to you.
The world and how we interact with each other is changing, but that will never change who we are at Lexus.
Now, more than ever, you and your needs come first.
Find out what service options are available in your area at lexus.com/people first.
By the end of my world tour, I'll turn you all into rock zombies. Rock and roll! If we're gonna save the world, we need to unite all the trolls. Like country. The country trolls look friendly. Get them! Hip-hop.
Tiny Diamond is my name. Peace and love. Tiny and Daddy Al.
And techno.
Get ready for the drop. Wait for it.
Come on, man!
One more time.
Trolls World Tour. Rated PG. The world premiere is now in your home. Go to watchtrolls.com for more.
So with Dish, you get the Hopper, TV's most powerful DVR. It holds up to 2,000 hours. It holds all your favorite shows.
Fold in the raspberry cream mixture. Give it a jolly good turn.
Oh, this is the one where she makes the decorative fondant out of meringue.
What it does not hold,
Perfect.
Really, Clint?
it holds no judgment.
Love fondant.
Whatever your passion, record up to 2,000 hours of it with Dish. Tuned in to you.
This is Kate. Hey. She takes 2 prescriptions. Kate's son Jack takes 1 too. Kate works hard and thought she had good insurance, but she still pays too much. That's no good. So Kate downloaded the GoodRx app. Now she can compare prescription prices to find the best discounts. She even beats her insurance price. Good for you, Kate. Good for you. GoodRx. Stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today.
Search for a really strong glue that's clear.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Clear glue. Clear Gorilla Glue.
Of course. Gorilla Glue strength in a crystal clear formula for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Check the retaining wall, back deck, and vinyl siding. Got a lot of work to do.
Gorilla Heavy Duty Construction Adhesive.
Of course.
All surface, all purpose, for a durable hold that lasts for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
To get the most out of your mornings, you need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 56 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy with a few showers. Low 52. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain 30%. Monday, mostly cloudy. High 64. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday night, a few clouds. Low 51. Winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, guys, again, continue to watch a tornado and severe weather outbreak now moving into northwest Georgia with tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings that are out. Again, this is up toward the Dalton, the Calhoun area. You're looking north out of Calhoun for this particular shot, but just kind of notice above the highway there, which is wet, the lightning flashes that are going on. It's kind of dark and ominous, even as, we are in nightfall now. And maybe that's going to help us a little bit. I certainly hope so. But let's talk about a couple of things here. First of all, that warning. We have one tornado warning out. And this may be a moment where we see the tornado warning kind of go away for a little bit. We just started. Oh no, they just tornado warned on it. Oh geez. Okay, so now, yeah, I spoke too soon. Sorry about that, guys. This is the storm. It's coming near the Dalton area. We've had a history of tornado debris, especially near the Lafayette area. Now that's moved again, moved across I-75. So here's Calhoun. The camera I showed you was up here looking at all this. All right. So now you're looking at this thing coming onto the north and northeast. Ellijay, certainly Mineral Bluff. Certainly in the point of fire and through here, you can see the rotation that's going on. So this is what happens. You go a scan where it tightens up, a scan where it doesn't. Some of the rotation here, we're looking at Huntsville. So we're looking pretty high up. And to be honest with you, Shane, tell me how high we're looking up here from Huntsville. Okay, so you're at 4,400 feet here. So you're way up in the 44,000 feet. So you're looking way up in the atmosphere. You're not even seeing the low-level circulation, but it's enough even at 44,000 feet to see that circulation there. And we've had at times, and you can see the circulation right, that's a tornado debris signature. So that's going north of Dalton right now and heading, again, off toward the north and west. A lot of wind energy with this thing. All right, let's go back out and talk about it. I want to go up to Tennessee, Shane, because this is kind of the lead. Yeah, right there. You get your eye on the same thing I do. This is the leading edge of that 80-mile-per-hour low-level jet. All right? And remember what happens as we get over here north of Chattanooga. You start getting into elevation again. All right? You kind of come out of the Tennessee River Valley and you head up in elevation again. So it does not take, even though we don't have any warnings here. All right? Just keep in mind, this is a very low, strong wind field, and this could produce damaging winds in some of these areas. So I'm just giving you guys a heads up with this. All right, back out wide, Shane. Let's show everybody what's going on down into Mississippi. Greg Postel just called me, and he says, Cantore, I'm in Woodstock. My dew point's at 70 at my house right now. You know where it started this morning? 43. That's a tremendous amount of low-level moisture which has come north. So the storms for Atlanta, are they back in here? Is all that's what's going to be heading onto the north and eastern time? Yeah. So it's going to be past midnight and maybe past 2 o'clock in the morning that we deal with that. But look at all the power outages that we're currently dealing with. And we'll keep an eye on the storms down I-20. They showed some rotation earlier. Do they rotate again as they come up into Tuscaloosa and Birmingham? We'll just have to watch. Right now, you can see this storm getting a little bit more frisky again as it comes back. This is an atmosphere here that has of this to move across before we are done with our threat, and that'll be sometime tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, Jackie, our threat advances east and very, very far to the north.
Yeah, so we've got a long way to go, and we're talking the whole I-95 corridor as we head into tomorrow. So we're talking to you in places like Raleigh, North Carolina, where you've got the risk of strong to severe thunderstorms tomorrow, including the chance of tornadoes. And this could be right out of the gate in the morning hours, and then another wave that could push through into the early afternoon. So quick, first of all, broad view to show you the risk area for tomorrow. And this stretches from about New York City all the way through the megalopolis there, down through the Carolinas into South Georgia and even into the Big Bend area of Florida. And we're talking all hazards possible, marginally severe hail, but damaging winds and also tornadoes. And tomorrow, tornado risk is still quite significant. We're talking about a torcon of a 5 for Raleigh, for Charleston, for Savannah. So that is on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest. So you're smack dab in the middle. That is certainly an elevated risk, a 50-50 shot for you in some of those cities. Let's time it out. Morning, or perhaps the that main line. So we will be concerned about those rotating potentially into the eastern Carolinas, across the Tidewater area into Virginia. But then back behind it, this is where we've got that cold front, and that will be a squall line of storms, but still embedded within there, we could see some tornadoes. We'll fast forward and take you to 8 o'clock in the morning, still under that threat, moving right through Raleigh-Durham, most likely. Charlotte or just east of you, the storms will be rolling through, stretching down towards Savannah and then down towards Tallahassee and into the Big Bend. We'll continue to watch this line track eastward, 10, 11, 12 o'clock, so midday into the Outer Banks and down towards Wilmington. And then as we head into maybe 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening, this should all be stretching off towards the east, and you should be done with this. On top of the damaging winds with thunderstorms, just a huge heads up for everybody into the east is that we will have non-thunderstorm, very strong winds all day long. High wind warnings in effect for New York City from 6A to 6P with gusts near hurricane force at times. We will have continuing coverage as we track these storms all night.
State Farm is announcing the Good Neighbor Relief Program.
We're returning $2 billion to our auto policyholders through May 31st.
Because now, more than ever, being a good neighbor means everything. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Goodbye, Fred.
Goodbye, Fred.
What if he gets hungry?
Kohler Revolution 360 with continuous clean. Stays clean 5 times longer.
It's okay, Dad.
Only from Kohler.
I don't add up the years and I don't count the wrinkles. But what I do count on is Boost High Protein.
And now introducing new Boost Women with key nutrients to help support thyroid, bone, hair, and skin health, all with great taste. New Boost Women, designed just for you.
The new DQ Chicken and Biscuits basket. 100% white meat chicken strips, plus 100% delicious mini biscuits and fries. Look for drive-thru and takeout options at your DQ. DQ, happy tastes good.
Not even our competitor's best battery can match the power of Energizer, because Energizer Ultimate Lithium is the longest-lasting AA battery in the world. Energizer, backed by science, matched by no one.
Need a nice reward today? Treat yourself to a Heath bar, because nothing says special like rich English toffee. Heath, it's English toffee.
Domino's has contactless delivery, so you can safely get pizza even while you stay indoors.
Just take those old records off the shelf. I sit and listen to them by myself. Today's music ain't got the same soul.
Next time you get 2 or more medium 2-topping pizzas for $5.99 each, choose contactless delivery from Domino's.
These days, it's anything but business as usual. That's why working together is more important than ever. AT&T is committed to keeping you connected so you can keep your patients cared for, your customers served, your students inspired, and your employees closer than ever. Our network is resilient. Our people are strong. Our job is to keep your business connected. It's what we've always done. It's what we'll always do.
I'm Greg. I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling, to give back to younger people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to, or they don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking Prevagen for about 3 years now. People say to me periodically, man, you got a memory like an elephant. It's really, really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Already a deadly and destructive Easter Sunday across parts of the South. Tornadoes across several states, including this one that ripped across parts of Alabama. Look at that view, that cone that's dropped down from the cloud towards the ground. That is the tornado. And the storm motion today is roughly, 60 to 70 miles per hour. if you're not seeing that move clearly left or right, it's either moving directly towards you or directly away from you. And these storms are hauling. And Liana, that threat continues tonight.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've already had some damage left behind. Take a look. This video from Laurel, Mississippi. The National Weather Service already saying this likely was an EF4 or EF5 that did this. The Mississippi Emergency Management Agency confirmed that 6 people were killed across the state today, Mark. Oof.
Yeah, difficult day for sure. Tornadoes also left major destruction in Louisiana. This video from Monroe, you can see the scope of the damage here, and this is just the beginning. This from Monroe, where a tornado damaged several businesses, including a trucking company. If you look carefully, you can actually see a couple of the big rigs there flipped over. And not only that, but power is out to thousands already tonight. And as we mentioned, the threat does continue tonight. So we're staying live tonight through the night, tracking the severe weather and the tornado threat across the south. A few tornado warnings ongoing, lots of flash flooding, severe thunderstorms, and a bunch of wind. So let's start breaking this down for you threat by threat. We want to go into the lab. Storm specialist Carl Parker is here tracking it with us tonight as well. Carl.
Yeah, Mark, a very dangerous night tonight, and we are looking at some ongoing warnings right now, and we expect that because the atmosphere is really energetic, this is going to continue well into the overnight hours, and so the threat is not going to diminish as it typically does as we get deeper into the evening. So let's begin with a look at where we're seeing some warnings right now, and looking at a warning into northern parts of Georgia. That is north of the Atlanta metro area. And this is an ongoing tornado warning right now in effect for areas near Dalton. And zooming in on that, seeing some rotation showing up. It's not quite as well defined as it was moments ago. You see just south of Dalton, right in that area, we were looking at a little bit more of a well-defined area of rotation. That appears to be sort of gusting out, as we say, at this time. So I think a little less of a tornado threat at this time, but certainly something that we want to keep our eyes on. Now, as we take you further off towards the west, this is the area where it's been really active through the afternoon and will continue to be into the evening as well. You see a lot of rain coming down in northern parts of Alabama. That may help things out somewhat, where you're getting a good bit of rain. If it's been raining for hours and hours, that's going to keep temperatures down a little bit, and it's going to make the atmosphere a little bit more stable. And so that may help you out in terms of mitigating that threat somewhat. But again, you've got a really energetic atmosphere tonight. And for that reason, we do expect that there's going to be quite a bit of activity well through the evening hours. Further to the southwest, we've been watching this area here in western parts of Alabama, as well as into eastern Mississippi. Right now, we're not seeing any warnings along this line, but this line, this basic line, is the one that we think could be really prolific going through the night tonight, producing potentially more tornadoes, certainly a damaging wind threat. And that's going to go on right through the overnight hours. So this is why we say we want you to be really, really aware of what's going on with these storms. Ongoing flash flood warning now near Meridian. That is Lauderdale County under warning until 8:15 Central Time. Now taking it much farther north and west, looking at some severe warnings. One of those into the Little Rock area. In fact, you can see this great big sort of backward C shape right there. Some pretty strong wind. The apex of that to the north of Little Rock, but certainly potential for some damaging wind coming into Little Rock. And another little bow echo, as we call it, again, that's sort of a C shape there, backward C shape, coming into Cleveland, Grant, and Jefferson counties. And that is going until 8:30 tonight. Now, as we take you further east, this is really a key to all of this. We're seeing very strong low-level winds. We call this a low-level jet. And so these winds getting up to 50 to 60 to 70 miles per hour at about 5,000 feet and coming in at an angle relative to the surface flow. And so that change in wind speed and direction in the lowest levels of the atmosphere is a big part of what gets the lowest part of the storm rotating. And that's the beginning of the process. It's a lot more that happens, but that's the beginning of the process that leads to tornadoes. And so when you've got these really strong low-level jets, that's when you have to be concerned about an ongoing tornado threat. And that is only going to get stronger as we go through the night tonight. It's not going to weaken. It's actually going to get stronger into the overnight hours and into early tomorrow morning, because we've got such a strong parent system that is driving this. Another part of this is what we call convective available potential energy. How much energy is there for these storms to feed on? And there's plenty of that. There's no shortage of that at all. You see where we've got the red coloring there. that's where it's sufficient. You get into that orange and yellow color, that's where you're getting into the higher end potential energy. But you've got that all along this line here from Georgia back through Alabama and back and into Mississippi. So there's, again, no shortage of potential energy for these storms. So let's take this forward and show you the model forecast. And what I've got on here is that low-level jet superimposed. And so we're looking at winds, and we're cut it off at 60 miles per hour plus, and we're seeing where that coincides with these storms going through the next few hours. So we'll take this ahead into 11 o'clock Central Time, midnight Eastern Time, and you notice you've got this big line of storms, but there's a broken line there, especially as you get into parts of Alabama. And so what that is showing us is embedded supercells driven in large part by this very strong wind shear. This really strong low-level jet is contributing to that. Stronger winds higher up in the atmosphere as well. And you see all these discrete cell structures. You notice these individual shapes right in there, and then right in there. So that's supercell storms that are developing in parts of Alabama, ongoing in parts of Alabama, and coming into northern Georgia. Any one of those storms is going to be capable of not just producing tornadoes, but possibly some long track tornadoes, violent tornadoes as well. And so, as I say, this is going to be an elevated threat that is going to continue for some time. Now, in areas where you've seen a lot of rain, that may mitigate the threat somewhat. You see up there into perhaps parts of Tennessee and North Georgia. If it's just raining and raining and raining, that's going to help out a little bit. Not completely, but it'll help out a little bit. But in areas where you really haven't seen much rain, and notice there into parts of southeast Alabama, as well as into west central Georgia, in those spots, the atmosphere is going to be plenty warm and humid enough to feed into these supercell storms. And so that's why we're going to continue to see this ongoing threat. It's certainly not going to be getting really cool overnight tonight. In fact, it's actually going to be getting warmer in a lot of areas as the winds out of the south only increase. We'll take this deeper into the evening hours. So here we are at 1 o'clock Central Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Time. You notice the line is coming into Atlanta right in there. And again, we've got these embedded supercell storms. So we certainly could be talking about tornado-producing storms at that time coming into the Atlanta metro. And this is one of those situations where you've got to have a way to be notified. You've got to have your phone on, whatever it is. You've got to have some way to be able to be awake when these storms are coming through, because they very well could be tornado-producing storms. So please keep that in mind, folks, in the Atlanta area, whether it's a matter of just staying up tonight or having your phone on and next to your bed. Mark, we want people to really be on their toes tonight. Over to you.
Yeah, those overnight threats add that added layer of complexity and difficulty, both for a communication standpoint and for making sure that people get those warnings. What we're doing now is looking in on Laurel, Mississippi. We have a view coming in from one of our storm trackers. John Humphreys is in the area. And what you're looking at here are the first responders coming in to try to clear out the roads. On this camera, we've seen kind of street after street and row after row of trees down and power lines down. These cars are stopped here partially because people keep getting out of the cars with their chainsaws and they're clearing the road, but also because you can't keep going. Those lights off in the distance, that's where the road is closed. There is no way through. There are so many trees down. And here's some of that debris. If you look carefully, you can see some tree debris that is kind of blown across this road. But at times, as I was monitoring this camera while Carl was talking to us about the active weather still ongoing, there were full trees down across the roads. Yeah, Liana, this is some of that right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see it as we're progressing. This is Laurel, Mississippi again. I mean, our storm tracker, like Mark had mentioned, that area with the lights out there in the distance, that's where the road is closed because of all the debris. So, Mark, it's going to be a long night ahead of us for cleanup, but also for more storms developing just east of here as well.
Yeah, and again, you see those flashing lights. We're getting closer and closer to that. That's kind of the conveyor belt of street cleaners and clearers. So we're going to undoubtedly start seeing trees down across the road here because that's as far as they've gotten. And so as the the light is illuminated, you can see there's a tree down on the side of the road there, the blue flashing lights off in the distance. So there are crews going out and trying to clear out these roads step by step, tree by tree. They have to be out there first, because if there is a medical emergency, even not related to the storm, these the first responders have to be able to get back into these communities. I want to give you another view. Also in Laurel, Mississippi, this is from Storm Tracker Charles Peak, and here's a great example of that very thing happening. So the bulk of the tree has already been chopped up here. You got all these little pieces, and the whole, there's the fire rescue from, it looks like Calmet maybe, on that coat, and then you know, everyone trying to clear off as much of the road as they can to open it up. So obviously with those kinds of coats on, you know, there's fire trucks there, there's probably, you know, the power crews are chomping at the bit to try to help and get everybody back online. There are lots of power outages in this area. And then we're slowly kind of walking our way forward. Look how many people are out trying to clear out this debris. This is not one big tree.
No.
This is forests of big trees that they're out there with the chainsaws already. And that really does say a lot, that they're out there already trying to clear out these roads.
I mean, you brought up a good point, Mark, how dark it is too out in the distance. Normally you would see some street lights, but power is out. So that's why it's so difficult to see out even past this view. But I mean, look at, this is a road right here that we're just seeing all these tree limbs just and debris just strewn across it. So, I mean, look how many people are actually out and about. I mean, it's going to be a long night with the damage and cleanup, but I mean, this is what it takes. I mean, and you can see it's a pretty large tree that fell down too. I mean, these are some decent sized limbs, and people are walking around with a chainsaw and trying to clear out these larger limbs and break them up into smaller pieces so that they can be easier to pull away. Yeah, this is insane to see this. And, you know, yeah, like you said, we have to move fast because there can be other emergencies not related to the weather that we need to get these roads cleared so that we can go and help people.
And even if they are trying to get to homes that were hit, businesses that were hit, the true search and rescue and survey and, you know, establishing what happened, getting all that information out, none of it can happen until the roads are cleared. Because you can't get to those homes, you can't get to those businesses. So this is a crucial first step. It's a good sign that it's happening. It's a good sign that it's happening in relatively calm weather, because that's not always the case. If you're not familiar with Laurel, Mississippi, it's along I-59, just north of Hattiesburg by a bit, and then south of Meridian by a bit, kind of halfway in between those two cities, right along I-59. So these are all the communities in and around the Laurel area, just off of I-59. And look, you know, you clear one tree, and then there's the next.
Exactly.
There's the next that they have to clear out. No, you know, big cars, no real wheels can come through this until those trees are completely removed, such that you know, a normal car would be able to go over. Want to go back into the lab now. Storm specialist Carl Parker standing by, and because there's plenty of active weather still ongoing right now, Carl.
Yeah, that's right. We want to take you back into North Georgia, where there is an ongoing tornado warning right now, and actually pretty interesting cell just behind that as well. So here you see the tornado warning in effect for Murray County, that until 9:15. I'm not seeing a whole lot of evidence of rotation here. There is just a little bit showing up near Crandall, perhaps, but it's not real profound, certainly not like what you saw near Dalton, right in there, sort of a broader but well-defined area of rotation, and that has really sort of gone away at this time. But take a look at the cell that is in the wake of this. Here's a cell that is under warning, Chattooga County, for severe thunderstorm. I would guess there is a tornado possible tag in this warning. Yes, indeed, tornado possible tag right now. Not a surprise, because look at that. Sure enough, that is a rotating storm. You see that area of green and red right there just east of Somerville, and that is going to be coming up towards Dalton and towards 75. So heads up on that possible rotating storm, certainly a rotating storm, possible tornado coming your way towards Dalton and 75. And these storms are all moving very quickly. That's sort of the hallmark of a big severe weather day. When you've got a lot of wind energy in the atmosphere, storms tend to move very quickly. And this one that's near Somerville is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So that's not going to give you a whole lot of time to react by the time the storm is getting into your neighborhood. Now, farther southwest, we notice there's not a ton of activity right now. These are mostly flash flood warnings. There is, however, a new severe thunderstorm warning for Fayette and Walker counties. That's going until 9:15 Central Time. And we've got a pretty good bow showing up there. So concern in this case for 60-mile-per-hour wind as that moves to the east. Let's go ahead and time that out. And that'll be coming towards Jasper in just a few minutes, about 8:20 or so, getting into Cordova, 8:26, and Dora at about 8:33 or so. Then to the southwest of that, fairly quiet apart from the flash flood warnings right now. But as we mentioned before, there is a screaming low-level jet coming up through this area. These winds in the blue here, these are winds of 60 miles per hour. And so just a terrific amount of low-level wind shear in the atmosphere. And that is a big part of what is going to fuel two threats, really, the damaging wind threat and also the tornado threat. When you've got a really energetic atmosphere, a very windy atmosphere, that can keep these storms going for quite some time. And that is precisely what we do expect to see tonight. So tornado watches now extending all along that line. We're going to continue our coverage of this severe weather in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
We're all living a new normal. If you are currently facing financial burdens, call your State Farm agent because we're here to help make this new normal feel just a little more normal. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Okay, everyone, our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
Goodbye, Fred.
Goodbye, Fred.
What if you get hungry?
Kohler Revolution 360 with continuous clean. Stays clean 5 times longer.
It's okay, Dad.
Only from Kohler.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens in each cubic yard of air. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. But now, relief is just one drop away. Introducing Pataday. Full prescription strength Pataday works right in your eyes, right in the cells that make them itch. Fast. Just one drop once a day means relief that lasts all day. So turn your day into a Pataday. Now get Pataday without a prescription. Everywhere.
I always thought it was me, that I was the reason all these diets never worked.
This is genuinely not a temporary fix. There's some serious psychology behind it.
It's funny how much smarter I feel like Noom has made me. It's the simple things.
Once I understood why I was making those choices, it was easy for me to change those habits, and weight loss came naturally after that.
I've been on Noom for 4 months now. I've lost 27 pounds, and I feel like I got my life back.
Visit Noom.com and lose the weight for good.
No, this ain't no sandwich. Because on a sandwich, they ask you if you want cheese. But on a papadilla, cheese is what's holding the whole operation together. Get one now for just $6. Better ingredients, better pizza, better than a sandwich. Papa John's.
Hey, Boston. Hey, Atlanta. Hola, Miami. Hi, New York. Hey, LA. Chicago. Hey, America.
Trust me, you're going to love this. Come on.
2 tablespoons of sugar.
Your average
This is the place to be. Something for everyone. Local now. Download for free in your favorite app store.
Clean up your lawn and garden the smart way with a DR Chipper Shredder. Drop lighter materials into the shredder and the DR will pulverize it into a fine mulch you can use to enrich your soil. Reduce leaves, garden cuttings, sticks and twigs, even big branches to a fraction of their original volume. The chipper cuts branches up to 5 inches thick into attractive wood chips that are great for landscaping. A DR Chipper Shredder is a complete yard and garden tool that turns your trash into treasure and leaves your property looking great. Call now or go online to lock in factory direct savings on the full line of DR Chipper Shredders.
For a free buyer's guide about the full line of DR Chippers, call 1-800-503-6435. Your satisfaction is guaranteed with our 6-month trial, so call now, 1-800-503-6435. Free shipping is now in effect, online at drchipper.com.
Wreck your Monday night.
Oh, boy.
With all new episodes of Highway Through Hell at 8 and Heavy Rescue at 9. Monday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 56 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, showers early, low 52. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain, 30%. Monday, considerable cloudiness. High 64. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday night, a few clouds from time to time. Low 51. Winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage here at the Weather Channel, and we are continuing to look live into Laurel, Mississippi. Our storm tracker, John Humphreys, as well as our storm tracker, Charles Peak, both in the area, seeing what's left in the wake of these storms, which so far has been a lot of tree damage, tree debris across the roads. Crews have been out in full force clearing out those roads so that any search and rescue that's needed, or just if there's any other, need for the roads, other emergencies that happen overnight, that there's a way to get through. That is the first step in cleaning up after a storm comes through, is to reopen the roads. Wow. Liana, here's another view, and the crews are out in full force, as I mentioned.
Yeah, power's out. So many power outages across the area thanks to the severe storms that worked their way through just a few hours ago. Now look at this. Fire rescue crews are out working to clear the roads as well. Large trees, we've already seen crews, Mark, that have been popping up and clearing out the roads as we get through the rest of the evening. But again, it's going to be a long night of cleanup, but we even still have more severe storms that are popping up even east of here.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, just north of Birmingham, we have a new tornado warning that looks fairly potent at this point, Carl. It looks like that rotation is kicking up just a little bit.
Yeah, very tight little rotation showing up right now, and we are seeing some debris as well. So a likely tornado. This is northwest of Birmingham. Let's take a look at where it is right now, and moving off to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. There you see it's pretty far to the northwest of Birmingham, and we'll zoom down and get a better look at this. That is a tornado warning for Walker and Winston counties going until 9 p.m. And looking at the velocity data, not quite as profound as it was just moments ago. I'm going to go back just one frame there, and you can see just a little bit more spin showing up in this area relative to the most recent frame, but still a very dangerous storm. Let's track that forward. It's going to come right across Route 5 as it moves to the northeast, moving into the Prospect area right now. So you want to get to your safe place right now, then coming up into Falls City beyond that, and into Arley beyond that. Now, another thing we can do is we can see if there is any evidence of debris at this time. We are still seeing just a little pinpoint there. You see that little pixel, and that's been showing up actually for a couple of frames. So right in there, right before it got to Interstate 22, and then now kind of moving off a little bit more to the east there. So it may be actually sort of expanding outward as the tornado is weakening. But at least for a time, we had a tornado here. Whether or not there is an ongoing tornado, more difficult question. It looks like perhaps we have seen already that start to begin to wane a little bit. Let's hope so. But again, that's coming up towards the I-5, or rather the Route 5 corridor, and across the I-22 corridor. Now, to the west of that, also looking at a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to zoom back down into this area. Severe thunderstorm warning now west of Birmingham, and Fayette and Walker counties under warning until 9:15. Let's take a look at the particulars here. This is moving east at 65 miles per hour. So that's pretty typical when you've got a really active day to see very fast storm motions. So let's time that out and see where that's going to be headed in the next few minutes. Coming into Jasper, into Parrish, into Cordova, as well as Empire, and also into Robbins Crossroads as well. Then as we go farther south, we see there are no warnings in this area, but interesting looking storm here near Tuscaloosa. Big wind producer. Look at that. You can see that we've got some winds showing up right in there. So would not be at all surprised to see a warning coming out in that area pretty quickly. Then to the northeast, we've got more storms up into northwest Georgia. Let's zoom up and into the area near Rome. This storm has actually had some rotation on it. So Chattooga under warning right now, and also warning for Dalton, Georgia, across Interstate 75, Murray, Walker, and Whitfield counties. Still seeing some sort of broad rotation right in there. So that is definitely a rotating storm. Whether or not that rises to the level of a tornado warning remains to be seen. But just be aware of the fact that you've got a storm that is bringing a damaging wind threat and may also produce a tornado as it continues to move to the northeast. We'll have more on that coming up in a moment. Let's get a look at the forecast going into the overnight, and here's Mark with that.
Yeah, and Carl, I want to start off with exactly where you were in the Birmingham area, because that really sets up where we go for the rest of the overnight hours. We're seeing repeated storms over many of the same communities again and again and again. You notice the huge amount of lightning, that lightning jump over Tuscaloosa, indicative of that strong wind push and a huge updraft to separate out those charges. We have the tornado warned storm that Carl was telling us about. But notice, if you just draw a straight line up towards Birmingham, how these storms are going on the train track, right? These are repeated storms on the same path. And until we really clear out that upper level feature that's back towards Little Rock, we're not done with that nighttime threat. So as we roll this forward, the model doing a decent job at showing us the coverage for where we're at now. Several more hours of really heavy rain. This goes through 10 o'clock local time, so we're not there yet. We've got several more hours of that heavy rain to go, and then occasional showers, which will be kind of the insult on top of injury rains as we go through the overnight, potentially with another surge late in the nighttime hours. The Atlanta metro area, even though we've been talking about North Georgia just about all evening and now the beginning of the night with repeated thunderstorm action there, we really haven't seen much in Atlanta. A report of a thunder, we're probably hearing that from a good distance away because there's no active weather anywhere nearby the Atlanta metro area. But if you look ahead as to where we're going from here, it's going to take a bit for that line of storms to crash into Atlanta. It might be 1, even 2 or 3 o'clock before we see that real surge come through. There's going to be very strong straight line winds with these, potentially embedded rotation within there. So have a way to get those warnings overnight. The threat not really done for the Atlanta metro area until after 3, maybe 4 o'clock in the morning. Then you get a break. Stay with us. We'll show you where the active storms are.
Goodbye, Fred.
Goodbye, Fred.
What if she gets hungry?
Kohler Revolution 360 with continuous clean. Stays clean 5 times longer.
It's okay, Dad.
Only from Kohler.
I don't add up the years and I don't count the wrinkles, but what I do count on is Boost High Protein.
And now introducing new Boost Women with key nutrients to help support thyroid, bone, hair, and skin health, all with great taste. New Boost Women, designed just for you.
It's a challenging market. Edward Jones is well aware of that, which is why we're ready to listen and ready to help you find opportunity.
So let's talk.
Edward Jones, it's time for investing to feel individual.
Well, it's time for wrinkles. Neutrogena Rapid Wrinkle Repair. We've got the retinol that gives you results in 1 week. Not just any retinol, accelerated retinol SA for not only smoother skin in 1 day, but younger looking skin in just 1 week. And that's clinically proven. Results that fast, or your money back. Unless you're attached to your wrinkles. 1 week, it's all it takes. Neutrogena.
If you have moderate to severe psoriasis, little things can become your big moment. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, 75% clearer skin is achievable. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
While most of the world is being asked to stay inside, there are people out there giving it their all. So, to everyone who is helping keep us safe against COVID-19 day in and day out, all of us at Amgen say, thank you.
Mornings were made for better things than rheumatoid arthritis or psoriatic arthritis. When considering another treatment, ask about Xeljanz XR, a once-daily pill for adults with moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or active psoriatic arthritis for whom methotrexate did not work well enough. It can reduce pain, swelling, and significantly improve physical function. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections like TB, Don't start Xeljanz if you have an infection. Taking a higher than recommended dose of Xeljanz for RA can increase risk of death. Serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers, including lymphoma, and blood clots have happened, as have tears in the stomach or intestines, serious allergic reactions, and changes in lab results. Tell your doctor if you've been somewhere fungal infections are common, or if you've had TB, hepatitis B or C, or are prone to infections. Don't let another morning go by without asking your doctor about Xeljanz XR.
Welcome to the next chapter in Bachelor history.
Let the journey begin.
Listen to you.
It's love
I'm so happy.
with strings attached.
It's no fun singing a love song when you're not in love.
The Bachelor presents Listen to Your Heart, Monday, 8/7 Central on ABC.
At Papa John's, we want you to know that from our 450-degree oven to box to you, it's our policy that your pizza is never touched once it comes out of the oven. And we're taking extra steps like no contact delivery to ensure it.
Welcome back, as we're trying to stay ahead of the storms tonight, but also show you what already occurred to give you a scope of what could still happen in your community after dark tonight. This is a live view in Laurel, Mississippi, and on the right side of your screen, that is a huge tree root ball. Huge tree came down across the road. It has since been mostly cleared away. There's some of the branches that you're seeing on the top right side of your screen. But look at this. It's just tree after tree, piece of, tree debris after piece, which is making it that much harder to continue to drive down the road. The fire and rescue crews are out in full force in Laurel, Mississippi. The power crews are out because we've seen lots of power lines down. And just about everybody that's out there at this point is out there with a crew of people and chainsaws because it's the only way through the roadway at this point.
Really impressive, Mark, how fast and quick that they've been able to clear these roads. I mean, you can see all the debris on the right-hand side using those chainsaws to clear out those larger tree limbs. And now the roads are pretty passable, at least in this section of the city. Now, I mean, as we get through and we're looking at more and more debris, you can see how large these tree limbs have been. And also, look how dark it is. I mean, power is out. We're looking at power outages galore across the region. It looks like we're kind of zooming in corporate limit. Looks like that's where we're looking at that sign, but look at all the debris that's working its way around that sign there.
And just moments ago, this was the view from this same area. So that roof completely lifted off.
Oh my goodness.
You've got just pieces of the 2x4s and the framing of the roof that's left remaining. You can see some insulation. The good news with that, the walls stayed up, at least from this vantage point. People are out of the home on the front step, kind of surveying what happened, as opposed to needing rescue. So there is, the glimmer of good news there. No telling which type of weather brought this through, whether it was the straight line winds, whether it was the rotating wind of a tornado. I'm sure there will be storm surveys going on. But, this is also happening in the background of the social distancing, which makes it that much harder for crews to come through, and just one more layer that we're trying to keep everybody safe with tonight, Liana.
And something else that I just noticed, I mean, it's still raining right now too. So not only do you not have power, I mean, thank goodness the temperatures aren't that crazy cold behind this, but we do have still wet conditions to be dealing with, as well as the chances for more severe storms, even to the east of us.
Absolutely. And, the Birmingham area, whether it's flash flooding or severe thunderstorm warnings, getting hit quite hard right now. I want to go back into the lab where storm specialist Carl Parker is standing by. And Carl, these storms have such high rainfall rates. Even if they continue for an hour, we're going to have some intense flooding.
Yeah, that's another big part of what's going on tonight. The flash flood threat is going to be huge right through the night, in addition to that threat for tornadoes and damaging wind. And we've got a bunch of warnings to tell you about right now. No tornado warnings for the time being, but we expect that the tornado threat is going to continue deep into the evening, right into tomorrow morning, as a matter of fact. So let's go through some of these warnings here. We'll take you first of all into Alabama, and there is a severe thunderstorm warning to the northwest of Birmingham. Looks like we've got a brand new tornado warning. I'm going to jump down to that. Let's take a look at what's going on with that. Tornado warning now, and that is in the Tuscaloosa area. That is Jefferson and Tuscaloosa counties under warning until 9:15. Let's take a look at the velocity data And so what we've got here is an area of surging wind right in there, very strong surge of wind right in there. And then right along that interface, right in there, just a little bit more rotation. And that is now just northeast of Tuscaloosa. So let's track that forward and see where that's going to be headed. That'll be coming up towards Birchfield at about 8:47, moving into Bull City at 8:52, and moving into Johns at about 9 p.m. Again, a possible tornado moving east 50 miles per hour along the leading edge of this surge of very strong wind. In fact, I'm going to take a look at some of these velocities there. There you go. That's an inbound velocity of 75 miles per hour. So, you know, in addition to a possible tornado, you've got just this surge of really strong wind now coming through Tuscaloosa. And so let's time that whole area out to see where that's going to be headed in the next few minutes. Coming into Holt more immediately, you're going to get the brunt of that strong wind in Holt, also into Brookwood and into Birchfield, so the same areas that we talked about for the potential tornado as well. Now, going a little farther to the south, got some severe thunderstorm warnings here. One of those northeast of Hattiesburg near Waynesboro, Wayne County under warning, and then another one into the area near Hattiesburg, just south and east of Hattiesburg, Forest County under warning. In the Atlanta metro, fairly quiet right now, but you notice here that a lot of the rain is staying to the north. And that's an important point because when you get a whole lot of rain, that tends to cool off the atmosphere, makes it a little bit more stable. We're not seeing that across a lot of the Atlanta metro, which means we might see more of a chance for tornadoes late tonight. We're going to talk about the timing coming up in just a moment.
Not even our competitor's best battery can match the power of Energizer, because Energizer Ultimate Lithium is the longest-lasting AA battery in the world. Energizer, backed by science, matched by no one.
To present the flavor we've all been waiting for, the hazelnut spread M&M Spokes Candy. Oh my! What did you do?
We ate him.
I don't add up the years, and I don't count the wrinkles. But what I do count on is Boost High Protein.
And now introducing new Boost Women with key nutrients to help support thyroid, bone, hair, and skin health, all with great taste. New Boost Women, designed just for you.
I'm gonna turn pop, techno, funk, and country into rock songs.
Rock and roll!
Happy birthday!
If we don't stop her, who will?
We need to go undercover.
Hey, only rock trolls are allowed here. Cool.
Trolls World Tour. Rated PG.
Who wants to party? Without smiling.
The world premiere is now in your home.
I know people love the dish remote. It's great. So why build in the Google Assistant? I mean, who really needs a TV remote that can turn the thermostat up,
change temperature to 72,
the lights down, and still access their DVR? Actually, some people could absolutely use a remote like that.
The new Dish voice remote. Dish, tuned in to you.
Hey Boston. Hey Atlanta. Hola Miami. Hi New York. Hey LA. Chicago. Hey America.
Trust me, you're gonna love this. Come on.
2 tablespoons of sugar.
Kind of near average.
This is the place to be.
Something for everyone. Local now. Download for free in your favorite app store.
Domino's has contactless delivery, so you can safely get pizza even while you stay indoors.
Just take those old records on shelf. I sit and listen to them by myself. Today's music ain't got the same soul.
Next time you get 2 or more medium 2-topping pizzas for $5.99 each, choose contactless delivery from Domino's.
And welcome back. Severe weather sweeping across the south, severely damaging a mobile home in southeastern Mississippi this afternoon. It's been a very scary afternoon. And look at that, a live look in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We've got very strong wind coming through. There is a tornado warning off to the northeast right now. And so this is no longer going to be a tornado threat for Tuscaloosa proper. It is a damaging wind threat that's going to go on for a while in Tuscaloosa, but there is a serious tornado threat just off to the northeast of Tuscaloosa. Well, let's take a look at where that is, and that is generally coming towards Birmingham right now. So heads up in Birmingham. You've got a rotating storm off to your southwest. Let's take a look at this warning right now. This is Jefferson and Tuscaloosa counties on a warning until 9:15. And here you see the rotation. We're actually getting some sort of bad data there, but basically you've got a pretty strong circulation along the leading edge of that bow. And that is now coming towards Abernant and areas north of that. I'm going to time this out. This is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. And so that's going to be coming into Birchfield here in the next few minutes. That's the area we're watching right there. Moving towards Bull City, perhaps, and eventually towards Johns as well. But Birchfield more immediately at 8:48 or so. So you've got, just about 10 minutes before this thing comes into Birchfield. At a minimum, we're going to be talking about some very strong straight line wind, but possibly a tornado as well. There's a brand new scan, and I'll tell you, this thing is looking more and more tight with each new scan there. Let's look and see if there's some debris showing up, and there is debris indeed. Wow. So we've got a very serious storm ongoing right now, folks. Looks like it's in a relatively rural area. I'm not seeing any towns right around here. So let's give you the lay of the land. This is now moving away from Tuscaloosa, but that right there, that circle right there, that is where the radar is detecting debris that's being lofted into the air. When that is co-located with a very strong circulation, we know we've got a tornado. So we do now have an ongoing tornado now east of 69. So, I would guess a relatively wooded area. It's probably largely tree debris that we're seeing right now. And there's a brand new scan. It's continuing and moving off to the northeast. So let's get a sense of the vector here. That is basically just about due northeast. And so, tracking that out one more time, going forward there, that's going to be coming towards Little Shoal at 8:56. So folks, if you're in Little Shoal, there is a tornado on the ground. It is to your southwest. It's now about 15 minutes away, and this thing means business. This is a very, very serious storm. Please get to your safe place right now, lowest, most interior room, as there's an ongoing tornado in this area. Let's back out a little bit, get a better look at this one more time. So again, the vector for now appears to be a little bit more northeast. You can see where it's been moving here in the last few minutes. So, it appears we've got more of a northeast rather than a east-northeast motion. And so that would take it up in this area. And again, that's going to come towards Little Shoal, also towards Bull City, perhaps about 8:52 or so. If you're in these areas, you've got to get to your safe place right now. We've got a tornado on the ground right now that is producing damage, most likely just tree damage for the most part right now. It's in a very rural area right now, but it's not going to remain that way. And eventually, this is going to get up into the west side of the Birmingham metro areas. That continues off to the northeast. Very, very dangerous storm here, folks. Please take this seriously and get to your safe place right now. All right, let's take a look at some other areas where there are some ongoing storms, also to the south now into areas of southern Mississippi. We've got some severe warnings here, nothing that appears to be terribly strong at this time. Also looking into the Atlanta metro, we've got some storms well off to the north, but you'll notice that there's not much going on in the Atlanta metro right now. Now, that's important because that means that without there being a whole lot of heavy rain coming down, the atmosphere is going to be a little bit more conducive to very strong storms later tonight. And I want to show you the model forecast. And what I've got superimposed on this model forecast is the strong low-level wind, because that's a really critical part of what helps to develop the low-level rotation in these storms. There are a lot of other parts that have to come together, but once you get that low-level mesocyclone, as we call it, the rotating storm, that's one of the first parts of this whole process that leads to tornadoes. So we've certainly got exceptionally strong low-level winds coming up and into this area. That is 11 o'clock Central Time and midnight Eastern. And so all in this area, you notice the lack of rain there with very strong southerly winds. And that is going to mean that the atmosphere is going to be warm and humid, and it will be supportive of supercell storms, Mark, coming into the Atlanta metro around 1 to 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. And it could be a very rough night tonight. Back to you.
Yeah, all Atlanta has to do is look at what's happening around Birmingham right now. I want to update everyone on the tornado warning that is approaching Birmingham from the Tuscaloosa area. This is a very dangerous storm indeed. Here's a look at the tornado warning, a new update on that warning to really fine-tune it, narrow down where the worst of the risk is. There is one on the north side of town as well along I-65. We'll get to that in just a second. But in Jefferson and Tuscaloosa, very strong signature here, almost this kind of curl where this tornado is moving in. Very strong rotation. So this is not only showing strong signs of rotation, but also a fairly clear signature of debris as well. Look at that dropout. That is debris being lofted into the air and tumbling around. It's right near the campgrounds there, Deer Lick campgrounds. If you're familiar with that area, this is moving right through that zone. So extraordinarily dangerous for the campgrounds right now. And if we time this out, it will be approaching places like Bull City, crossing over Watermelon Road, then getting over towards Johns and Bessemer by about the top of the hour. Now, you notice Birmingham's not that far away. If this holds together, and so many of the storms have done that very thing today, is stay on the ground for a long time and really hold their own for a long time. It'll be near Birmingham by about 9:30. Quickly, just north of town, also a strong rotation signature on this part of the storm headed towards Coleman.
At Papa John's, we want you to know that from our 450-degree oven to box to you, it's our policy that your pizza is never touched once it comes out of the oven. And we're taking extra steps like no contact delivery to ensure it.
Boss, well, back check. Get the flavors they want and the goodness you'll love. Together with Sunmade.
Go, you're gonna be late. Mom, bag check.
Sunmade, raisins, yogurt covered, and sour fruit snacks made delicious with whole fruit.
It's a small finger, a worm,
like a dagger,
tiny sword,
breadstick,
matchstick,
a lamppost,
coin slot. No.
10 seconds.
a stick, a walking stick,
right.
a boundary,
Tower.
monkey in a jar, a big sauce.
Sorry. It's a tandem bicycle.
What?
As long as sloths are slow, you can count on Geico saving folks money. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Hold my pouch. Trust us. Us kids are ready to take things into our own hands. Don't think so? Hold my pouch.
If you have moderate to severe psoriasis, little things can become your big moment. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, 75% clearer skin is achievable. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
What if people with type 1 diabetes had the power to manage their condition without finger sticks? To always know their glucose levels and where they're heading with just a glance at their smart device. The power to make treatment decisions, to customize alerts and alarms to help keep them in range. The power to lower their A1C. All this knowledge, powered by a small wearable. The Dexcom G6.
Search for a really strong glue that's clear.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Clear glue. Clear Gorilla Glue.
Of course. Gorilla Glue strength in a crystal clear formula for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Check the retaining wall, back deck, and vinyl siding. Got a lot of work to do.
Gorilla Heavy Duty Construction Adhesive.
Of course.
All surface, all purpose for a durable hold that lasts for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
To get the most out of your mornings, you need to know what weather is heading your way.
Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, showers early, low 52, winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain, 30%. Monday, considerable cloudiness, high 64, winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday night, a few clouds from time to time, low 51, winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back. We are following a very dangerous storm now southwest of Birmingham, a likely tornado now with debris showing up on radar. Let's take a look. This is Jefferson and Tuscaloosa counties under warning until 9:15 at Central Time. So that warning does extend into the Birmingham metro area. The motion, as has been the case with all of these storms, is very rapid off to the northeast, about 50 miles per hour. Most recent scan year, we're actually not seeing as much evidence of a very tight rotation. So there does appear to be some weakening. What we are seeing is a very strong area of winds, a surge of winds right there that's going to be coming up into the southwest side of the Birmingham metro. But take a look at the velocity data, and you can see the pinpoint that was going on right in this area. A couple of frames ahead of that and a couple of frames behind that. We did have debris at that time, and I'll bet you anything we're not seeing quite as much of a debris signature right now. Because you can see how that is sort of washed out in the most recent frame. Let's just be on the safe side, though. Let's track it out anyway. The vector here is more off to the northeast, and that's coming up towards Little Shoal. So at a minimum, in Little Shoal, you're going to be looking at some very strong wind coming through, but it does appear, at least for the time being, at least for now, that we've got a little bit less of a tornado threat. But, again, as I mentioned, great big mini bow here, and that is going to be coming up and towards Birmingham. So let's track that out as well. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning, and that'll be coming right up into the southwest side of the Birmingham metro. So into Johns near the top of the hour, Chin as well, Bessemer about 9:07, and Fairfield at about 9:10. Damaging wind threat is headed your way. Now looking at and sure enough, this is what we were talking about moments ago. We were looking at debris showing up with this storm. Very well developed debris signature right in there in what appears to be a largely rural area. But when you see that really concentrated area, those are irregular shapes that the radar is picking up. When you see that really concentrated area that is co-located with a very strong rotation, then you know you've got a tornado on the ground. So we certainly did have that. It was probably largely tree debris. Another scan there, still very strong. And right at the time when we're starting to see the velocity signature weaken some, we see also that this debris field is now beginning to expand out. So that's, precisely what you've seen in many videos. In tornado videos, you've got a real strong tornado, then it begins to weaken, and that debris field begins to spread out. That's exactly what's going on right now. So again, we've got less of a tornado threat right now, but certainly there is a very serious damaging wind threat. You see that big bow. I mean, that is a mean signature right there, right through there. And there's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for the Birmingham metro area. Let's take a look at the particulars there. Warning 60-mile-per-hour wind right now. We'll need to keep a good eye on that. That's, one of the threats that you have when you've got very strong winds in the atmosphere in general is that you can see a really strong straight line thunderstorm wind. And so certainly a heads up, Birmingham, you've got a very significant storm coming your way. Now to the north of that, Cullman, Morgan counties under warning until 9:15 Central Time. Let's take a look at the velocity here. I've got a little bit of a dog leg here right in there. That little dog leg is sometimes where a tornado can develop. It's not the most profound signature that I've ever seen, but Nonetheless, there is some threat for a tornado. That'll be coming up towards Coleman about 9:09 or so, Simcoe at 9:18, Holly Pond at about 9:22 or so. And then up into the Atlanta area, got a couple of ongoing warnings here. There are, flash flood warnings all over the place. That's going to be a big part of what happens tonight. Closer look there, and you can see we've got a severe thunderstorm warning now just east of Dalton. But, big part of what is driving this tornado threat, along with the straight line wind threat, is a very strong low-level jet, as we call it. These winds coming out of the southwest, south-southwest, about 5,000 feet up. That helps to create the low-level shear, and that's the beginning of the process that leads to eventually several other things that can lead to a tornado development. So, following that low-level jet, where we see that continuing to be in place along with the strong storms, that's where we've got the concern for tornadoes. So you see these discrete cells here, these individual cells showing up in southern and central parts of Alabama, Birmingham, down to Mobile through late tonight. So, southern Alabama, southeastern Alabama, it's going to continue to be a very, very active night tonight. Most likely, we'll probably see many warnings deep into the night. Then we get into 1 o'clock in the morning Central and 2 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. So this line is coming through Atlanta at the time, and it's going to be a mix of things. It's going to be a damaging wind threat, but there are going to be some embedded supercells within that line, again fueled by this very strong wind in the atmosphere, the shear in the atmosphere. And so as all of that comes into the Atlanta metro, there will be a threat for tornadoes deep into the overnight hours. And so, Liana, we want folks to have some way to be notified, because this could be a really serious night tonight in the Atlanta metro, one of the most serious we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, absolutely, Carl. So let's go ahead and show you what we've been seeing on the ground. This is from our storm trackers in the area. This is in Mississippi, Laurel, Mississippi, from our storm tracker, John Humphreys. And what we're looking at in the distance is some of the damage. I mean, we've been seeing them driving through. You can see some of the debris, but you can't even make out what this is. It looks like it might be metal of some sort, but look how large it is. It looks like maybe there's some power lines, possibly. You can kind of see wires right there. Unfortunately, so much damage that we've been seeing and coming across. Roads have been closed. Power is out across the area. We're going to continue tracking this severe threat as we get through the rest of the evening next.
You wouldn't accept an incomplete job from anyone else, so why accept it from your allergy pills? Flonase relieves your worst symptoms, which most pills don't. Get all-in-one allergy relief for 24 hours with Flonase.
The ups and downs of frequent mood swings can plunge you into deep depressive lows, or give you unusually high energy, even when depressed. Overwhelmed by bipolar depression? Ask about Vraylar. Some medications only treat the lows or the highs. Vraylar effectively treats depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1. Full spectrum relief of all symptoms, with just one pill once a day. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Metabolic changes may occur. Movement dysfunction, restlessness, sleepiness, stomach issues are common side effects. When bipolar depression overwhelms, ask how Vraylar can help.
Am I too old to start skateboarding?
Something on your mind? Chew on it. Twizzlers.
It's a challenging market. Edward Jones is well aware of that, which is why we're ready to listen and ready to help you find opportunity.
So let's talk.
Edward Jones, it's time for investing to feel individual.
Most jeans are made for average bodies, but there's no such thing as an average person. M. Taylor takes 7 measurements right on your phone for perfectly fitted custom jeans, and getting measured only takes 15 seconds. M. Taylor's machine learning technology guarantees a fit 20% better than a tailor, all without leaving your home. With the M. Taylor app, you'll never need to go to a store or find parking at a mall. And if you don't like your jeans for any reason, shipping and returns are always free. Download M. Taylor for iOS or Android.
Goodbye, Fred.
Goodbye, Fred.
What if he gets lonely? What if he gets bored?
Oh, hey.
Because in case it gets hungry, or if you get sad, or if you...
Hey.
I think it's time we say goodbye.
Okay.
Kohler Revolution 360 with continuous clean. Stays clean 5 times longer.
It's okay, Dad.
Only from Kohler.
At Papa John's, we want you to know that from our 450-degree oven to box to you, it's our policy that your pizza is never touched once it comes out of the oven. And we're taking extra steps like no contact delivery to ensure it.
Unfortunately, already a deadly and destructive Easter Sunday across parts of the South. Tornadoes across several states, including this one that ripped through parts of Alabama. The storm motion today, Liana, a very important part of the story. They're moving 50 to 60 miles per hour. So if you're not seeing this race left or right on your screen, that means it's either moving directly towards the camera or directly away. And they're moving fast. Now that it's night, oof, you got to trust those warnings and even sleep in the safe spot of your home tonight.
Exactly. Make sure your phone is charged and take it off of vibrate or silent because you need to get these alerts. Take a look at some of the damage that was left behind. We have video from Laurel, Mississippi. This right here is showing you what we saw earlier in the day. The National Weather Service already saying this was likely an EF4 or EF5 that did this, and unfortunately 7 people have been confirmed to be killed by this storm area. Now this the Mississippi Emergency Management Agency did confirm that 7 people were killed across the state today.
A tragic Easter Sunday already, and we now are going into the overnight hours where we know there is that much more risk. Tornadoes also left major destruction in Louisiana. We have some video from Monroe. A tornado damaged several businesses, including a trucking company there. Big rigs flipped. The garage doors just demolished, ripped right through. Power out to thousands tonight, and we are not done. The atmosphere is still ready to go, even though we are in the nighttime hours. And we actually have some new warnings popping up all the way into southern portions of Alabama. So we are live tonight tracking the severe weather threat across the South. Tornado warnings ongoing, as I mentioned. So let's get right into the lab. Also joined tonight with storm specialist Carl Parker. Carl.
Yeah, really important point, Mark. A lot of cases we see things begin to settle down as we get deeper into the evening and the overnight hours. That is not necessarily going to be the case in this case. You've got such a strong parent storm, a very energetic atmosphere. It could be a really long night in Georgia and even into the Carolinas early tomorrow morning. Let's take a look at some of the warnings right now. We've got several of them to point out. Tornado warning ongoing here north of Birmingham. That in effect for Cullman and Morgan counties until 9:15. So we're seeing a little bit of rotation showing up here now just southwest of Cullman. It's not the most profound rotation I've ever seen, but certainly there is some threat for a tornado there. That coming up towards Cullman at about 9:10 or so, and then Simcoe at about 9:18 as that moves off to the northeast. South of that, there was a tornado warning here. Now just a severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson County. That does include the Birmingham area. A very strong straight line wind threat. You see the big bow, big backward C shape. That'll be coming into Birmingham at 9:19. So heads up for some strong wind headed your way. We did, by the way, see a tornado right in here, and that washed out. You can see the debris sort of stretching out there, spacing out as the tornado weakened. Also a tornado warning now into southwestern parts of Alabama. Choctaw, Clark, and Washington counties under warning until 9:45. So this is now near Milry and moving off to the east very quickly. All these storms moving rapidly. That's going to be one of the hallmarks of these storms. When you got a really energetic parent storm, strong wind fields, it drives the storms along quickly. In this case, moving now to the east, I think a good 50 miles per hour. Let's take a look here. There you go, 55 miles per hour, the latest motion on that. So possible tornado coming towards right now, coming into Milry, Frankville, and Coffeyville. Beyond that, you could be looking at tornado headed your way. Now we go up into North Georgia, and we're looking at another warning here, warning now for Georgia and also for Tennessee. So that is Murray County in Georgia. We've got an observed tag there, and then Polk County into southern Tennessee. And let's take a look at the velocity data here. And we were looking at a pretty tight little rotation just moments ago. Right in there, you can see that tight little area of blue and orange. So there could very well have been a tornado there. successive scans here. It's not as well defined. You can see this is what is left of it. There is still something there, but doesn't look as tight as it was. Nonetheless, let's just track that out. That'll be coming up towards Parksville into ball play here in the next few minutes. Parksville beyond that, and then Archville going into about 10:16 or so. So tornado watch there in the parts of northeast Tennessee as well as western North Carolina. That's going to be going for some time. Let's move that just a little farther east and get a look at the watch there. That extending into areas just outside of Asheville. Expect that we will see tornado watches all across the western Carolinas into early tomorrow morning. Tornado watch until 11 p.m. for North Georgia, but a really critical distinction here. That's for North Georgia. We expect that a lot of the rest of Georgia is going to get in on this weather, but it's going to be later at night, more towards 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning in the Atlanta metro and even later in central parts of Georgia. Also, tornado watch across much of Alabama going until midnight Central Time, and then another one in southern Mississippi as well as into southern parts of Louisiana. We have not seen very many warnings in Louisiana over the last hour here. So let's take a look at the forecast going forward. This is a high-resolution model forecast showing you those really strong low-level winds, and that's a key ingredient when you talk about a tornado threat and also a serious damaging wind threat. We've got these very strong winds coming along with the line as it moves eastward, and so taking this forward, we'll go into 11 o'clock Central, midnight Eastern. Notice that you've got a line of storms here, but discrete cells within that line. So we expect that there are going to be supercell storms all up and down that line from central Alabama back down into the southwest part of the state. And that's going to continue for quite some time. We'll go into, say, 1 o'clock in the morning Central. Very strong storms rolling through Montgomery, Alabama, coming towards Columbus, Georgia, getting towards Macon, coming through the Atlanta metro. And again, same story here. Very strong low-level winds. We've got an environment that is going to be favorable for tornadoes. So we certainly could be talking about supercell storms producing tornadoes, tornado warnings, in addition to a damaging wind threat. It is really, really important that you've got a way to be notified tonight. If you've got to go to bed, then just make sure you've got your phone on, make sure that the alert mode is on, and have it nearby so you can be notified of warnings, because this is going to be one of those nights when we probably see a lot of not just severe thunderstorm warnings, but tornado warnings as well. And then beyond that, we take it into the early morning hours, 4 o'clock in the morning, starting to move away from Atlanta, coming into central Georgia. And this is what I mean. Even though we don't have the watches up right yet, there could very well be tornado watches in these areas going into the early morning hours. And then this is starting to approach Charlotte, and then coming over into the western part of the Carolinas. You notice it's a large area of heavy rain here. We're not seeing as much of that supercell structure farther to the north. But still, because you've got a really energetic atmosphere, we could still be looking at the potential for some supercell storms embedded within that area. And I think an even better chance as you get farther south, more towards southeast Georgia and into southern parts of South Carolina. So that is 6 o'clock in the morning. Again, it's going to be one of those nights where storms are going all night long, and they don't necessarily calm down just because you're into the overnight hours. We could be talking about warnings going all night long here, and then even into early tomorrow morning as well. In fact, through the morning tomorrow, an ongoing threat in the Carolinas and down into South Georgia and in northern Florida. So a lot to be watching here over the next, say, 12 to 18 hours. And let's get a little more now from Mark.
And Carl, you mentioned that strong rotation that was in North Georgia. I want to go into detail on that storm just for a second, because as it came through the forest, it must have hit some trees there. There's a bit of a valley. There's some trees. Look at this. You watch this storm come through now into the Tennessee side. So the Maury County tornado warning confirmed because of the debris seen on radar. And then that same storm continued into portions of Tennessee. There's not that much clear rotation here. It might be underneath that range folding, but if you go back where Carl was talking about following this rotation right on through, it was still a strong rotation, seemed to broaden out. But I want to show you what's known as the correlation coefficient. When the radar is watching for symmetrical objects versus tumbling objects. And as the storm approached, look at this, we start seeing some color showing up here. That is some debris that is then intensifying, a clear debris signature there that got more more intense north of Crandall, approaching Cisco, and then all of that is now falling out across portions of Tennessee. There is still debris in the air as of the most recent scans there. So a very strong but brief rotation was more than enough to whatever was there got kicked up into the sky. And so this is, indicating what normally would be steady rain, but there's actually some debris that the radar beam is hitting. And so we know that by looking at that other mode of the radar. So that's the Tennessee side. Polk County still with that tornado warning as we follow that storm. It's exiting Georgia, no longer under a warning there, but still under that warning on the Tennessee side. Polk County goes until 10:30, and there's a chance that this could recycle. We're pretty far from the radars. We're not getting a great view at that storm. One radar site up by Knoxville, another down in Atlanta. So we're about halfway in between the two with a bunch of mountains in the way. So keep that in mind, just one more complexity of the storms that we're following tonight. And of course, we can also jump back towards the Birmingham area. Birmingham itself under a severe thunderstorm warning. North of town near Coleman, a huge surge of wind and some embedded rotation still within that as well. Can't completely rule out when you see a kind of a signature like this that, back in that little loop-de-loop right in here, that there could still be some embedded rotation. So we've got all this air surging in this way and a big push of wind coming the other. And where those interact, which is right here where the reds and greens are right next to each other, there is still a chance that we could get that rotation, that rotating wind of a tornado, and it would be just south of Coleman at this point, still making its way on off towards the north and east at a very fast clip. And then just the straight line winds would be enough. We've got all kinds of wind making its way towards the Birmingham area. The lightning activity in here is just off the charts. We've got huge amounts of rain, okay, the rainfall rates. And so you put all that together and look at the scope of this flash flood warning. Now, I will say that the lightning has come down a bit compared to where it was in the Tuscaloosa area. So those updrafts have collapsed a little. That also means all that water that was suspended up in the sky is also collapsing along with it. So in the past 3 hours where we had that big lightning jump where the storms already came through and are ending a bit, 1 inch per hour rainfall rates over 3 hours, but a lot of that was in a very short period. That's more than enough to do some flooding. And now we're going into the paved over area of Birmingham. Comparatively, Birmingham, you haven't even begun yet when it comes to that heavy rain threat. So it's really going to be coming down along that I-65 corridor. The bottom line here is that we have a lot of risks in the Birmingham metro area, Liana, whether it's the rotation that could be there south of Coleman, the straight line winds near Birmingham, or the flooding rains and lightning for just about everybody. It's going to be a dangerous night continuing here across much of the South.
Yeah, I mean, it's already been an intense several hours. Take a look. We're looking at video from Laurel, Mississippi, live view from our storm tracker, John Humphreys. We've been seeing him just come across debris-strewn roads and even blocked roads where people are taking chainsaws to clear out these large trees. On the left-hand side, you can see these trees that are, it looks like this road has actually been cleared out by those chainsaws. You can see those clean marks on those tree branches and limbs there. But it's a slow go, and it looks like they're still moving very slowly, looking for additional debris that could be strewn across the roads. Unfortunately, we've already had 7 deaths in the state of Mississippi, unfortunately, and the threats, they keep on coming as we continue to track the severe storms that continue to march eastward. Notice how dark it is as well. Power outages galore. The nice thing is that temperatures are still on the warmer side, but you still need the power back on immediately. So that's why they're clearing the roads as fast as they can. Mark mentioned this. We have the threat for flash flooding likely as we get into tomorrow morning. And it's going to be spanning across a lot of real estate, digging down into the clipping parts of the Florida Panhandle and lifting up into parts of the Mid-Atlantic. But this zone right here, that's where we're going to have the biggest threats for flash flooding. We've already had some of those warnings pop up. We have a flash flood watch in effect through tonight. It's spanning from Memphis all the way up towards Nashville, Knoxville, Asheville, Chattanooga, clipping parts of northern Georgia, Huntsville, Tupelo. You're all included in that. And it's already starting to pick up. I mean, look at how heavy this rain has been. What I mean by that is all those shades of red, even back here towards Little Rock. That's some really intense rain that's coming out of the sky right there. So we have multiple threats that Mark has been talking about. We have those tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and flash flood warnings. This one is in effect until 11:30 p.m. Central Time. Again, it's good that so many people are staying home, not too many people out on the roads. If you must travel, maybe you're an essential worker, make sure you avoid, never drive through a flooded roadway. Another flash flood warning, this is just in northern Georgia. We're looking at Boyan, Chattanooga Valley, Dalton, cities that those are going to be impacted through 3:30 a.m. Eastern time. You were starting to see, notice what's out even further west. All that heavy rain is heading east. All right, let's continue our tour. We're going to continue to track this threat. Actually, parts of I-75 will be embedded in these zones, and we'll go back over here towards those multiple flash flood warnings that are impacting parts of Birmingham and Tuscaloosa. Let's go ahead and get the latest on the storm threat with Carl Parker in the lab.
Leanna, we want to tell you about some storms that are now in eastern parts of Arkansas and coming towards Memphis, Tennessee. You've got a very serious damaging wind threat along with these. They are moving. This has been interesting. Mark was talking about this earlier. Look at the debris signature that showed up. That came right into Cisco and Crandall, and it was not a long-lived tornado. It was just a brief, tight rotation. A lot of trees up there, so probably a lot of tree debris showing up, and that came right across 411, and just as quickly it started to go away here. And so you got a little less instability as you get up into Tennessee, and for that reason, when we do see these spin-ups, they're probably going to be short-lived for the most part, as opposed to areas farther south where you've got a lot more instability, and storms can keep going for a much longer period of time. So here's a look at the model forecast along with the very strong low-level winds. It's one of the key ingredients when you're looking at a tornado threat and a damaging wind threat. And we expect that this low-level jet is not only going to be in place, it's actually going to be getting stronger going through the overnight hours. So notice where it is and notice the storms there. Notice the character of the storms. If you look very closely, you can see a little bit of this shape in some of these storms. So that's the model indicating that we're going to see supercell storms embedded within that line. It's a line of storms overall, but it's got supercells or rotating storms embedded within the line. And that's going to be coming across south central Alabama over the next couple of hours here. So heads up in Montgomery and points farther south down into Mobile. Then we're going to watch that begin to move over into the Atlanta metro about 1 to 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. And this is one of those nights, Mark, when we want people to be aware or have some way to wake up as the storms come in. Over to you.
Yeah, and if you needed one more thing to really heighten your alarm, we want to bring in Dana Baumgartner with the Jones County Fire Department. Dana, thanks for joining us. I know it's been a catastrophic day across the county. Can you explain where we are at this point?
Well, we're still, responding to calls that we've not been able to get to. I've just spent about an hour trying to get about 2 miles. So there's a significant amount of damage, trees down, lots of injuries, so many that I've lost count so far. So we hope to tally those numbers later. But we have some significant damage all the way from the, southern west Jones County, outside of around Laurel, all the way kind of straight through to the northeast end of the county to Heidelberg up in Jasper County.
I'm so sorry to hear that. We do have some images on the screen from Laurel that just to kind of reiterate what you just told us. It looks like a structure completely just demolished, obliterated. Where do you go from here? You said you're still trying to get to some residents at this point?
We are. At this point, we have a couple of actual persons in danger that we're trying to get to and get them to safety. But after that, it's going to be weeks of cleanup. This is very significant for this county, and it'll take all hands on deck to get it back to normal, get all the roads passable and clean.
Absolutely. We're talking with Dana Baumgartner with the Jones County Fire Department there in Mississippi. Dana, I want to keep you with us. We're coming up against a hard break, and I don't want to get you cut off if I ask another question, but I'd love to talk with you more. So stay with us. We're going to talk more with Dana in just a second. Again, what you're looking at live here is a live view from Storm Tracker Charles Peak, who is in that same county in Laurel, Mississippi. That structure that you see into the darkness, into the distance there, completely demolished by storms earlier today. We'll be right back.
This right here is the new papadilla, which, if I'm not mistaken, is Latin for better than a sandwich. Even has a better pickle. Get a new papadilla for $6. Better ingredients, better pizza, better than a sandwich. Papa John's.
In the next minute, an animal who's been cruelly abused by a thoughtless owner might not survive. Every minute of every day in America, animals are feeling the pain of being abused or neglected. These animals have done nothing to deserve this treatment. And if you agree, then it's time to do something about it. It only takes a minute to help, but it's a minute that will matter more than you can imagine to an animal who's being hurt. So I hope you'll take this minute right now and visit this website or call the number on your screen. Join with your gift of just $19 a month and you can rescue innocent animals from endless suffering. The next minute could mean the difference between life and death for an animal who's being hurt. It's just 63 cents a day, and I can tell you, you will make a difference. So I'm asking you, please, visit our easy-to-use website on any device or call this toll-free number now. And if you join in the next 10 minutes, we'll send you this membership kit. It comes with a magazine subscription, an animal photo, and this limited edition Animal Champion t-shirt designed exclusively for our new monthly supporters. Please go online or call now and don't delay, because there's an animal being abused right now, and the next minute of their life could really depend on you.
The difficult part for me was starting. I've lost about 20 pounds, which blows my mind.
The psychology aspect of Noom was different than I'd ever seen before.
Noom helped me make a couple of lifestyle changes that made achieving that goal very easy. It's a whole mentality change. Now I've lost 10 pounds.
Down 22 pounds. 57 pounds. That's a lot of weight.
Just to know that you feel yourself again, it makes me so happy and proud. Visit Noom.com and change your life for good.
When we first opened our doors, it didn't take us long to realize
we weren't in the car business.
At Lexus, we were in the people business.
We needed to be helpful,
respectful,
and compassionate,
to treat people like guests.
It's what we all signed up for. And now when people need this most, we will do what we've always done.
Take care of people first.
The rest will follow.
Fred would do anything for his daughter.
Get in, Fred.
Even if it means being the back half of a unicorn. Fear not, Fred. The front half washed the shirt with Gain detergent. That's the scent that puts the giddy in giddy up. The irresistible scent of Gain. For a scent with even more giddy up, try Gain Scent Blast and detergent, fabric softener, and scent beads.
Welcome back. We have continuing coverage here on the Weather Channel. Severe weather has already come through portions of Mississippi. With the scope of the cleanup here to go in Laurel, it's dangerous already out there with trees covering roads, first responders that can't get to people that are still calling for help. I do want to quickly tell you that there are more storms on the way, just crossing over the river, coming into northern and central Mississippi. The whole western side of your state under severe thunderstorm warnings. These will eventually come into areas that were already impacted from earlier today. So if you're not in a safe spot, you're listening in, try to get to a safe spot now while the weather is quiet. If you were listening with us before the break, we were talking with Dana Baumgartner from this area, Jones County. I want to bring her back in. Dana, thanks so much for spending some time with us tonight.
Yes, sir.
As you mentioned that you're having a tough time with the first responders even getting to some of the residents that are still calling for help. Is there any sense on the scope and the scale, how many homes or businesses were damaged, or is it too early to know at this point?
It's too early to know at this point. I think tomorrow we'll have a lot more information for you guys on that front. But thankfully, we did not have a whole lot of businesses in the path. I think SoSo, Mississippi did probably have some. We did have a volunteer fire department that was pretty much demolished in SoSo. And there's just so many homes that have sustained damage, and some of the homes are irreparable, and with several injuries, and at least one fatality.
I'm so sorry to hear that. You mentioned one of the volunteer fire departments was hit. When the first responders are taken out, when the trucks are taken out like that, and it's such a wide-scale event, where do you go for mutual aid? Are there communities that weren't hit that are able to help you guys tonight?
Absolutely. We've had fire department personnel from Wayne County. We've had Jasper County come in. We had ambulances from AMR and Hafford EMS. I'm sure there's some other ones that I just have not seen yet. But people from all over have come in to help this area. we're very, very, very grateful.
And yet it's got to be hard for those first responders to even get in. You said the scope of the tree damage was pretty intense.
It is, yes. They've had difficulty as well getting to people, just like we have. They're following our fire trucks around and just trying to get to all the patients to treat everybody.
Any sense on how many of your roads are still shut down, closed, barricaded off, either by trees or by police at this point?
I could not give you a number. I know that many of them now are passable at least a little bit, maybe not fully functional, but they're where you can kind of drive through. Where I'm at currently, there is a path on a 2-lane road that kind of one lane is kind of weaving in and out of the trees that are down and things like that. So we're getting there. We just hadn't got it all where we can at least get through yet.
Sure, and you're responding, of course, with the fire department. Any reports of fires, gas leaks, things that you're really concerned about tonight?
We have had a couple of reports of gas leaks, and I know that the local gas companies are responding to those. Of course, the power companies are multiple reports of power lines down. That's everywhere, all through the path of the tornado. But nothing that I'm aware of at this point that has been a gas leak or anything like that to threaten life.
And again,
but no structure fires, thank goodness.
Oh, thank goodness. That is a good thing. While we're talking with you, we're getting some live views from the Laurel, Mississippi area, and it seems like a garage attached to a building that's just completely shifted and a really significant structural damage. How much of that type of damage have you encountered tonight? Is this a one-off thing? Is this almost all the homes you've seen? Kind of paint the picture for us.
It is all over. I left an area earlier in the evening where a mobile home was sitting in the middle of a road. I've seen a mobile home right next, that was across the road from one home, and now it's sitting right on top of that home. So significant property damage, and we're just trying to do the best we can with this and get to everybody.
Just a catastrophic night already, day into night. That's Dana Baumgartner with Jones County, the Mississippi area fire department. Thanks so much for talking with us. Good luck getting to everyone that you're still trying to get to tonight, and just try to stay as safe as you can.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We'll be thinking of Jones County as well as so many of the others tonight. You're looking live at some of the damage, a structure that is completely shifted, garage doors blown in, some walls failing there. So a dangerous spot to even be there, giving us those views. Hopefully they'll back up soon, and we'll be right back to show you where the active weather is.
What does it mean to be a good neighbor?
It means being there for each other.
And that's why State Farm is announcing the Good Neighbor Relief Program.
We know that our customers are driving less, which means fewer accidents.
So State Farm is returning $2 billion to auto policyholders for the period ending May 31st.
And we'll continue making real-time decisions to best serve you, our customers.
Because now, more than ever, being a good neighbor means everything. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Washing my hands, sometimes hundreds of times a day, made the cracks worse.
We're constantly washing our hands to maintain a sanitary condition so your hands are always rough.
Try O'Keefe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 hand cream for guaranteed relief of dry, cracked hands.
Not even our competitor's best battery can match the power of Energizer, because Energizer Ultimate Lithium is the longest-lasting AA battery in the world. Energizer, backed by science, matched by no one.
No, this ain't no sandwich. Because on a sandwich, they ask you if you want cheese. But on a papadilla, cheese is what's holding the whole operation together. Get one now for just $6. Better ingredients, better pizza, better than a sandwich. Papa John's.
Boss, whoa, back check.
Get the flavors they want and the goodness you'll love. Together with Sunmaid.
Go, you're gonna be late.
Mom, bag check.
Sunmaid, raisins, yogurt-covered, and sour fruit snacks made delicious with whole fruit.
There will be parties again soon, and family gatherings. There will be parades, and sporting events, and concerts. To help our communities when they come back together, respond to the 2020 census now. Spend a few minutes online today to impact the next 10 years of healthcare, infrastructure, and education. Go to 2020census.gov and respond today to make America's tomorrow brighter. It's time to shape our future.
I have the power to lower my blood sugar and A1C.
Because I can still make my own insulin, and Trulicity activates my body to release it, like it's supposed to. Once weekly Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It's not insulin. It starts acting from the first dose, and it lowers risk of heart attack, stroke, or death in people with known heart disease or multiple risk factors.
Trulicity isn't for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, vomiting, belly pain, and decreased appetite, which lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems.
I have it within me to lower my A1C.
Ask your doctor about Trulicity.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. We do have some new tornado warnings to tell you about. It's going to be a very long night across a lot of the Deep South. We hope that you'll stay with us through the night tonight. If you've got to go to bed, make sure that you've got your phone on out ahead of this line of storms in Georgia as well as southeast Alabama, because you've got to have a way to be notified of these storms as they're coming through. We could very well be looking at tornado warnings going deep into the overnight, even into tomorrow morning. Let's take a look at some of the new warnings here. First of all, northeast of Birmingham, brand new tornado warning in effect right now that includes Albertville, that's DeKalb and Marshall counties, going until 10 p.m. So seeing some rotation showing up here near Douglas and just west of 431. Let's track that out. It's sort of a broader rotation, and that's going to be coming towards Albertville as well as Hustleville and Five Forks. A possible tornado coming your way, that moving towards the east northeast. All of these storms moving very quickly. That's one of the hallmarks of the storms today. You've got really strong wind fields, and that is part of what is driving this tornado and damaging wind threat. In southwestern Alabama, a couple of tornado warnings to tell you about here. One of these in effect for Marengo County going until 10 p.m. Looking at the velocity data, I'm not seeing anything that really stands out. There is some rotation showing up right in there, and that's going to be coming towards Hamden as well as Prairie Bluff. We're just not getting a really good look at it. It's a little bit far from the radar. Then to the south of that, got another warning here, and that is in effect for Choctaw, Clark, and Washington counties. Leading edge of that storm just about out of the warning. You can see there is a little dog leg there. I'm going to zoom in on that, and that is northeast of Jackson. So you see a couple of areas where you see this little notch. There's one right here near 84, another one right in there. So you certainly have to watch those spots where you see that little bit of a sort of an L shape. That could be an area where you could be looking at tornadoes. But again, in this area, I'm not seeing anything that looks really profound at this time. So let's go farther off towards the north. And here, by the way, the very strong winds that are coming up from the south, the low-level jet, a big part of what is driving this tornado threat and the damaging wind threat, adding to the shear in the atmosphere. And that shear is what gets these storms rotating. That's the beginning of the process that leads to these tornadoes developing. Now, here into areas of western Mississippi and also eastern Arkansas, warning for Cross, Poinsett, and St. Francis counties. This is now coming towards the Memphis area. I'm going to move this forward just a little bit to catch up with the storms there. So that'll be moving into West Memphis about 10:15, and Memphis around 10:26 could very well be damaging winds coming your way as that moves in. Then we see also warning to the south, Coahoma, Lee, and Phillips County. Warning going until 9:45, and another one to the east of that, including Tunica County, going until 10:30. 70-mile-per-hour wind is the threat with these storms. Now, in the Atlanta metro area, you notice here that it has been, relatively quiet as compared to what's going on to the north and west. You also notice that there's a tornado watch that is north and west of a lot of the metro. Does that mean that you're not going to see a lot of weather tonight? Absolutely not. That only means that the more imminent threat is in the northern part of Georgia, but we do expect that a tornado watch is going to be issued for the Atlanta metro area. And I want to show you the high resolution model forecast showing us that low level jet. We talk about the importance of that in the shear that develops. And we see these storms coming into Atlanta around 1 to 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. So again, very late tonight, and there could easily be a whole series of supercell storms contained within the line of storms that's coming through. So a broken line, as we say, coming through, and we could very well be looking at tornado warnings in addition to severe thunderstorm warnings coming through this area. So again, if you're going to go to bed, fine. Just make sure that you have a way to be notified, whether that's a weather radio. I know not a lot of people have those, but everybody's got a phone, and pretty much every phone has got the capability of letting you know that there is a warning. Just have to leave it on, leave it in alert mode, and make sure that it's nearby, and so it will wake you up. Because again, Liana, we do expect that it's going to be going for a lot of the night tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be a long night, Carl. Let's take you now to Laurel, Mississippi, where we have our storm tracker, Charles Peak. He's at the site of some damage. It looks like a home. This is heartbreaking. Completely obliterated, it almost looks like. So much debris. You can see it looks like lots of trees down, large trees at that. And whoa, look at this. This is so sad to see this. I mean, we've already had 7 deaths in the state of Mississippi. And thank goodness you're behind this threat. You had some lingering showers, but for the most part, now is the time to clean up. And unfortunately, you can see the debris that's just littered across the area. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, it looks like, you can't even make out some of these objects because that's how badly damaged they are. Now, as we get into the rest of tonight and into tomorrow, we're going to be tracking this line of storms working its way in towards the coastal areas of the East Coast. All right, take a look. We have torcons of 5. That's moderate, not as high as what we've been seeing today, but it's still a decent chance of seeing tornadoes for tomorrow for Raleigh, North Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, and Savannah, Georgia. Now, that's right along the coast. All of this energy is going to be heading your way, and it's going to be really into the morning hours. That's going to be the time. So we have that torcon of 5 right in the red right here, kind of a little bit farther south towards the Florida Panhandle. We have torcons of 3 as well as torcons of 2. So of course that lower chance extending a little bit farther west of the coast. But we get into it as we have severe thunderstorms. It's not just the tornado threat. We also have those damaging winds, 60+ mile per hour winds, as well as plenty of heavy rain, flash flooding. That's going to be a big problem. Take a look as we time it out. 11 p.m. It's still that whole line that Carl was just talking about. That's continuing to work its way through the interior of the South, and then it reaches into parts of the Carolinas. This is 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're watching this whole mess. So make sure you have a way to get those alerts. I think the good news is that so many people are at home, so you are able to shelter in place. So as we get into 10 a.m., it's starting to get closer and closer towards the Outer Banks. So, but by midday, the main time that you will really kind of be good is really closer to about 1 p.m. So by 1 p.m. early afternoon, it's departing the area. And unfortunately, we do have that threat for damaging winds as well.
Domino's has contactless delivery, so you can safely get pizza even while you stay indoors.
Just take those old records on the shelf. I sit and listen to them by myself. Today's music ain't got the same soul.
Next time you get 2 or more medium 2-topping pizzas for $5.99 each, choose contactless delivery from Domino's.
For over 75 years, people have saved money with... sorry.
Here we go from the top and action.
For over 75 years, people have saved money with Gecko.
Cut it.
What did I say? Gecko. I said Gecko. Oh. For over 75 years...
Keep it together.
I'm good. For over 70... What are you doing there? Stop making me laugh.
Geico, saving people money for over 75 years.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
It's totally normal to have constipation with belly pain, straining, and bloating again and again.
No way.
More exercise, more water, and more fiber is the only way to manage it.
Is it?
Maybe you think it's occasional constipation.
Maybe it's not.
It could be a chronic medical condition called IBS-C, and time to say yes to Linzess. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It helps relieve belly pain and lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements. Do not give Linzess to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Change your thinking to IBS-C. If your constipation and belly pain keeps coming back, tell your doctor and say yes to Linzess.
Does learning a language feel like this?
No habla español?
Hablo.
It's hablo? It's hablo.
Bom dia, like good day, good morning, I think.
I can say, je m'appelle David, but that's probably it.
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
This year is my year to get fluent in Spanish, and Babbel is definitely going to help me do that. The app is so easy to use and it's so practical. It helps you learn things that you will actually need.
Since my husband is from Guatemala, I'll apply what I've learned in the Babbel app to our real life situations.
I've tried other language learning apps and nothing really stuck. Babbel's been a complete game changer for me.
Hoy es miércoles y el clima está muy bueno afuera. Estoy con fome. Eu no tomé café de mañana.
Je suis des États-Unis et du viande too.
Language for life. Go to babbel.com and try for free.
To get the most out of your mornings, you need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, overcast, low 52, winds light and variable. Monday, mostly cloudy skies, high 64, winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday night, a few clouds, low 51, winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. One of the big things we've been talking about tonight is the fact that these storms are not going to calm down as we get deeper into the evening. You've got an incredibly energetic atmosphere, and it's going to be that way all night long. So let's take a look at some of the latest tornado warnings here, and they are in the southern part of Alabama, just north of Monroeville and west of 65. One of those warnings now in effect here for Clark and Monroe and Wilcox counties going until 10:30. Got a little bit of a notch there that is just east of Thomasville, and so some rotation along with that. That's going to be coming towards Culpeper and Dry Forks and Camden. Then to the north of that, you can see actually a little swirl in the reflectivity right in there. You can see that little bit of swirling going on. That's Wilcox County under warning until 10:30. And there is the rotation right in there. That is southwest of Alberta. Taking a look at the loop here so we can get a sense of the vector. That appears to be just about northeast, maybe just a little south of northeast. So taking that forward, that'll come up into Prairie as well as Alberta and Orville. In all of those areas, we want you to get to your safe place right away, as you've got a possible tornado coming your way. Mark, over to you.
Storm carefully for sure. Now we want to bring in Charles Peak. Charles Peak has been in Laurel, Mississippi for us tonight, and now he can hear us and we can hear him. Charles, the views coming out of your camera here are just heart-wrenching for this Easter Sunday.
Yeah, Mark, and specifically when you think at this location, we had a senior adult lady pass away in the storm here. This was the location where she was, and talked to family members here, and they had the warnings. This was a well-built home, but this was just devastating enough that this couldn't be withstood.
I mean, it seems like there is stuff everywhere. Is this all from one home? Were there several homes here?
This is all one home. You can see where I'm standing right now is the foundation, and very little that is here at the foundation site, but off to the north, probably another 25, 30 yards is much of the debris from the home. And you can see the walls, you can see air conditioning piping. There's the stove right over here. It really tells you just the devastation that that these experience. One of the bad things here, literally, I've been with the fire department, is they've been having to clear the roads across the street. They had 3 people they had to take to the ambulance or to the hospital by ambulance. And literally, we just now got to them where they could do that. Fortunately, they weren't life-threatening injuries, but it's just that bad, and that they couldn't even get the apparatus back here to take people to the hospital.
Hey, Charles, Liana Brackett here. Is this the only home that was damaged in the area? Can you kind of describe the entire area? Is this like a lone house? You know, are there other homes that are damaged as well?
Yes, there's several firemen have told me they felt like it was about a mile-wide path along here. You had numerous homes here. Again, I got an interview with a lady sort of across the street and down about 100 yards, was family member for the lady here, and their house was damaged. And then about another 100 yards down was the ones they had to take to the hospital, and they were in a trailer home that was totally destroyed. So you got just widespread damage. The public information officer here for the fire department said they had so many injury reports she couldn't even keep up with them.
And I mean, we're looking at your feed here, full refrigerators, stoves that are launched across. I mean, it really does speak to the strength of the speed of the winds. We know that not every home is a well-built, multiple-story brick construction. It's just the fact of life. It's not. But even so, you ever try to move a fridge? It's hard. These things are thrown blocks away. Charles, this is just incredible, the amount of stuff that is thrown around here.
Yes, sir, Mark. And about I'd say about a quarter mile to the north from here, I was on a house earlier, and is a relative of the lady who passed away here, and he's the one that told me. But across the street from his house, he was telling me, because you wouldn't have known it, he said there was a trailer home there. He said, we walked over there, you can't find anything of it left. You know, so fortunately nobody was home in that trailer when that happened, but literally completely gone, not even having debris very close to it.
Now, overall, Charles, is this kind of a, you know, it's just devastating to see something like this, but is it a very tight-knit community as far as like, is this like one city and then it's completely surrounded by rural terrain?
A lot of it is, this is actually in the rural area where we're at right now, but this particular road, most everybody on here is actually family members. So needless to say, they're cousins and distant family members, but still nonetheless, it's been a shock to have all of them being hit like this. And then they're telling me in Sozo, I think is how you pronounce it, that it's really bad there, and I haven't made it there just yet.
All right, that's Charles Peak, storm tracker for us in Laurel County, Laurel, Mississippi, Jones County. We'll talk with him more coming up. Don't go anywhere.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens in each cubic yard of air. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. But now, relief is just one drop away. Introducing Pataday. Full prescription strength Pataday works right in your eyes, right in the cells that make them itch, fast. Just one drop once a day means relief that lasts all day. So turn your day into a Pataday. Now get Pataday without a prescription everywhere.
Hey Boston. Hey Atlanta. Hola Miami. Hi New York. Hey LA. Chicago. Hey America.
Trust me, you're gonna love this. Come on.
2 tablespoons of sugar.
Kind of near average.
This is the place to be.
Something for everyone. Local now. Download for free in your favorite app store.
Rise to greatness. You can do anything.
At Papa John's, we want you to know that from our 450-degree oven to box to you, it's our policy that your pizza is never touched once it comes out of the oven. And we're taking extra steps like no contact delivery to ensure it.
These days, it's anything but business as usual. That's why working together is more important than ever. AT&T is committed to keeping you connected so you can keep your patients cared for, your customers served, your students inspired, and your employees closer than ever. Our network is resilient. Our people are strong. Our job is to keep your business connected. It's what we've always done. It's what we'll always do.
I heard you the first time. I just wanted to hear it again.
Now available at Walmart.com. Hearing Assist rechargeable hearing aids for hundreds, not thousands of dollars, including our new app-controlled hearing aid that gives you full control of your sound environment. Save $200 at Walmart.com or purchase your hearing aids at one of our displays at Walmart stores in Texas, Arizona, Colorado, Tennessee, and North Carolina.
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Welcome back. We are following very active storms now across a lot of the Deep South, and a new warning to tell you about, and that is in far northeastern Alabama, far northwestern Georgia. Tornado warning in effect here for parts of Alabama, small part, DeKalb and Jackson counties under warning, and then in northwest Georgia, it is Dade and Walker counties. We could very well be looking at a tornado coming towards Trenton. You need to get to your safe place right now. Strong circulation showing up there, and that is now just west of Interstate 59 and near Trenton and about ready to move in, now moving east at 35 miles per hour. So let's track that forward. And again, it's going to be coming into at least parts of the Trenton area, if not actually right through the downtown, coming into Trenton here in just the next few minutes of very, very short order, into Durham at 11:04, Hayesville at 11:09, and Chickamauga at 11:14. Now let's circle this area and see if there's some debris showing up. We have been looking at certainly a very strong rotation. I'm not seeing any clear-cut evidence of debris at this time, but the circulation is definitely very strong. And again, that is coming towards Trenton right now and towards that I-59 corridor. So please get to your safe place right now as you've got a possible tornado coming through. There's a brand new scan, and we're still seeing the rotation showing up. And again, that is just about on top of Trenton right in here. That's the area where it's coming across 59 right now. As a matter of fact, I'm going to circle this one more time, and let's see if there's any debris showing up right now. And there is indeed a little bit of debris showing up there, so we could very well be looking at a tornado right now coming just along the south side of Trenton. That's right where we're seeing some rotation showing up. So heads up on that, a possible tornado coming along the south side of Trenton as we speak. There's a tornado watch in effect here for North Georgia, not in Atlanta right yet, but we do expect that there will be a tornado watch issued for the Atlanta Metro. We're going to talk more about the timing coming up here in a few minutes. Also into South Alabama, got a couple of tornado warnings to tell you about here. Clark, Monroe, and Wilcox County under warning. Seeing some evidence of rotation there just west of Camden. Also another warning to the north of that. That is Wilcox County under warning. And so you can see where we've got these little dog legs right in there. There's one right in there and one right in there. That's where we're looking at potentially some circulation. This is not a great spot for radar. We're pretty far away from the radars here. And so perhaps a tornado coming towards Alberta and Orville as well. And we'll continue to keep a very close eye on that area. Then into Birmingham, great big severe thunderstorm warning has been issued, but all of this weather is going to be translating over across towards the Georgia state line and into Atlanta later tonight. So we want you to be on your toes there in the Atlanta metro area. We'll talk about the timing coming up here in just a couple of minutes, but first let's get out to Mark with the latest on the damage in Mississippi.
Yeah, Carl, the damage that we've been watching in Mississippi has just been heart-wrenching. This is Laurel, Mississippi, debris strewn everywhere. Our own Charles Peak has been tracking the storms and tracking the cleanup after the storms for us as well tonight, and we're bringing him back on live with us right now. Charles, just your heart goes out to these communities and the people that were in these homes. When you see this kind of debris thrown everywhere, there's almost not good words for it.
Yeah, Mark, it's one of those situations that I've been walking around here. You know, right now you look at it and it's just a bunch of tornado debris. But you think about it earlier this morning on Easter Sunday morning, Miss Sarah here, this wasn't how she was thinking her day was going to go. And all of a sudden you sit there and you realize that all of these pieces were part of her life. She was in her 80s, but yet she still lived here. And you wouldn't have thought when she woke up this morning that this was the last day that she would be alive. And so as I'm walking around seeing these different pieces that represent her home and her life, your heart just really breaks and you realize it's not just tornado debris, it's somebody's home, it's somebody's life, it's Sarah's life, and this is where she lived. And unfortunately, this is where she passed away tonight because of this terrible tornado. And as we know, there's stories like this all over southern Mississippi tonight.
Yeah, just you're right, Charles. It is, you know, pieces of that home and pieces of that life, and just so hard to wrap your head around it coming through the television screen. When you see, a fridge and a freezer there, just so far away from where the home's foundation was. These are not light objects that were tossed by these winds, even if it's not the most well-constructed home on the earth, right? Just the fact that it could move these things that far shows you how strong some of these winds were.
Well, you can see with a lot of the wooden structure here, this, while not a brick home, was a well-built structure. It wasn't a modular home here. It was a well-built stick home, but yet, needless to say, this tornado took it down to mere rubble.
And it seems like there's trees within it as well. Are there huge trees that maybe crashed through the home, and that's where the weakness occurred from the wind?
No, just to give you an idea of knowing it's a tornado, I can't get back over there now, but behind the debris you see about 20 or 30 yards is the foundation of the house. So obviously it blew all the debris from the house this direction, but as you can see, this tree was blown back towards where the debris is. So almost exactly the opposite of how the house was blown.
Yeah, and that's one of those, telltale signs when you have things blown in two different directions from the same storm that the National Weather Service team would be out looking for and surveying to try to find out the scope of these winds. But just from using the radar earlier, there were already the National Weather Service was talking about estimating, EF4 potential type storms and type damage just from the radar velocities. Now, that's not the way it will get its final rating, but it does give them a starting point to, look at that upper echelon of tornadoes. This was a very dangerous storm on a very dangerous day. Charles, tell us a little bit about the ordeal it took for you to even get to this home.
Well, unfortunately, I've been in this area before covering tornadoes, and so the public information officer, Dana Bumgardner, with, I think we talked to her a little earlier, with Jones County Fire Department. We're friends now, and I started texting her as I was coming down this way, and she was letting me know some of the things that she was seeing and hearing. And so she escorted me back into this area. But like I said, we had to it probably took over an hour because we had to keep coming to the trees and the firemen with their chainsaws to clear the road for them to be able to get back here.
And I mean, that's an important part of the search and recovery and rescue. But let's say somebody got their, their foot cut on some of this tornado debris. Without those roads cleared, there's no way to get to them.
That's correct. One of the ones they took to the hospital, she was 14 weeks pregnant, and possibly a broken hip is what some of them said. They obviously have to x-ray that and figure it out. But, you can eat with a pregnant lady and it take over an hour to be able to get an ambulance to them. Fortunately, she was in a lot of pain, but she appeared to be okay when they took her off.
It's such a scary night, one of many scary stories. You try to put your mind in that scenario, get in that mindset of what that woman must have been thinking about and feeling for an hour after calling for help and not having anyone arrive. You were driving around. I saw your feed, with the emergency crews as they were trying to make their way through. Could you tell if it was just as difficult to continue in that same direction? I know you stopped here to kind of bring us those views, but were there still trees down out ahead of you that they would still have to cut their way through and basically clear every single road of the county, more or less?
I do believe that was the case when we turned off on this road. There was still debris, and a sheriff was telling me there was 2 cars blocked, trapped in there, not trapped in the trees were on them, but just they couldn't get out because trees were down in front and behind them. And on this particular road, they've cleared it from both ends. They had to be able to get emergency crews in here because of what all transpired here.
Is there anything that you're seeing that we're not, that is going to be one of those moments that sticks with you? Like, I can't even tell what some of this stuff is as you're walking past.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, right here, there evidently was some kind of garage or carport type situation on cinder blocks. You can see right there is a major transformer that was taken down that I'm sure supplied the house. And you've got, you just can't see out here with it so dark. The power lines are everywhere. I can hear in the background this chainsaws going. So obviously they're still clearing roads and trying to get things where that people can get through and check on things. Mark, I see this pretty regularly, but boy, this just breaks my heart to think about what's transpired tonight.
And so that's the main water line that was going into the home. Is that correct?
It looks like it does look to be the water line. It goes underneath into the ground. So I'm assuming it was the main line that fed the house, or at least out the back. Well, no, it wouldn't have been the main line because you would have had it under the foundation here.
It's so jarring.
An outside spigot of some sort.
It's so jarring because you can't tell where that home was. We can't see the foundation. I know you can kind of get a better sense of it walking around, but it's just a pipe sticking out, spewing water out. We talked to Dana. You're right, Dana Baumgartner, to get some information. She said, luckily, no gas leaks that she's heard of, because that's one of the main risks after a tornado comes through, that the gas lines are severed, and then there could be fires popping up. So the good news is that we haven't heard of that. There haven't been any house fires tonight. But Charles, little consolation when you're seeing a scene like this. Just a devastating scene tonight.
Yeah, you can see here a TV, a window, a bunch of clothes in here. In this particular area, I just walked past it. I'm going to think that maybe this is a propane type situation rather than natural gas lines. So that might have been a good thing out here in this particular area to not have gas lines going.
Yeah,
you can see here's a tree that was just, a large tree.
Wow. And just snapped partway up, and the bark is gone. The tree is somewhere else, or you can see parts of the branches there. But goodness gracious, Charles, stay safe out there. As you know, treat all the power lines as if they're live. Watch out where you're stepping. Lots of exposed nails, lots of sharp corners out there. So whether it's Charles walking around or if you're out surveying damage in your home, please be careful tonight. And Charles, we're going to check back in with you in just a little bit. Thank you so much for that report. We do want to go back into the lab now to give everyone an update on where the storms are now and where the most active weather is. So for that, let's go to storm specialist Carl Parker.
Yeah, Mark, and the thing that we really want to impress upon people is that we've got such an energetic system, and it's going to continue to be that way all night long, even into tomorrow morning. And so we're going to see warnings all night long here. We're going to be live with you through the night and into tomorrow morning. So certainly anytime you want to flip on the TV, you can see what's going on. But if you're going to go to bed, make sure you have a way to wake up if a warning is issued. The easiest way to do that for most people is just to leave your phone on and make sure the alert mode is on, because it will let you know if there is a warning for your area. But let's get into some of the warnings right now. First of all, in southern Alabama, and heads up in Montgomery, this weather is not very far away from you and moving quickly as it has all night. Tornado warning for Monroe and Wilcox County. Also tornado warning for Wilcox County to the north there until 10:30. And so we're seeing some little kinks here. There's one little sort of a dog leg right there, another one right in there. And so in those spots, there's potential for tornadoes. This is not actually covered by the tornado warning, but let's just go ahead and show you where that's going to be headed. That's coming towards Tasso, and then another little dog leg near Camden right now, and that's going to be coming up towards Tilden and also into Shawnee. But there's been a severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued farther to the northeast, so they've elected to not continue the tornado warning farther northeast and up into Selma. That's Dallas County under severe thunderstorm warning right now, with the potential for some 60-mile-per-hour wind and also penny-size hail. Now let's go farther north, and we're looking at an ongoing tornado warning in northwest Georgia. Last we checked, not as much of a threat here. You can see how this is merged into more of a damaging wind threat, leading edge of very strong winds now coming across Chattanooga Valley, not very far away from Rock Spring right now. Extending farther down to the south, though, you notice that we've got a tornado watch in effect for North Georgia, but we do expect that a tornado warning is going to be issued for the Atlanta Metro, the rest of the Atlanta Metro, not very long from now. So don't think that just because there is not a tornado watch in effect that you're going to be in good shape into this evening. That is not the case. Also want to show you a new tornado warning here in South Carolina, and that is in effect now just southeast of Greenville. Tornado warning in effect near due west and moving towards the northeast. That's for Lawrence, Greenville, Spartanburg, Abbeville, and Greenwood counties, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. I'll track that forward for you and show you where that's going to be headed in the next few minutes, coming into Cokesbury, as well as Ware Shoals, Gray Court, Fountain Inn, and also into Woodruff. So South Carolina is starting to get in on some of this weather. Back to the Atlanta Metro. Here you see all these storms that are now off to the west there. That is what is headed your way. That's what's going to be coming into Atlanta tonight. And so, again, heads up, 1 to 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning could very well be a whole series of tornado warnings issued across the metro. And then back towards Memphis, Tennessee, we've got severe thunderstorms here. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Crittenden and Cross and St. Francis County, 60-mile-per-hour wind knocking on the door there in Memphis. And then to the south of that, couple of warnings here and some very strong wind coming towards Holly Springs in the next few minutes.
Not even our competitor's best battery can match the power of Energizer, because Energizer Ultimate Lithium is the longest lasting AA battery in the world. Energizer, backed by science, matched by no one.
At Philadelphia, we know what makes the perfect schmear of cream cheese. The recipe we invented over 145 years ago, and me, the world's best, and possibly only, sommelier. Philadelphia, schmear perfection.
I know people love the dish remote. It's great. So why build in the Google Assistant? I mean, who really needs a TV remote that can turn the thermostat up,
Change temperature to 72.
the lights down, and still access their DVR? Actually, some people could absolutely use a remote like that. The new Dish Voice Remote. Dish, tuned in to you.
It's never been more important to protect ourselves from germs. Washing your hands often and disinfecting surfaces are crucial. And not just in the home. You know WeatherTech products have always protected your vehicle. but they'll also protect you. WeatherTech features non-porous surfaces that can easily be wiped with germ-killing disinfectants. It's not so easy with carpet mats. And seat protectors are easily machine washable. Order at WeatherTech.com and stay safe.
Domino's has contactless delivery, so you can safely get pizza even while you stay indoors.
Just take those old records on down. I sit and listen to them by myself. Today's music ain't got the same soul.
Next time you get 2 or more medium 2-topping pizzas for $5.99 each, choose contactless delivery from Domino's.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms.
Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call the number on your screen now.
Call 800-827-2607.
This is Kate. Hey. She takes 2 prescriptions. Kate's son Jack takes 1 too. Kate works hard and thought she had good insurance, but she still pays too much. That's no good. So Kate downloaded the GoodRx app. Now she can compare prescription prices to find the best discounts. She even beats her insurance price. Good for you, Kate. Good for you. GoodRx. Stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today.
Wreck your Monday night.
Oh, boy.
With all new episodes of Highway Through Hell at 8 and Heavy Rescue at 9. Monday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy skies, low 51, winds light and variable. Monday, mostly cloudy skies, high 65, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday night, clear to partly cloudy, low 51, winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. You were looking at live pictures from Rossville, Georgia. This is just south of Chattanooga, and look at it going there. These are winds of 60 and maybe 70 miles per hour. There is a warning right now for 70-mile-per-hour winds in Chattanooga. You see the frequent lightning as well. A lot of these storms, as they come through tonight, are really going to mean business. There's so much wind in the atmosphere, and it doesn't take very much to bring that wind down to the ground. You've got winds of easily 70 miles per hour, just about 5,000 feet up. And so where we get some of these stronger storms, they can transfer that energy down, and the result is what you see right there. And of course, not a lot of people out tonight. This is the last thing that you want to deal with, of course, in a pandemic, but we're going to keep you safe tonight. We're going to be watching this all night long. Our coverage will continue, and we expect to see more of this kind of thing going on right through the overnight hours, even into tomorrow morning. It's really not going to let up, as you've got such a strong parent system coming through the southeast right now. So going to be a really serious, not just tornado threat, but damaging wind threat as well. And there's a live look at Chattanooga. And so we've got, again, this very serious wind threat now coming through. And let's talk a little bit about the storm that is now moving through this area. So we'll zoom on in. And you'll notice that the weather is extending now from northeast parts of Alabama into northwest Georgia. Here you see a couple of warnings. Ongoing warning for Walker County, but the storm is through now. It's just basically a wind threat. Here's a tornado warning issued just south of Chattanooga. So what's happening here is you've got the leading edge of some very strong wind right there, and then a little kink has developed along that leading edge, and it is with that there could be a tornado circulation. And this is just about the camera that we were looking at there. You still see it up there in the bottom of your screen. So this possible tornado coming towards East Brainerd at about 11:24, Drake Forest at 11:26, and McDonald at 11:39. If we don't see a tornado out of this, certainly there's just a very serious damaging wind threat in all those areas. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at some of these velocities there. That is just west of 75. Now, this is off the ground a little bit, so this is not exactly what's happening at the ground, but just a few thousand feet up, you've got winds of 79 miles per hour outbound. And so, again, that's the kind of wind that we're seeing aloft, and it doesn't take a whole lot to bring that down to the ground. So that's what we're going to be facing here. That is now coming into Chattanooga, and we'll continue off to the northeast. Let's take a broader look here and just track this entire area out, because a lot of folks are going to be in for some really strong wind. I'm going to do that one more time. We just got a brand new scan there, so I'm going to update that. And boy, look at that leading surge right in there. So this coming up to the northeast, moving towards Harrison and Ooltewah and Snow City as Snow Hill as well. I'm going to go back one more time so we can get another better look at that. And right in there, look at that surge. I mean, that is a tremendous surge of wind. That's what we were just looking at moments ago in Rossville. You're still seeing it there. It's still going. It's not quite as strong right now as it was, but that is what has come through. And again, as we look at the velocity data with these storms, look at that. That's an 85 mile per hour wind that's just several thousand feet off the ground. And so, you've got tremendous velocity that can be brought down to the ground. So, in addition to this tornado threat, you've got a very serious damaging wind threat that is now coming through, and that's going to be coming into Drake Forest as well as East Brainerd, but it's really at the apex of that right in there. That area right there is where you've got the maximum damaging wind threat, and that is now coming towards East Brainerd. So heads up there. Brand new scan has just come in. Let's take a look at that. And that is actually starting to really curl up now even a little bit more. So this is looking a little bit more like a possible tornado. So you've got winds that are surging forward just like this, and then you've got inflow right in there. That is a circulation that's developing right there. So possible tornado now near East Brainerd. I'm going to look and see if there's any evidence of debris. No debris at this time, but that is actually a pretty tight circulation, and that could very well be a tornado developing right now. So that coming up just north of East Brainerd. It's going to be on top of you in Drake Forest in very short order, then coming towards Ooltewah and towards Mineral Park after that. So a possible tornado developing now southeast Tennessee and not very far away from Chattanooga. Let's expand a little farther south. And I want you to notice that there is not yet a tornado watch in Atlanta, but it's coming. There will be a tornado watch in the Atlanta metro later tonight as all this weather is going to be coming in. We've got, again, just such an energetic atmosphere, and we don't believe that things are going to be settling down tonight. Closer look at what's going on in southern Alabama. Got a severe warning for Butler and Monroe and Wilcox County until 11 p.m. Then to the north of that, another severe warning in Dallas County. So this is now coming into Selma and not very far away from Montgomery. Heads up there in Montgomery, as you could be in for some pretty rough stuff later tonight. So a really strong parent system, as I mentioned, and we've also got plenty of instability. This in red color here is indicating the fuel for these thunderstorms. There's no shortage of that. There's going to be plenty of that. And even where you're not seeing as much of it in South Carolina and parts of North Carolina, it's going to be lifting up through the night tonight. So by the time we get into tomorrow morning, there's going to be a very serious, severe threat extending all across the Carolinas. So this line of storms on the way for the Atlanta Metro, and 1 to 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning, very strong storms coming through. We'll have more on this coming up.
Get the flavors they want and the goodness you'll love. Together with Sunmade.
Go, you're gonna be late. Mom, Dad, check.
Sunmade, raisins, yogurt covered, and sour fruit snacks made delicious with whole fruit.
I'm gonna turn pop, techno, funk, and country into rock zombies.
Rock and roll!
Happy birthday!
If we don't stop her, who will?
We need to go undercover.
Hey, only rock trolls are allowed here. Cool. Trolls World Tour. Rated PG.
Who wants to party? Without smiling.
Watch now on the Apple TV app.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar. Glucerna, everyday progress.
Most jeans are made for average bodies, but there's no such thing as an average person. M. Taylor takes 7 measurements right on your phone for perfectly fitted custom jeans, and getting measured only takes 15 seconds. M. Taylor's machine learning technology guarantees a fit 20% better than a tailor, all without leaving your home. With the M. Taylor app, you'll never need to go to a store or find parking at a mall. And if you don't like your jeans for any reason, shipping and returns are always free. Download M. Taylor for iOS or Android. How easy is it to get measured? Just put your phone on the ground, take a few steps back, and do a full turn. That's all it takes to get digitally measured for custom clothes made just for you. Download M. Taylor on iOS or Android now. M. Taylor lets you customize every aspect of your wardrobe. Get shirts, suits, jeans, chinos, and more. Pick your collar, button, fabric, and thread color. Even get personalized monograms. Get M. Taylor today for iOS or Android.
You wouldn't accept an incomplete job from anyone else, so why accept it from your allergy pills? Flonase relieves your worst symptoms, which most pills don't. Get all-in-one allergy relief for 24 hours with Flonase.
When we founded Tommy John, Tom was obsessed with how to make underwear truly comfortable.
So we reimagined comfort through fabric, fit, and function.
We use soft, breathable, lightweight fabric with stay-put waistbands that never dig and stretch where you need it. We made a women's line so comfortable, there are no visible panty lines and no wedgies, guaranteed.
For a limited time, go to TommyJohn.com right now to get 25% off site-wide. Plus, we'll ship it to your door for free. That's TommyJohn.com. Log on now.
A migraine hope from Aimovig to show up for the sweet, the hectic, the tender, the tense, the frustrating, and the fiery. But for many, migraine keeps them from saying, I am here. We aim to change that with Aimovig, a preventive treatment for migraine in adults. 1 dose once a month is proven to reduce monthly migraine days, for some by half or more. Don't take Aimovig if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions like rash or swelling can happen hours to days after use. Severe constipation can happen, sometimes with serious complications. Common side effects include injection site reactions and constipation. It doesn't matter what each day brings, so long as you can say, I am here. Aim to be there more. Talk to your doctor about Aimovig.
Oh, really? Oh. We have new videos showing that massive and deadly tornado that hit Laurel, Mississippi just earlier today. Look at this. Look at that monstrosity out in the distance. Unfortunately, the storm, this killed 7 people across the southern tier of Mississippi and also caused major damage. We've been showing you some of the video of the damages from this tornado from several of our storm trackers throughout the night. People are still picking up the debris, but look at that. You can hear the wind, you can hear the sirens going. You definitely need to make sure you have a way to get those alerts. This line of storms continues to work its way east. And Carl, I hear you have a tornado emergency now for parts of Tennessee. Let's send it out to you.
Yeah, that's right. We're looking at a very dangerous storm now just north of the Georgia-Tennessee line and southeast of Chattanooga. Let's take a look at the latest on this storm. And a couple of tornado warnings in effect here. One for Hamilton County. This is coming towards Ooltewah right now. Another warning also to the east of that. That includes Cleveland, and that is Bradley and Polk counties. We're seeing very strong rotation showing up here in the velocity data. And look at this debris signature, a very well-defined debris signature now just west of Ooltewah. And so you can see how this has popped up in just the last couple of frames, and that appears to be coming right towards Ooltewah. So please, folks, if you're in Ooltewah, it is time to get to your safe place right now, as this is now moving to the northeast. And that is going to be coming in just the next few minutes. Let me get another look at the just the motion on this, how fast it is coming through. And these storms have been moving generally very quickly. This is 45 miles per hour. So again, we'll go back to that. And that is not going to give you a lot of time. That is coming right up and along 75, moving towards Ooltewah, most likely in just a few minutes. So you've got just maybe 3 minutes in Ooltewah. Get to your safe place right now, lowest, most interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. If you've got a moment to grab a helmet, don't spend a lot of time, but if you have a moment to, that's a good idea too. Here we've got a brand new scan, and that is now just about on you in Ooltewah. So it is time right now. You do not have time to try to figure out what's going on. Please don't try to go outside and see what's happening here. You've got a large tornado, a very serious tornado now coming into Ooltewah. And again, this is a tornado emergency that has been issued for this area. That is a very well-developed debris signature. What this is showing us is the actual tornado. This is showing us where you've got debris that could be tree debris, but it could be structural debris as well. That area of blue there with a little bit of green, that is where the radar is picking that up. And that is now coming right into Ooltewah. And so you've got no time. You've got just a moment. There's a brand new scan there, brand new scan, and not quite as profound in this brand new scan, but it's still there, and it's coming into Ooltewah right now. So hopefully everybody that is in Ooltewah has gotten to their safe place, because this thing is now moving in right now. Now, sometimes this can mean that the storm is getting a little bit weaker, but sometimes it does not mean that. Sometimes it just means that it's not picking up as much debris. Let's go back to the velocity data and see what that is showing us. Still a very well-developed circulation, as you would expect here. And as I'm going to get a sense of the vector once again, and that looks to be just a little south of northeast. So that is also headed towards Cleveland as well, as that moves off to the northeast. But more immediately, coming towards McDonald and coming towards Black Fox. You're next in line here. Again, this is very rapidly moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, basically just southeast of the 75 corridor. And then if it's still going, it'll be coming towards Cleveland at about 11:46 or so, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. But again, that area of green is debris that is now coming into Ooltewah. So I can only hope that everybody has gotten to their safe place there, as a tornado has now come in and will be coming up into McDonald and also into Black Fox here in just the next few minutes. It is now 3 minutes past the bottom of the hour, 3:25, 3:26. And so you got about 4 minutes before this comes into McDonald, and you've got now about 8 minutes before it comes into Black Fox. Not very much time at all. There's a new scan there. Let's see what we've got in the new scan. And so, the trend here is that we are seeing less debris. So, cautiously, I should say, that is encouraging. Let's hope that means that we're actually seeing a weakening storm here. You can't always count on that, but right in there, we saw very clearly a profound debris signature, and right now it appears that there's not as much intensity to this storm, but again, you can't always count on that. Let's also look at the velocity data, and in the velocity data, it's very noisy, but still a strong circulation that is showing up, and it's going to be, again, just southeast of 75 and coming towards McDonald and Black Fox. We'll have more on this very dangerous storm coming up in just a few minutes.
Security.
What's the problem, ma'am?
I have a serious issue with the candy that Easter Bunny gave my son.
Candy?
I told you, he bit me first. The kid bit me first. He just walked into my mouth.
My name is Daniel Garcia. I worked at my family's bakery. My life used to be pretty normal until I met Noah Hamilton. My brother and the most famous woman in the world.
My life can get pretty crazy.
I think I could do a little crazy.
Phil Swift here for Flex Paste, the incredible rubberized paste. Right out of the tub, it clings to the surface and it instantly fills gaps and holes. Flex Paste dries to a strong, flexible rubber, perfect for sealing RVs and campers. Use it to help prevent flood damage, stop rodents from getting in your home, or even crafts and hobbies. Get Flex Paste and the Flex Seal family of products at FlexSealProducts.com.
Thank you for always being here. When dawn breaks a new day, when Mother Nature changes her mind, you're always here when others need a hand. On the farm, taking care of family, carrying this nation. And so we're here in over 1,800 communities with the feed and supplies you absolutely need. Always.
My psoriatic arthritis pain, I had enough. It's not getting in my way.
Joint pain, swelling, tenderness, much better.
My psoriasis, clearer. Cosentix works on all of this.
4 years and counting.
So watch out.
I got this.
Watch me.
Real people with active psoriatic arthritis are feeling real relief with Cosentix. Cosentix is a different kind of targeted biologic. It treats the multiple symptoms of psoriatic arthritis to help you look and feel better. It even helps stop further joint damage. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to, serious allergic reactions may occur.
I just look and feel better.
I got real relief with Cosentix.
Watch me.
Feel real relief. Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentix.
Domino's has contactless delivery, so you can safely get pizza even while you stay indoors.
Just take those old records off the shelf. I sit and listen to them by myself. Today's music ain't got the same soul.
Next time you get 2 or more medium 2-topping pizzas for $5.99 each, choose contactless delivery from Domino's.
Welcome back. We've been following a tornado emergency in parts of Tennessee, not very far away from Chattanooga. Let's show you what's going on with this storm. This is now just north of the Georgia state line. Tornado emergency for Hamilton County, and then also an ongoing tornado warning for areas farther east, including Bradley and Polk counties. Now, as we look at the data here, it is cautiously encouraging, but we still do have a strong circulation showing up, and that is now coming towards Cleveland. So this is now moving to the northeast. We're going to be coming into McDonald in just the next few minutes, moving into Black Fox at 11:42. So again, a few minutes away there. It's actually should be just about on top of McDonald. Dockery at 11:44, and then Cleveland at 11:46. So in all of those areas, you've got to get to your safe place right now, as we've got a very serious storm coming your way. Now, I want to show you what's going on with the correlation coefficient. This is where we see debris, and we were looking at a monstrous debris signature this is just south of 75, and as you move out east along from Chattanooga towards Ooltewah, just a monstrous debris signature indicating a very strong tornado. And right as it came into Ooltewah, we see that it started to fade there. So this is why I say I am cautiously optimistic that maybe we are seeing a weakening trend here. And indeed, as we look at the latest velocity data, we still certainly do see a rotation there, but it appears to be broadening out some. It's not as intense as it was moments ago. We can go back a few scans here, and you can see right in there in particular, just west of Ooltewah, very strong, very tight circulation right in there. That's when that debris signature was maximizing. amazing. And you can compare the character of that to what is happening now. It's still rotating, but it's just broader. It's a broader circulation. And so it may be that we are seeing, at least for now, somewhat of a weakening trend. However, this is still a very dangerous storm. So again, I want you to be on your toes here and just get into your safe place right now. Don't take any chances with this, as this is now just west of Cleveland, coming towards Green Meadow, and it's going to be moving into Cleveland at 11:47. So you've got just about 7 minutes or so in Cleveland before this storm moves in. And we're going to continue to watch the radar trend very closely and keep a really sharp eye on this. We also, though, want to get a look at some of the other warnings that are ongoing in other areas. And here's Mark with more on that.
Yeah, Carl, I wish we could say that was just one storm to follow and then we could just give all our attention to that, especially when it is such a potentially dangerous storm. But there are several other areas that we are monitoring right now. So let's bring you up to speed on those as well. We can start off by looking into southern portions of Alabama. Big cluster of storms here, pooling some of its cold air. And so we're seeing a lot of this push forward, very strong winds pointed right at Montgomery, the south side of Montgomery, under a severe thunderstorm warning. That said, look at some of the development out ahead of that push, out ahead of the line of storms. There is still a lot of spin in the environment, and any of these could start to get a surface connection sooner rather than later and wind up giving you a tornado warning. So got to watch that area very carefully. We do have tornado warnings, however, as we look towards northern portions of Alabama and just crossing over into Georgia. And, this includes the DeKalb area of Alabama until 10:45, and then we can watch a little bit farther east from there as we get towards the Georgia border, and then the newest in Chattooga County, as well as Floyd, that includes Somerville. We're watching the same surge forward, that same rotation. So that's just crossing over the border, and so you're seeing that Chattooga and Floyd goes until 12:15. As for the rotation within this zone, this is the problem. Look at how we've had that surge forward in here, but there's still at least some indication of at least some broad rotation within that surge forward. And this is some really strong wind. That blue color is indicating 70-mile-per-hour wind potential. Even if it's not rotating, that is just as strong as an EF0 tornado. So we are talking about that potential for some damage to come in towards that kind of Alabama-Georgia border zone just south of Menlo. No clear sign of debris being lofted into the air. What you're seeing on this, that's going down the radar beam, and there's likely some hail back here that is then blocking that beam the rest of the way. And so that small hail is actually messing with the view to see if there's any debris. But the good news is that there's not a clear sign of large debris being lofted into the air. At least not yet. It doesn't mean that there won't be a tornado with this. We have to carefully watch this as it continues to progress off towards the east. That does include the Menlo area by about next 5-10 minutes. Lyerly next in line from there, then Somerville by about 11:55 or so 15 minutes, and then getting towards East Tryon just before midnight. And again, that whole zone is included in the tornado warning that was just issued by the Peachtree City office on the Georgia side. That goes until 12:15. This whole clustering of storms has given us very, very heavy rainfall rates. There's actually been some reports of water rescues. There was reports of water covering the roads in the Tuscaloosa area. You're getting at least a brief reprise from the worst of the rain. Still raining pretty good in Birmingham, although it's now worse on the east side of the area. That does not mean I would want to be traveling down I-20, Birmingham off towards Atlanta. You'd go right through that torrential rain, real low visibility, and overall just a terrible, terrible drive. Where those storms have gone through, look at the power outages. Birmingham has now jumped up to that 30,000 customer, category, that orange color indicating at least 30,000 customers without power in the Birmingham area. And then Tuscaloosa and the counties just north of Birmingham, as well as northwest of Birmingham, in that 10 to 20,000 customers. Remember, a customer does not necessarily mean a person. There could be multiple people as one customer. Brand new tornado watch has just been issued, goes all the way through the rest of the night until 6 a.m. This is the one that you may have been waiting for in the Atlanta area, in Macon, in the Albany, Georgia area, back towards southeast Alabama and the Florida Panhandle. Tornado Watch continues until 6 a.m. We're staying live with you through the night.
Oh, why you look so sad? Tears are in your eyes. Come on and talk to me now. Don't be ashamed to cry. Let me see you through.
Animals are abused every day, and they can't ask for help. They endure indescribable acts of violence, but they're without a voice. Without a voice to say they're frightened and in pain. They're alone, they're scared, and they need your help.
I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you.
Visit us at joinaspca.org or call this number now to join. Sign up for just 63 cents a day, and you'll help rescue animals who are suffering.
Come on and talk to me now.
Please make this the moment that you say, I won't stand by while they suffer. When you sign up with your monthly gift, you give them the shelter and the love they deserve. Do it in the next 10 minutes, and we'll send you the photo of an animal from our shelter, a free ASPCA t-shirt. If you've wondered if your support will make a difference, I can tell you it will. And if you've ever thought about helping, this is the time.
I'll stand by you.
It's only 63 cents a day. Please go online or call before it's too late.
Clean up your lawn and garden the smart way with a DR Chipper Shredder. Drop lighter materials into the shredder and the DR will pulverize it into a fine mulch you can use to enrich your soil. Reduce leaves, garden cuttings, sticks and twigs, even big branches to a fraction of their original volume. The chipper cuts branches up to 5 inches thick into attractive wood chips that are great for landscaping. A DR Chipper Shredder is a complete yard and garden tool that turns your trash into treasure and leaves your property looking great. Call now or go online to lock in factory direct savings on the full line of DR Chipper Shredders.
For a free buyer's guide about the full line of DR Chippers, call 1-800-503-6435. Your satisfaction is guaranteed with our 6-month trial, so call now, 1-800-503-6435. Free shipping is now in effect online at drchipper.com.
To get the most out of your mornings, you need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy skies, low 51, winds light and variable. Monday, mostly cloudy skies, high 65. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday night, clear to partly cloudy, low 51. Winds east at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of severe weather. It's an active night across the South. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott. You'll also hear from Liana Brackett as well as storm specialist Carl Parker tonight. We're following these storms that have already been really dangerous. We've had fatalities, people killed by the storms today on this Easter Sunday. and we're not done yet. This is a look at the active watches across the south. The upper level feature and some very strong winds are punching their way into the Memphis area. New tornado watches have now been issued through much of the southeast, Atlanta, all the way down through the western side of the Florida Panhandle. Goes until the morning, 7 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Central Time. Here's a look at that newest watch. Again, 6 a on the the Central Time side of things, 7 a.m. towards Atlanta, towards Macon, towards Albany. Now, I think this will start to get trimmed back from west to east. It won't be 7 a.m. until the storms get to you in Atlanta. But what this does tell you is that you have to have a way to get those warnings. You have to pay attention, have somebody that's staying up, have a way to be woken if there are storms coming your way. Tornado watch that has been issued through the rest of the overnight hours. And when you look at the coverage here, it points out that there are multiple threats that we're taking you through tonight. Not only are we looking at new tornado warnings popping up across southern Tennessee, we've got tornado warnings in Georgia, a whole smattering of severe thunderstorms, and then look at this corridor of really heavy rain. It's not advancing off towards the east that quickly. The storm motion is kind of off towards the northeast, not due east. And so it's going to take a while to clear you through. Flash flooding is then a high risk also. Newest of the tornado warnings here in southern Tennessee. We've been following this storm, and you can almost feel that big, swirl, that counterclockwise spin as the storm has gotten organized. Now, within that little comma head, with a brand new area that looks to be much more organized with its circulation for Bradley and for Polk. And so here's a look at that circulation. Not necessarily the tightest couplet we've ever seen, but enough just east of Cleveland that rotation is trying to tighten up again. Big surge forward with that wind right in here. And that inflow air that I was showing you curls back around like this. And so where that air gets kind of dragged back into the storm and interacts with that surge forward, you wind up with that counterclockwise spin zone, basically right in here where those winds interact. So that's the counterclockwise spin that they're looking at that could tighten up and give you a tornado. This storm has a history of doing that very thing, and we're starting to see that kind of. When you see the colors kind of switching like that, it indicates that the radar is having a real tough time even figuring out what the winds are doing. That shows you that that tightening up that is occurring in that area. So that's a storm that we're definitely following very carefully in southern portions of Tennessee. On the Georgia side of things, again, North Georgia has seen all the action well north of Atlanta, but now into Chattooga and Floyd. This is a storm that also came out of Alabama and still also has that curly Q, right? You can see that shape right in here. Well, this one on that leading edge of the surge forward, you've had these kind of mini kinks in that line with just enough rotation at times on that leading edge that there has been the need for these tornado warnings. I think the bigger threat here is the straight line wind energy that is plowing on into places like Lyerly, like Somerville. Many of you are going to see strong winds with this, not necessarily rotating winds, but strong enough to still have damage. 50, 60, even 70-mile-per-hour winds, not out of the question tonight. Here's a rough look at the timing. This might need to be updated and dragged on off towards the east just a little bit to give you a better idea of where those winds are going. Lyerly in about 5 minutes or so. Somerville just before the top of the hour, and then Crystal Springs next in line after that. Liana, a very active evening. We are not done as the low-level winds are still increasing, supporting these organized storms tonight.
Yeah, we've already had a history of all this damage of the tornadoes that worked their way through parts of Mississippi. Here's a live view of Laurel, Mississippi, where Charles Peak, our storm tracker, is taking this image right here. I mean, we're looking at a car of the fire rescue actually trying to make their way across the area. But I believe this is still the site where an elderly woman around 80 years old was unfortunately killed in the tornado. Her home completely demolished. You can still see all the debris strewn across the road out here. I mean, you can even see onto the side, looks like some kind of debris from a house and trees, power lines all down. Let's take a quick recap of this storm system that's worked its way through the south over the past several hours. As you take a look, I mean, this is a recap starting around 3 o'clock Central Time. Here's Laurel right smack dab right along I-59. We're going to be watching that mess work its way from west to east. Look at all of the tornado reports that popped up with that line. You can see this closest one right outside, just to the west of the city. So this is just in a matter of about an hour or so, hour and a half, where we saw that whole line just stretch and work its way through the area. So over the past 24 hours, not only do we have those tornado reports, plenty of power outages, and they're still coming in as this whole line moves to the east. Watching what's happening right now, taking a zoomed out look at the entire region, notice as we put it into motion, watch this main line right here. This is where all those reports started to span up and spur up all across the region. And we're still seeing all those tornado reports coming in as we get into the overnight hours. Be prepared. This whole line has that history. So that's one thing that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. Take a look at the past 24 hours. Numerous wind reports, tornado warnings and watches reported, as well as hail. And unfortunately, we're going to continue to see that tonight.
I'm Greg. I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling, to give back to younger people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to, or they don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking Prevagen for about 3 years now. People say to me periodically, man, you got a memory like an elephant. It's really, really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Needles, essential for the seared. But maybe not for people with rheumatoid arthritis, because there are options, like an injection. Xeljanz XR, a once-daily pill for adults with moderate to severe RA for whom methotrexate did not work well enough. Xeljanz XR can reduce pain, swelling, and further joint damage, even without methotrexate. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections like TB. Don't start Xeljanz if you have an infection. Taking a higher than recommended dose of Xeljanz for RA can increase risk of death. Serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers, including lymphoma, and blood clots have happened, as have tears in the stomach or intestines, serious allergic reactions, and changes in lab results. Tell your doctor if you've been somewhere fungal infections are common, or if you've had TB, hepatitis B or C, or are prone to infections. Needles, fine for some. But for you, one pill a day may provide symptom relief. Ask your doctor about Xeljanz XR, an injection.
We're open and ready to help your small business any way we can. Everything for small business. And of course, shipping. TheUPSstore.com.
It's a small finger, a worm.
Like a dagger?
Tiny sword.
Breadstick.
Matchstick.
A lamppost.
Coin slot. No.
10 seconds. A stick, a walking stick, a
Eiffel
boundary,
Tower.
a Kilimanjaro, big sauce.
Sorry, it's a tandem bicycle.
What?
As long as sloths are slow, you can count on Geico saving folks money. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Shake it, kiddo. Love, comma, dad.
Rice Krispies treats. A little love when it's needed.
Unfortunately, a deadly and destructive Easter Sunday across parts of the South. Tornadoes across several states, including this one that ripped through parts of Alabama earlier today. We're now crossing into the Easter Monday, if you will, across the Eastern time zone. We're not there yet across the Central time, but the threat is not done, Liana. We're watching a storm threat that continues through the rest of the overnight hours.
Yeah, we've already seen plenty of damage left behind. Take a look. This video from Mississippi, Bower, Mississippi. Homes destroyed from a tornado. And you can see people cleaning up earlier in the day, but unfortunately, we've already had 7 people killed in Mississippi so far due to this tornado threat that's continued all the way through tonight. We're going to be watching that as we get through the rest of tonight and into tomorrow morning. Let's get you updated now on what we know tonight. Nearly 470,000 people are without power across the South, and the result of deadly tornadoes and severe storms on this Easter Sunday. That's what we're experiencing right now. Tornadoes already blamed on the deaths of 7 people in Mississippi, and the governor of Mississippi issuing a state of emergency. All right, so we still are watching more and more warnings pop up. Let's go ahead and get to the latest with Carl Parker in the lab.
Yeah, you know, Liana, the really important thing about tonight that we want people to know is that this is not going to settle down overnight, as is often the case, because you've got such a strong parent system, a really energetic atmosphere, really strong wind fields, and in fact, the low-level winds, which drives the damaging wind threat and also has something to do with the tornado threat, those winds are actually going to be increasing over the next several hours here. So this threat is going to go right through the overnight and into tomorrow morning as well. And let's take a look at where some of the warnings are right now. We've been watching a really dangerous storm east of Chattanooga. Brand new tornado warning has been issued here, and that in effect for Bradley, McMinn, and Polk counties going until 12:30. We saw a little bit of a loosening of the circulation, but it is still now going strong. And right in here, this area of green and orange, that area right there is what we're watching that is now east of Cleveland and moving off to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. So that's going to be coming towards Claxton, as well as Bellevue Estates, Etowah, and also Addison. In all of those areas, you've got a dangerous storm now off to your southwest and moving rapidly northeast, about 45 miles per hour. We did see debris with this earlier, a really profound debris signature, not very far away from Cleveland, just down 75 to the southwest. And so please do take this storm seriously. It looks like it's holding strong here, holding together as it continues off to the northeast. Got a brand new tornado warning issued on that storm. Let's take a look at the particulars on that. And now moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. And this is a very dangerous situation. So in all of these places, please get to your safe place right now, as you've got a storm rapidly moving in 50 miles per hour. And again, we have seen debris at times with this, and we're still seeing a very strong circulation. We're not actually seeing debris right now, but that does not mean that this is not serious. Again, you've got a well-developed circulation there that is now just south of Calhoun and moving towards the northeast and towards Etowah. So please do take this very seriously. Now, southwest of that, this is in northwestern Georgia, Chattooga County under warning until 12:15. Not seeing very much of a tornado threat here. There's a leading edge of some strong wind that's coming through right now. So primarily what we've got here is a damaging wind threat. That's not to say that it won't morph into something more than that. But at least for now, what we're looking at is a damaging wind threat coming up towards Suttles Mill and Mill Creek. Now, down into parts of South Alabama. Right now, at least for the time being, we've got primarily a damaging wind threat, but a very serious one. Autauga and Elmore counties under warning right now. That is also the case for areas south of Montgomery, Lowndes and Montgomery County under warning. And I want to show you some of the velocities that are showing up here. They're just about coming into Montgomery right now. This is actually not very far away from the radar. Sometimes when you're shooting up pretty high, you don't have as good of a sense of what kind of wind is coming in. But in this case, because we're so close to the radar, we can really say, yes, you're going to be getting some wind that is easily over 60 miles per hour. That is knocking on the door now in Montgomery. So heads up for some damaging wind coming through easily enough to bring down some tree limbs and some power lines. So, you know, a big part of what is driving this threat is, as I mentioned, the really strong wind fields, the low-level jet, as we call it. And these are winds over 60 miles per hour in blue at about a mile off the ground. And then you've got the surface winds as well coming out of the south. So we've got some turning of the winds, but also the winds getting much faster as you go up not very high into the atmosphere. And that does a couple of things. It creates some vorticity in the atmosphere. That helps to get the low-level part of the storm rotating. And that's a part of the development of a tornado. That's the early part of the process. And then also, it just feeds very strong wind into these storms. And so you can also have just a lot of very strong straight-line wind. So another part of this also is the instability. We've got more than enough of that. In red, you see the fuel for for these thunderstorms. We've got plenty of that going forward. And again, as I mentioned, that's going to be the case right into tomorrow morning. So here's a model forecast along with that low-level jet. I want you to notice how this makes its way into Atlanta. So we're talking about around 1 to 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, these strong storms coming through with that really strong low-level jet. So at a minimum, we're going to be looking at a damaging wind threat, but perhaps a whole series of tornado warnings as well. So it's really, really important that if you're not going to stay up, that you've got some way to know what's going on. The best way to do that for most people is going to be to have your phone turned on, not on airplane mode. Make sure that you've got it in alert mode, and it will wake you up most likely as storms are coming through if you can't stay up. But we've got a really serious threat, as I mentioned, that'll go through the overnight and then start to come into the Carolinas into very early tomorrow morning and continue through a lot of eastern Georgia as well. Leon, over to you.
All right, well, let's take you live now to Atlanta, where you can see the rain is picking up, but we've also had some lightning strikes that, I mean, this is a lightning that's coming in ahead of that main line of storms. Right now, this is kind of the calm before the storm. We are still about 50, 75 miles away from the main event that's working its way eastward. All right, take a look at the radar at the moment. We do have Atlanta, some light rain picking up ahead of that main push. Plenty of warnings and lightning, but we're even looking at, even in this lighter rain, we're still looking at some lingering lightning bolts that are popping up. So again, never go outside when you have lightning in the area and those rumbles of thunder are really picking up. We also have some wind conditions that are picking up. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, actually a little bit farther west of here. This is just north of Carrollton. We have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 1 a.m. Eastern time, 60+ mph winds, plenty of lightning. We also have to be careful about the threat for flash flooding. We've already had issues just across northern Georgia with swift water rescues happening, as well as homes being flooded in some parts, even into parts of Alabama. So if we time out the threats, it's really going to be the overnight hours. So we're talking about through about 3, 4, 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, where this whole line is going to be working its way into Atlanta. Kennesaw around 1 a.m. Villarica at 1 a.m. as well. Atlanta still looking at that slow motion pushing through about 2, 3 a.m. Again, even ahead of that main line, you need to make sure you have that safe zone to get to very fast. We're still looking at impacts over towards you in Athens as we get into closer to 4 or 5 a.m. And then behind it, we could have some sporadic showers still lingering even behind this. I mean, it's already working its way through the area. Parts of I-20 will be impacted, as well as parts of 285. And of course, as we even get even farther east, this threat will start threatening parts of the Carolina coast, as well as other locations, even the Florida Panhandle. We have to be concerned with that as well. So I mentioned one of the threats, the flood threat, Mark, and you're going to be covering that. And we have that threat lingering all the way into tomorrow morning as well.
Yeah, while it takes so long to get these storms through some of these cities, does not mean that you'll have no precip until the threat goes through. You're going to have hours of very heavy rain with the embedded severe weather. So that also really increases the flood threat potential. Tonight, when you have that yellow color on a map and an overnight, that is a bad setup. It means it is a likelihood that we will have some flash flooding. Plus, it's dark out, so you won't be able to see how much water is on top of those roads. And then you add the severe weather component as well. The bottom line is that we want you in your safe spot, monitoring the weather and staying there through the night. Do not be out and about unless you absolutely have to be. That's a little bit easier now that we have basically shelter-in-place notices through most of the nation at this point. So let's hope that you're in a safe spot and you stay there through the night. What this doesn't talk about is what you do when you have both flash flood warnings and tornado warnings at the same time, because some of you have seen that already today. When that happens, you have to go to the lowest dry level that you have. We never want you going down into a basement that also has water in it. So keep that in mind. If you have tornadoes coming your way and there's already flooding in your area, the lowest dry level is the one you should be in. Flash flood watch is already issued. Now, we can start sort of cutting back this area off towards the west. That back edge has come through places like Memphis. You're not going to see too much more rain. So if you haven't seen flooding already, chances are you won't. But we're just beginning across portions of northern Alabama, northern Georgia, eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina. That flood threat is really just starting. So we've got this conveyor belt, all this rain. Yes, that is where we have the severe weather built in. It's hard to think about flash flooding as being, as problematic as the tornado warnings. They're on different scales, but we lose more people to flooding on any given year than we do to tornadoes. There are some exceptions to that rule, of course, in huge tornado outbreaks, but don't discount the flood threat tonight. What you're looking at here are the flood advisories as well as the flash flood warnings, and you can really feel where that corridor was earlier tonight. That line that I drew and then areas just north and west from there had all kinds of rain, significant rainfall rates, 1 to 2 inch per hour type rainfall rates. Now that line has bent just a little bit and it's more like this. And so it's moving on. So that's the good news. The bad news is that it's going into new communities that haven't seen the rain yet. And so you're not, thinking about that flash flood component. Atlanta, we're hearing rumbles of thunder here in the studio. This is just starting for you. You have hours to go before that threat is all the way through, both with the severe weather component, the embedded tornadoes, the wind, and with a potential flood threat. Let's zoom in here towards the Birmingham area, still under a flash flood warning until 1:30, mostly just residual rains. It takes a bit to let that rain leave an area after the water comes up as high as it did, especially in those, paved over areas. The underpasses hold that water just a little bit longer. You look at how much rain fell in the past 6 hours, and when you see these kind of yellow or even orange colors, that's in that 3 to 5 to 8 range. So that's a significant amount of rain in a 6-hour time frame. That's, again, 1 inch per hour rainfall rate for a significant portion of the time. And when you look at the storm reports within here, all these, the icons that you're seeing, those are different reports that have come into the National Weather Service about water issues, whether they're like over the road, like along Highway 160, several inches of water on the road, or if they were to, say, approach people's homes in Dalton, several reports of flooded roadways in the city of Dalton, Georgia. Keep in mind, there have been severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings after that flood report came in. So again, we're looking at all the modes of severe weather tonight, including that flash flood threat. There are indeed overlapping tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and flash flood warnings in that southern Tennessee to North Georgia corridor. And we're just now getting into the rest of that line, which is pointed at the rest of the I-20 corridor, the I-85 and I-75 corridor. Atlanta, get ready. This stuff is headed towards you. Montgomery, it's in the city right now with regards to the heaviest rain, the flood potential, and the wind. That's where you're seeing severe thunderstorm warnings. And so this whole area has all the threats of severe weather. And that's why we are here with you right on through the night to monitor everything that is going on. Liana, this is a threat that's not only happening tonight, but we're going to watch this continue through the overnight into early tomorrow. And people don't usually associate the morning with severe weather, including tornadoes, but we could have that tomorrow.
Exactly. I mean, we have torcons in place covering the Carolina coastline even, and it's going to be the wee hours of tomorrow morning. Well, this morning, really, especially if you're in the East Coast. It's already midnight right now. So we're talking about 3, 4, 5 a.m. time period. Take a look tomorrow, Raleigh, North Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, Savannah, Georgia, all at torcons of 5. Not as high as the 7 that we've been experiencing overnight tonight just to the west of here, but still pretty darn high as well. That's going to be impacting a good chunk of the coast, even getting up to Richmond as well. But we do have torcons of 3 clipping parts of the northern tip of the Florida Panhandle and 2s in those yellow zones right here. So Tallahassee, you're in that torcon of 3 danger zone. So not only are we concerned with the threat for tornadoes, it's also the threat for damaging winds, lightning, and flash flooding. That severe threat continues through tomorrow morning, actually over the next several hours, really, into early Monday morning. So this is about now. We're watching that line work its way through North Georgia, still working its way through southern Alabama, clipping the Florida Panhandle. This is about 4, 5, 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Good news is not many people will likely be on the roads for Monday morning. Everyone's sheltering in place due to social distancing and the pandemic. But hey, I mean, that could actually potentially even save lives because so many people will be at home and not out and about traveling. This is about 8 a.m. where it's rumbling through Savannah, Tallahassee. So really through about midday, that's where we're still watching this dangerous threat, reaching the coast up towards Richmond by about 10, 11, around your lunchtime. And then it's early afternoon hours where we're all behind it and it's heading even farther east. Tomorrow, though, the threat for damaging winds is definitely there. We're talking about 60+ mile-per-hour winds possible and likely everywhere in the dark blue. Savannah, Raleigh, Wilmington, getting clipped for you, Columbia and Richmond. Baltimore, you have that possibility as well as you in Tallahassee. And Mark was talking about the threat for flash flooding. We still have that threat lingering into the morning hours of Monday as well. For tomorrow morning through Tuesday morning, we're looking at now this threat pushing a little bit farther north. Now we're in New England and parts of the mid-Atlantic, New York, Hartford, Boston. Heads up for you.
Hey, can I go?
Hold on 1 second.
Sure.
Okay. Safe driver, save 40%. Guys.
Check it out. Safe drivers save 40%.
Safe driver, save 40%.
Safe drivers save 40%. That's safe drivers save 40%.
It is. That's Safe Driver Save 40%.
It's right there.
It's him. He's here.
He's right here. Hi.
Hi.
Hey. That's totally him.
That's him.
That's totally the guy.
Safe drivers do save 40%. Click or call for a quote today.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens in each cubic yard of air. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. But now, relief is just one drop away. Introducing Pataday. Full prescription strength Pataday works right in your eyes, right in the cells that make them itch. Fast. Just one drop once a day means relief that lasts all day. So turn your day into a Pataday. Now get Pataday without a prescription. Everywhere.
Hey, Boston. Hey, Atlanta. Hola, Miami. Hi, New York. Hey, LA. Chicago. Hey, America.
Trust me, you're going to love this. Come on.
2 tablespoons of sugar.
Kind of near average on.
This is the place to be.
Something for everyone. Local now. Download for free in your favorite app store.
Boss, well, back check.
Get the flavors they want and the goodness you'll love. Together with Sunmade.
Go, you're gonna be late. Mom, back check.
Sunmade. Raisins, yogurt covered, and sour fruit snacks. Made delicious with whole fruit.
It's never been more important to protect ourselves from germs. Washing your hands often and disinfecting surfaces are crucial. And not just in the home. You know WeatherTech products have always protected your vehicle, but they'll also protect you. WeatherTech features non-porous surfaces that can easily be wiped with germ-killing disinfectants. It's not so easy with carpet mats. And seat protectors are easily machine washable. Order at WeatherTech.com and stay safe.
Now at Domino's, we're more than just hand-tossed pizza for $7.99. We're $7.99 gluten-free crust, $7.99 handmade pan crust, $7.99 Brooklyn-style crust, and $7.99 crunchy thin crust, too. Carry out 3-topping pizzas on any of Domino's 5 crusts for just $7.99 each.
Jim and Joanne are here to pick up the same prescription. They both know the system is not on their side. They both know drug costs are out of control. But one of them is taking back control with GoodRx. So while he's paying that much, even with his insurance, she's paying this much just by using GoodRx. Use GoodRx to compare prices at pharmacies in your area and stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today and take back control.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms.
Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's popular weed killer Roundup was a substantial factor in causing cancer. You may be entitled to financial compensation. If you or a loved one used Roundup weed killer and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, call the number on your screen now.
Call 800-827-2607.
Wreck your Monday night.
Oh, boy.
With all new episodes of Highway Through Hell at 8 and Heavy Rescue at 9. Monday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy, low 52. Winds light and variable. Monday, partly cloudy, high 65. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday night, partly cloudy, low 51. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather. It's been a really active night. We've gotten a lot of reports of tornadoes and significant damage from some of these tornadoes, especially earlier this evening and in the afternoon. And right now, there is still one tornado warning to tell you about. We are seeing a little bit of a lull in terms of tornado warnings. Many severe thunderstorm warnings, though, and there's a really significant damaging wind threat. Both of those threats will continue right through the overnight, right into tomorrow morning as well. Let's take you up into southeastern Tennessee and show you the latest on this tornado warning. That is McMinn County under warning right now. We've been watching the storm that had a really well-defined debris signature on it southwest of Cleveland as it was just south of I-75. Right now, we're seeing a sort of a broader area of shear there, so it does not appear to be as concentrated as it once was coming up towards Etowah. Let's just go ahead and time it out to be on the safe side, but it does appear to be a little bit less threatening relative to what we were watching earlier, that coming towards Etowah and Arden and also into Madisonville. Then to the south of that, we're starting to see storms lean over into northwest Georgia and just starting to get into the Atlanta metro. That is Bartow and Floyd and Polk counties under warning until 1 a.m. A very fast motion on these cells. They are generally moving at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. In this case, yes, 55 miles per hour. So I'm going to time this out for you so you can get a sense of when this is going to come in. And, right now you've got a line of storms, and primarily along with that line, what we're looking at is a damaging wind threat, but we certainly could be looking at some circulations developing within the line, some supercells developing within the line, and that could bring us a tornado threat as well. We entirely do expect to see tornado warnings through the Atlanta metro overnight tonight. So these storms coming into Cedartown more immediately, then coming up towards Cartersville about 1 o'clock in the morning, Canton at about 1:14. You see the far edge of that track there around 1:14, also around the time when it's going to be coming into Marietta as well. So, at a minimum, we're likely going to be looking at a damaging wind threat, a lot of very heavy rain, quite a bit of lightning. Here, by the way, is a brand new scan. I'm going to do this one more time and actually widen it out a little bit to give you a better sense of how this is going to come in. And at a minimum, as I mentioned, damaging wind, a lot of lightning, some very heavy rain. We could be talking about a flash flood threat. But on top of that, there could also be a tornado threat coming into this area. So Ackworth about 1 o'clock in the morning, Marietta at about 1:17 or so as all of this moves in. And we certainly do want you to be on your toes as this overspreads the Atlanta metro. There is now a tornado watch in effect for Atlanta, as well as much of central Georgia, and that is going until 6 o'clock in the morning. It's going to take some time for the entire metro to see all these storms roll through. Now, down into South Alabama, looking at some severe warnings here for 60-mile-per-hour wind, down into the Montgomery area as well. Also, a brand new warning just south and east of that, and that is from Tallahassee down towards Union Springs, Bullock, and Macon and Montgomery counties under warning. We've been looking at some really amazing wind. And, the thing about this is when you've got wind that's coming right towards the radar, down the radial, as we say, and it's not far from the radar, and in this case, it is not far at all from the radar. It's probably just a matter of tens of miles from the radar. There's the radar site right there, and there you go, 15 miles away from the radar. you've got a really good sense, you've got a really good look at how much wind is coming in. And that's 72 mile per hour wind. So get ready for a vicious storm to come in here. And that's going to be moving towards Tallahassee and also towards Shorter as well, moving into Tysonville more immediately, and Shorter at about 11:30 or so. Very serious damaging wind threat as that comes through. So again, as I mentioned, it's going to be a long night tonight. Let's get more on the tracking from Mark now.
Yeah, you know, Carl, you mentioned that wind is a big part of the story. We may be seeing some of the tornado threat, as it goes through its ebbs and flows. Hopefully this is a lasting downturn, as we don't have any active tornado warnings at the moment, but we've got all kinds of severe thunderstorm warnings for very strong winds. That includes the Atlanta area. You're looking live here at Atlanta, and we are going to continue to see a very robust pattern, a favorable pattern for very strong straight line winds, more than enough wind to bring down trees. All the trees across the south have opened up. All those leaves act like little parachutes and catch the wind. But maybe more importantly, most of those trees, most might be an overstatement, but many of the trees also still have their flowers on. So they're weighted down, right? There's lots of weight on that top side of the lever that the tree becomes. I expect a lot of tree damage as we go through the rest of the night, not only in Atlanta, but through much of central and southeastern portions of Alabama into central and southern Georgia, where these big clusters of thunderstorms move into. They're going to be bringing those very strong winds with them. We've already seen some significant reports of wind already today from East Texas into much of Arkansas. The new query on this, 175 different reports of wind damage through today. And I think this number is going to increase. This doesn't have anything yet in that corridor that's still raining and thunderstorming now, that Atlanta to Montgomery corridor. What you saw back in this area from, Huntsville and Birmingham back towards that Mississippi border, that's going to shift into the area where this slow-moving thunderstorms are right now. Here's a look at some of those current wind gusts, and we're still in the southerly flow. You look at Atlanta, your temperatures have climbed into the 70s. You were stuck in the low 60s with rain all day. Now it's sultry out there as these storms are arriving, with winds gusting over 30. Same with Macon. So that's what these storms are tapping into, and it's why we have widespread wind advisories in the south and even some high wind warnings to the north.
At Papa John's, we want you to know that from our 450-degree oven to box to you, it's our policy that your pizza is never touched once it comes. Out of the oven, and we're taking extra
love together with Sunmade. Made delicious with whole fruit.
The hectic. But for many, migraine keeps brain in adults. One dose once a month is proven to reduce monthly migraine days. For some, by half or more. Don't take Aimovig if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions like rash or swelling can happen hours to days after use. Severe constipation can happen, sometimes with serious complications. Common side effects include injection site reactions and constipation.
feeding wind energy into the backs of these storms, it can very easily transfer that down to the ground. So that's the least that we're going to be looking at as a damaging wind threat, and enough wind to bring down trees and power lines. It could very well be that a lot of folks actually lose their power tonight. And again, there could be some spin-ups that develop within this line as well. So certainly we want folks to be on their toes because it is such an energetic system. And there is a tornado watch going until 6 o'clock in the morning. It's going to take some time for this line of storms to come all across the metro in North Georgia. Farther south, looking at some severe thunderstorm warnings, now right along that 65 corridor, warning now for Bullock and Macon and Montgomery County, then another one off to the west of Columbus, that for Lee and Russell County, so a damaging wind threat in these areas. So what we've got here is our future radar along with those strong low-level winds that help to generate the damaging wind potential and begin the process of getting storms rotating to also help to contribute to that tornado potential. So we've still got these exceptionally strong low-level winds along with the line coming through. There you see that is about 2 o'clock in the morning Atlanta time. Here we go into 4 o'clock in the morning Atlanta time, and it's still starting to, it's moving just across the eastern part of the suburbs there, and then also coming into North Carolina as well. So we very well could be looking at warnings right into tomorrow morning in parts of the Carolinas and parts of South and East Georgia and also northern Florida. Really energetic storm, and it's going to be going strong all night long. Leon, over to you.
All right, thanks so much, Carl. And of course, that threat continues to extend in towards the Carolinas as we get into the next several hours. This is early Monday morning. We're talking torcons of 5 in place for Raleigh, North Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, and Savannah, Georgia. Now, that's not the highest as far as what we've been seeing over the past 24 hours, but it's still pretty darn high. It's not 0. That's what you need to take away. So there's that torcon of 5 hugging the coast, Richmond, Raleigh, Wilmington, down towards Savannah, all included in that. We also have torcons of 3 clipping parts of the Florida Panhandle, as well as up towards the mid-Atlantic, Baltimore. You're in that torcon of 3 and torcons of 2 just outside in those yellow zones, even clipping parts of central and northern Florida as well. So not only are we concerned with the possibility for tornadoes, it's also the damaging wind threat. We're talking 60+ mile-per-hour winds, plenty of lightning, and we can't rule out the chance for flash flooding. Likely in that red zone, but really it's going to be through about 6, 7, 8 a.m. that we're going to start seeing this threat reach you. So as we start the clock around now, 1 a.m. Eastern time, there's that line that's working its way through North Georgia. It continues to spread in towards the Carolinas as we get into 4, 5, 6 a.m. this morning. So this is Monday morning we're talking about. I think the saving grace in all of this is the fact that so many people will be home, sheltered in place. Not many people on the roads, and that's a good thing because this is going to be working through what would be prime commute times, 8 a.m. It's swinging through the Outer Banks through midday, right around your lunch hour, but by about 1, 2 p.m., that's when it's all said and done and it is out over the ocean. So mariners, beware. Tomorrow, the damaging wind threat is expected to hug the coast, likely to see this zone of 60+ mile-per-hour winds. And of course, we also have the chance for severe thunderstorms possible. And once again, as we get into Tuesday, no torcons as of yet, but again, we're still in this very active period.
It's a challenging market. Edward Jones is well aware of that, which is why we're ready to listen and ready to help you find opportunity.
So let's talk.
Edward Jones, it's time for investing to feel individual.
Not even our competitor's best battery can match the power of Energizer, because Energizer Ultimate Lithium is the longest-lasting AA battery in the world. Energizer, backed by science, matched by no one.
Hey, can I
Hold on 1 second.
Sure.
Okay. Safe driver, save 40%. Guys.
Check it out. Safe driver, save 40%.
Safe driver, save 40%.
Safe driver, save 40%.
That's Safe Driver Save 40%.
It is. That's Safe Driver Save 40%.
It's right there.
It's him. He's here.
He's right here.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey. That's totally him.
That's him.
That's totally the guy.
Safe drivers do save 40%. Click or call for a quote today.
Domino's has contactless delivery, so you can safely get pizza even while you stay indoors.
Just take those old records off the shelf. I sit and listen to them by myself. Today's music ain't got the same soul.
Next time you get 2 or more medium 2-topping pizzas for $5.99 each, choose contactless delivery from Domino's.
can turn pop, techno, funk, and country into rock zombies. Rock and roll!
Happy birthday!
If we don't stop her, who will?
We need to go undercover.
Hey, only rock trolls are allowed here. Cool. Trolls World Tour. Rated PG.
Who wants to party? Without smiling.
Watch now on the Apple TV app. Clean up your lawn and garden the smart way with a DR Chipper Shredder. Drop lighter materials into the shredder and the DR will pulverize it into a fine mulch you can use to enrich your soil. Reduce leaves, garden cuttings, sticks and twigs, even big branches to a fraction of their original volume. The chipper cuts branches up to 5 inches thick into attractive wood chips that are great for landscaping. A DR Chipper Shredder is a complete yard and garden tool that turns your trash into treasure and leaves your property looking great. Call now or go online to lock in factory direct savings on the full line of DR Chipper Shredders.
For a free buyer's guide about the full line of DR Chippers, call 1-800-503-6435. Your satisfaction is guaranteed with our 6-month trial, so call now, 1-800-503-6435. Free shipping is now in effect online at drchipper.com.
To get the most out of your mornings, you need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy, low 52, winds light and variable. Monday, partly cloudy, high 65, winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday night, partly cloudy, low 51, winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Our coverage continues right here on the Weather Channel. We want to show you what happened earlier today in Laurel, Mississippi. Our storm tracker, Charles Peak, was kind of fighting his way through portions of Jones County there in Mississippi, along with the first responders. Roads were completely covered by tree debris, and they had to basically chainsaw their way in. Several homes, as you saw, demolished. Well-constructed home here, garage of some kind, that whole exterior wall leaning. And then look at this, roof gone, walls that have fallen, cinder blocks everywhere. This is structure after structure after structure with significant damage, full construction, full, livability type damage. And then you've got the power lines down, huge trees slicing through the debris. So you have to wonder what was falling first. Was the house breaking? Was the tree coming down first? Who knows when you see a setup like this, especially in the dark. Real tough to get your bearings. And this is the kind of stuff that the National Weather Service will be out surveying to determine just how strong these storms were. Liana, pretty clear indicator by the technology, by the radar side of things, that these were tornadoes that came through, and probably two different ones that came through Jones County in Mississippi.
Yeah, we have so many impacts and threats as we continue through this evening and really into this morning. New video showing the other threat from all these storms, flooding. This is new video into us from Jefferson County, Alabama. Look at all that rain that's coming down. It's coming down over a super saturated environment. The South, we've seen 2 feet in some spots of rain already this year. So the soil can't hold that much more, and that's why we're seeing so many roads flooded. We've already had reports of swift water rescues being reported all across parts of Alabama, even North Georgia, seeing some of the homes flooded and roads completely flooded through the area. So I think the saving grace in all of this is the fact that so many people are sheltered in place, staying at home, not out on the roads. But if you do and must need to travel, make sure you steer clear of any kind of flooded roadways. You do not want to be driving through these and putting yourself in danger, as well as any first responders. But of course, this is just one of the threats that we're tracking as we continue to cover this enormous threat across the South. Let's send it out into the lab with Carl Parker on the latest with these alerts.
Yeah, Liana, we've got an ongoing damaging wind threat, and certainly there could be some tornadoes as well. We are seeing a relative lull right now in the tornado threat. That doesn't mean that it's over, by no means. You've still got very strong wind fields in the atmosphere, strong low-level winds, strong upper-level winds, a really vigorous parent feature, all of those things pointing to an ongoing threat for tornadoes, in addition to damaging wind. But again, right now, we don't have any tornado warnings. So let's take a look at where the action is. And storms are now leaning across the northern part of Georgia. It was a really busy night earlier tonight in North Georgia. We've got some reports of really significant damage in North Georgia, unfortunately. Right now, though, we're looking at a damaging wind threat coming across 75, Bartow, Floyd, and Polk counties under warning until 1 o'clock in the morning. Now, you know, one thing that I find to be at least cautiously encouraging is the fact that you've got a lot of rain coming through right now. Temperatures in the far northern exurbs in the upper 60s to near 70 in the northern suburbs. So, you know, it's not incredibly warm. If you've got, you know, no rain and a line of storms coming through, well, then look out, because that means you're really maximizing the instability, which is tough to do at this time of the night. But then when you've got all this rain out ahead of this line, you know, that may help to mitigate the strength of these storms somewhat. That said, we certainly have seen rotating storms in Alabama tonight with all kinds of rain around, and you've just got really, really strong wind fields. So by no means are we ruling out some rotating storms coming across the Atlanta metro. But at least for now, it appears to be mostly a damaging wind threat. We'll see how that evolves over the next couple of hours here. And our coverage, by the way, is going to continue right through the night. So here you see the leading edge of these stronger storms. I'm going to track these forward. They're moving very quickly. You know, that's a big part of what we have seen tonight, very fast motion. We don't have warnings extending this far to the east, but I'm tracking it out just to give you a sense in the Atlanta area of when this is going to be coming in. So moving into Canton around 113, coming into Marietta at about 123, and Smyrna at about 125 or so. So at a minimum, we're probably going to see a damaging wind threat, again, because you've got really strong wind fields, a lot of strong wind in the low levels of the atmosphere. So the storms actually don't have to have really strong updrafts to tap into that. They can be relatively modest storms and still bring a lot of that very strong wind down to the ground. So that's going to be one thing we're watching for, but we may see some spin up, some little circulations developing within the line as it comes across the Atlanta metro. And that's going to be from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning. And there is a tornado watch in effect until 6 o'clock in the morning for much of central Georgia, including Atlanta. Now, farther south, looking at a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings here, east of Montgomery. One of those in effect for Bullock and Macon and Tallapoosa counties. Another one just west of Columbus, Georgia. That is Lee and Russell counties under warning until 12:45 in the morning. So looking at the model forecast, along with those very strong low-level winds, which again, and fuel the damaging wind threat, but can also contribute to the formation of rotating storms. That's going to be coming through the Atlanta area 2 to 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning with those really strong winds aloft. And then it's going to be making its way into the Carolinas and central Georgia. And we may very well be looking at a severe threat all through that time. And we're going to continue our coverage right here on the Weather Channel. We'll be with you live all night and right into the morning. Stay tuned.
Hold my pouch. Trust us. Us kids are ready to take things into our own hands. Don't think so? Hold my pouch.
sad, tears are in your eyes. Come on and talk to me now. Don't be ashamed to cry. Let me see you through.
Animals are abused every day, and they can't ask for help. They endure indescribable acts of violence, but they're without a voice. Without a voice to say they're frightened and in pain. They're alone, they're scared, and they need your help.
I'll stand by you. I'll stand by you. Won't let nobody hurt you. I'll stand by you.
Visit us at joinaspca.org or call this number now to join. Sign up for just 63 cents a day, and you'll help rescue animals who are suffering.
Come on and talk to me now.
Please make this the moment that you say, I won't stand by while they suffer. When you sign up with your monthly gift, you give them the shelter and the love they deserve. Do it in the next 10 minutes, and we'll send you the photo of an animal from our shelter and a free ASPCA t-shirt. If you've wondered if your support will make a difference, I can tell you it will. And if you've ever thought about helping, this is the time.
I'll stand by you.
It's only 63 cents a day. Please go online or call before it's too late.
It's a small finger, a worm,
Like a dagger?
tiny sword,
Breadstick.
matchstick,
A lamppost.
coin slot. No.
10 seconds.
A stick, a walking stick, a
Eiffel
boundary, Mount
Tower.
Kilimanjaro, big
Sorry. It's a tandem bicycle.
What?
As long as sloths are slow, you can count on Geico saving folks money. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
You wouldn't accept an incomplete job from anyone else, so why accept it from your allergy pills? Flonase relieves your worst symptoms, which most pills don't. Get all-in-one allergy relief for 24 hours with Flonase.
Good morning. I'm meteorologist Ray Staging. Thanks for staying with us here at the Weather Channel as we continue to track very dangerous, severe storms across the South.
Yes, and I'm meteorologist Colleen Coyle. We're going to be with you throughout the evening. So if you're staying up late tonight, or maybe you just woke up because of alerts or the noise outside, we'll be tracking all these severe storms as we head through the next several hours.
And in Atlanta, we are going to keep a close eye on you. Storms in some of the western suburbs right now, severe. They're going to pack a punch as they head on through the early morning hours. Heavy rainfall, damaging winds, and we do have a risk of even seeing a few spin-ups or tornadoes. And we do have some active warnings and active severe thunderstorm warnings as we speak. But right now in Atlanta, starting to rain as we head toward the early morning hours here on this Monday. And tornado watch is in place. That tornado watch until I believe 4 in the morning, covering up most of the metro Atlanta area and even on down toward the south and east. And this is where the storms right now are starting to head into, at least the strongest storms. We do have active severe thunderstorm warnings on this line, but this line of storms continues to push east, and until 6 a.m. that watch remains in effect out across southeast Alabama. A little further north, that watch expires a little bit earlier in the morning at 6 a.m. also Central Time. So that would be at 7 a.m. here in the Atlanta metro area for that severe or tornado watch. The line of storms continuing to push through. Now, right now, the yellow boxes indicate where we have severe thunderstorm warnings. And right now, we are looking at Cherokee, Clay, and Monroe counties for the cities of Andrew and Brasstown and Valleytown. This is until 1:15 Eastern Time. We are right now pushing these storms off to the north and northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. So damaging winds in this area, maybe to 60 miles per hour, heading toward the Valleytown area right now. And you can see we're not really seeing much of the way of looking at rotation in these storms. So right now, I think we're okay in terms of that storm as you get into southeastern and southern parts of Tennessee. And then northwest Georgia, where it's really been active, had some of these storms that went through earlier actually produced some significant damage. Gilmer, Murray counties in Georgia, Whitfield County in northwest Georgia, including the cities of Calhoun and Crandall and Dalton until 1:15. This line of storms coming in right now, most likely with some damaging straight line winds and some very heavy rainfall too. We've had heavy rain out ahead of this storm, and there's potential we're going to see more heavy rain and more flash flooding. As you can see, there is a flash flood warning in that green box also. So dangerous storms heading into northwest Georgia. Get in your safe place now. Calhoun, Crandall, and Dalton, and getting closer into the Atlanta metro area now. The severe thunderstorm watch or warnings now gone into Bartow and northwest Cobb County here, including the cities of Canton and Kennesaw until 2:15. Right now, as this line comes in, there's a little bit of a little notch right there in that storm as it heads on off toward the north and northeast, getting into southern parts of Bartow, maybe heading on into Cherokee County here. So the most dangerous part of that storm and that line may actually pass just to the northwest, but still damaging winds possible here as it heads on off to the east at about 40 miles per hour. So get in your safe place now. This is a line of storms that has had the potential to produce tornadoes, and it has earlier today. But either way, right now, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Bartow and Paulding County. We take a look now at the velocity, and not seeing much here in terms of spin with this thunderstorm, but you can see here a little bit of a bow echo feature there, a little bit of a bow in that wind, suggesting that we've got some very strong winds now pushing out as this line heads on off toward the east and northern Paulding County and southern parts of Bartow County. And that storm's all heading off in this direction. So dangerous cells nonetheless, although we don't have tornado warnings. Further south, heading in through Lee and Russell in Alabama, heading toward Columbus. Dangerous line of thunderstorms also continuing to push on off toward the north and the northeast. So if you're in Auburn or Phoenix City until 12:45, get in your safe place now. Very dangerous line of thunderstorms with damaging straight line winds. And you can kind of see here in this line that any time these storms could spin up and actually get tornado warnings, but right now we don't have any active tornado warnings on this line. Now, dangerous storms nonetheless, getting ready to head toward Columbus, Georgia here, Colleen, over the next few minutes.
Yes, and Ray, exactly what you said. You know, we don't have any tornado warnings at the moment, but these storms do have a history from producing some very dangerous weather as they move through Mississippi and Alabama. So we're going to be keeping a close watch as we head into the overnight hours. And if you're up with us right now, I assume it's because you are watching the storms, or maybe you woke up because it was a little noisy outside. So I want to walk you through your overnight timeline. Now, first off, want to show you the Torcon. Now, that area shaded in purple, this is the area that we are most concerned about as we head into the overnight time frame. And a lot of this is going to be moving out of Alabama and into Georgia as we move into the next couple hours. So the western parts of Georgia, also into the Atlanta metro, that's going to be the spot that we'll be watching, as well as up into the North Georgia mountains. And then as we get a little later on into the wee hours of the morning, right before dawn, this is going to be moving into parts of the Carolinas as well. So that's a quick look at the Torcon, and that's a 1 out of 10 scale. So you're a 7 on that. These are also where we have a chance for some very severe storms, very likely just there around Birmingham up through Atlanta, and then likely as we move into the Charlotte area. And again, this is dangerous as it heads into the overnight time frame. So I hope you've planned ahead. I know we've been talking about this all day long. A lot of folks sleeping in the basement tonight, not even risking it at all, already have their plan in place for these storms that move through into the overnight time frame. Now, what we are still concerned about are the ingredients that are in play. So right now we have a lot of moisture coming up from the Gulf. We also have a very strong low-level jet. And so with that, we can get a little bit of spin in the atmosphere, and that spin is what we're concerned about. If any of these storms become unruly, they kind of break out from this main line, that's where we could see some supercell thunderstorm activity and the potential of that tornadic threat. But also, you don't need a tornado to have any of this damage. And so as Ray's been talking about, there are some very strong winds in these storms, and so they could mimic an EF0 as we move through the overnight time frame, even into EF1 strength. And so, again, doesn't have to be a tornado. We're still concerned about the flooding threat and that wind threat. Now, this is a look at the low-level wind shear. So as I was talking about that low-level jet, we have all of this streaming up from the south, providing a lot of moisture and potentially a little bit of spin in the atmosphere. Thankfully, right now, everyone's behaving themselves, at least in the way of any spin. Now, again, this is a look at the radar right now. Ray's been tracking all of those storms that are starting to move into the northwestern part of Georgia, also also into the eastern parts of Tennessee. And all the red on your screen here, this is showing you something called CAPE, and it's the available energy that we have to get these storms going. And so anytime we see the red, high. So we have the energy there. It's just that these storms can use it and get going as we head into the overnight time frame. That's what will be here all night as we move through the next several hours, Ray.
Yeah, we want to get back to that thunderstorm line that just went through Paulding and going into Bartow and Cherokee County. Now, we now do have in Bartow and Cherokee County tornado warning now. So Doppler indicated rotation within this thunderstorm. This was that little area said it looked like it was getting a little suspicious there. That's until 1:30. So if you're in Cartersville, Emerson, and you hardly take cover now, if you're not in your safe place, this thunderstorm does have the capability of producing a tornado and thus a tornado warning. As you can see, it's kind of right in that area there where the spin most likely is. That's where the radar is indicating that we may have some rotation here. Kind of tough to pick up here on the velocity, but if it is in that area right there, that's what the Weather Service is looking at for potential spin. And, right now we don't have anything confirmed. This is Doppler indicated dangerous thunderstorm. This is now a tornado warning for Bartow County, Cherokee County, the southern parts of Bartow County. And as you get into Cherokee County, going to get up near Cartersville by about 110, Corbin at 121. And if you're in the Sutali area, and Canton at 127 and 138 respectively, and eventually 150 at Ball Ground. So right now, the line of storms coming into northwest Georgia. This is the one tornado warning that we do have. It's a storm that's heading on off toward the north and east and showing maybe just a bit of rotation here just to the west and the northwest of Cartersville. May go through right near or pretty close to the downtown Cartersville area with some strong winds and potentially a cell here that may have some rotation with it. Certainly indicating that right now on Doppler radar. Looking at the correlation coefficient, we want to see something besides red here. And right now we're not seeing any debris getting spun up, but we are once again have a tornado warning for Bartow and Cherokee County. Take cover now if you are in Cartersville, Emerson, or the U-Harley areas. Colleen.
All righty. Thanks so much, Ray. Again, this is a very fluid situation. Things will be changing quickly as we head through the overnight hours. We're going to be keeping you on it. Now, we also want to show you what's been happening over the last several hours as these storms have just been ravaging the southeast. Right now, there are over 173 million people under wind alerts right now. And of course, that means the power outages are climbing. At last check, more than 512,000 were in the dark across at least 10 states as these severe storms move through. And there are now 7, unfortunately, reported deaths from the tornado and severe weather outbreak this Easter weekend.
And here's a live look right now from Florida's capital city, where severe thunderstorms are possible throughout the day today. As storms roll through the region, you'll want to be on alert for potentially damaging winds. And some of that timing of some of these storms coming through here, we're going to take a look at right now out across the panhandle of Florida. As we look at our future radar, this is what the model thinks that could be happening as we get into Monday morning. Notice right now by about 2 a.m., this looks like it's a little bit slow. There's storms coming through the northwest side of Atlanta, and it's a little hot, this radar, meaning that it looks like these storms may not quite be as intense, but still dangerous storms nonetheless with strong damaging winds of 60 miles per hour. And then occasionally, as we've seen, we may get a spin up on this line and maybe the occasional tornado warning, but still between about now and 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning here, going right through downtown Atlanta. So have your plan in place. If you're up now and you're watching, hopefully you're in your safe place because these storms are to come through and you are going to notice them. I mean, we're certainly going to have that chance for some strong winds and potential for a tornado on this line. But right now it does look like strong damaging winds would be the greatest threat. Maybe some hail in there, very heavy rainfall too. So we do have very heavy rain with this line of storms as it continues to push on through. And by 4 o'clock in the morning, those storms are heading out near Athens and down into south and southeast Georgia. A few leftover showers back behind the main line as it continues to push on through here as we head through the early morning hours. And by sunrise, at least in the Atlanta metro area, most of these storms are gone. But they head further east now as we get into South Carolina, watching through 2 o'clock and then 3 o'clock in the morning, probably closer to 4 or 5 and just west of Columbia and Orangeburg. We'll start to see those storms come in. And again, severe most likely, but occasionally you can kind of see how the model's picking up on these individual supercells within that line of storms, those would be the ones that have the opportunity to potentially rotate as they head east through the early morning hours. You get toward Columbia, that should be east of you by 8 or 9 o'clock. Then heading out near the coast here of South Carolina by about 9 o'clock in the morning. So have your plan in place around Myrtle Beach down toward Charleston. Strong storms with strong winds, and potentially here, as again, models picking up on maybe some of those storms going supercellular and potentially becoming tornadic as they roll on off toward the east. And then by 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning, most of those storms push off the coast. Still some leftovers as we head toward midday. Getting near Raleigh and near the Triad out toward the west in the Winston-Salem, Greensboro area, looks like it's about 5 to 6 o'clock in the morning. Chapel Hill, Durham, again, severe storms with the capability of producing tornadoes pushing through. Raleigh about 7 to 8 o'clock. Some of these storms, once again, damaging winds and even the risk for tornadoes on this line as we watch this line head toward the east. And then very heavy rainfall, too. Don't want to discount the potential for quickly seeing maybe an inch or two of rain come down in a short period of time. That could lead to some flash flooding. And then by 9 in the morning around Fayetteville and out toward Greenville, the line of storms continues to push on off toward the east and affect you in these areas. Again, have your plan in place. And if you do get into one of these individual cells that spin up, and we do have a tornado warnings issued on these storms, if that does happen, you're certainly going to have your safe place, get into your basement or into an interior room, and potentially keep yourself safe here with these storms as they head on off toward the east. Into Jacksonville, we'll see these storms roll through as we get through the early morning hours. And once again, Colleen, some of these storms could be severe, potentially tornadic.
Yes, Ray, we're going to be. Yes, Ray, we're going to be watching it all night long. And I want to bring you up to speed with a new tornado warning just issued for Bartow and Cherokee County. This is until 1:30 in the morning. This is in the western part of Georgia. And so, again, as we've been seeing in the last 10 to 15 minutes, these storms that really were just producing a wind threat, a lot of heavy rain, have now started to move into that area a little more favorable for some rotation. And so we see the National Weather Service issuing these warnings right now. Here's a look at that storm track as it continues over the next 10 to 15 minutes around Emerson. This is also going to be moving through Canton and Ball Ground. If you are in this red box, if you're in any of these towns, you need to take shelter immediately. These nighttime storms are nothing to mess around with. Everything is going to be hard to see. Any of this spin up, this activity is going to be rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to see it. It's dark outside anyway, so you need to head to your safe room right now. The same goes for folks who are in the Ellijay area. You are also under this tornado warning. This is for the counties of Gilmer there. You can also see as we move and get a little bit of the correlation coefficient here, we look for some of this in these storms to see if we can see any dropout or any type of little bit of a debris ball with this. Do we have the tornado on the ground? Right now, I'm not seeing any of that as we switch over, but as we move through the rest of this evening, we're going to be watching this very closely as, again, as Ray mentioned, these storms have had a history of producing some very dangerous tornadoes, and that's why we're with you all night long as we continue to track this into the Ellijay area. So again, 2 tornado warnings out right now in the western part of Georgia. Now, another thing we're going to be watching, again, not just the tornado threat, but the wind threat, as well as the flood threat as we continue through tonight. Watch as these strong winds whipped across a neighborhood in western Alabama. This was a scene just hours ago in Tuscaloosa as strong storms moved through the area. And this video just gives us a firsthand look at just how strong the winds got last night. So you don't need a tornado to see any of this damage. You can still have the same strength around an EF0 to EF1 tornado with just those straight line winds. So that's something that we're watching closely. And again, what else the wind does is knocks the power out. So we've been watching this across all of Mississippi and Alabama, also into portions of Georgia as folks are losing power after these storms roll through. We're going to be watching this closely into tonight as well as this starts to move out of the Birmingham area and into the Atlanta area. And here's what has happened in those spots. Several trees down. We have some damage from the winds as well as the potential of those tornadoes in the Alabama area. All this moving into the Georgia area as well as the Carolinas. So we'll be with you with the latest timing right after this.
There will be parties again soon and family gatherings. There will be parades and sporting events and concerts. To help our communities when they come back together, respond to the 2020 census now. Spend a few minutes online today to impact the next 10 years of healthcare, infrastructure, and education. Go to 2020census.gov and respond today to make America's tomorrow brighter. It's time to shape our future.
Now at Domino's, we're more than just hand-tossed pizza for $7.99. We're $7.99 gluten-free crust, $7.99 handmade pan crust, $7.99 Brooklyn-style crust, and $7.99 crunchy thin crust, too. Carry out 3-topping pizzas on any of Domino's 5 crusts for just $7.99 each.
Security! Security!
What's the problem, ma'am?
I have a serious issue with the candy that Easter Bunny gave my son.
Candy?
I told you, he bit me first. The kid bit me first. He just walked into my mouth.
Well, it's time for wrinkles. Neutrogena Rapid Wrinkle Repair. We've got the retinol that gives you results in 1 week. Not just any retinol, accelerated retinol SA for not only smoother skin in 1 day, but younger looking skin in just 1 week. And that's clinically proven. Results that fast, or your money back. Unless you're attached to your wrinkles. 1 week, that's all it takes. Neutrogena.
I always thought it was me, that I was the reason all these diets never worked.
This is genuinely not a temporary fix. There's some serious psychology behind it.
It's funny how much smarter I feel like Noom has made me. It's the simple things. Once I understood why I was making those choices, it was easy for me to change those habits, and weight loss came naturally after that.
I've been on Noom for 4 months now. I've lost 27 pounds, and I feel like I got my life back.
Visit Noom.com and lose the weight for good.
Hey, Boston. Hey, Atlanta. Hola, Miami. Hi, New York. Hey, LA. Chicago. Hey, America.
Trust me, you're gonna love this. Come on.
2 tablespoons of sugar.
Kind of near average on.
This is the place to be.
Something for everyone. Local now. Download for free in your favorite app store.
This is Kate.
Hey.
She takes 2 prescriptions. Kate's son Jack takes 1 too. Kate works hard and thought she had good insurance, but she still pays too much. That's no good. So Kate downloaded the GoodRx app. Now she can compare prescription prices to find the best discounts. She even beats her insurance price. Good for you, Kate. Good for you. GoodRx. Stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today.
Inside every Yamaha lives the heart and soul of a competitor. The DNA of a champion. When you ride with us, it revs your heart and becomes a part of you too.
To get the most out of your mornings, you need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 55 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy skies, low 52, winds light and variable. Monday, partly to mostly cloudy, high 65. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday night, partly cloudy, low 52. Winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
A dangerous severe weather outbreak ongoing now as we head through the early morning hours. We are now in northwest Georgia. This is a live look in Cartersville. A little windswept rain if you kind of look in the foreground there. And right now, an active warning, a tornado warning. Nothing confirmed yet, but Doppler radar indicating that potential rotation in and around the Cartersville area. 72 degrees right now. Those winds howling out of the south in excess of 25 miles per hour. And that's just the wind outside of thunderstorms. Some of the wind reports earlier in northwest Georgia at about 50 to 60 miles per hour with some of these storms as they continue to push on off toward the north and east. Tornado watch does stay in place here. This tornado watch including all of metro Atlanta until 6 o'clock Central Time. So that's 7 o'clock Eastern. And this is the area right now we're watching right along the line here. Not only do we have a severe thunderstorm warning, but embedded within that, we do have 2 active tornado warnings. And at this point, nothing confirmed, but in northwest Georgia, this tornado warning for Gilmer, Gordon, and Pickens County. Dangerous line of storms near the LJ and Ludville areas until 1:30. This storm capable of producing a tornado. This is again for Gilmer, Gordon, and Pickens County, heading on off toward the east at about 35 miles per hour. So heads up if you are in these areas. Not seeing much here on the velocity, but potentially some rotation, maybe right in this area here. But at this point, don't see a nice tight couplet. So at this point, we're just seeing right now some strong winds, most likely getting into that 50 to 60 mile per hour range. A little further south now and probably past Cartersville, the strongest rotation. This is a tornado warning now for Bartow and Cherokee County until 1:30, including the cities of Cartersville and White. And we can see that storm going through. And it looks like the best rotation probably passed pretty close to the Cartersville area. But now it's not really well defined. But right in that area there might be where our spin is located as this storm moves on off toward the north and east. And if we've got the coalition coefficient on there, Matt, if we can get it up there, we'll see if we've got any debris. And right now, looking at this, what we're looking for is anything that's not red. Let's just put it in simple terms for it. We'd be looking for debris that could be popping up here. Right now, good news is we don't see any debris signatures coming in. So certainly a little bit of good news there. But either way, very dangerous storm. Certainly a storm we have to keep our eyes on here as it heads on off toward the north and east. And even in that last scan, you could see a little bit of weakening with that cell as it continues to push on off toward the north and east. Doesn't look as strong and as healthy as it did earlier. And then outside of that, we do have this severe thunderstorm warning. That severe thunderstorm warning in place does get into northwest Cobb and Paulding County, even a part of Bartow County too. Canton, Kennesaw, and Woodstock certainly should be in your safe place, only because the storms will have the potential to spin up. And along this line of storms further down toward the south, we now do have a severe thunderstorm warning that gets into Columbus, Georgia, and back toward the west here into Lee and Russell in Alabama, and also into Chattahoochee, Muskogee, and Talbot counties now in south central Georgia or west central Georgia, including Columbus and Fort Benning until 2:15. So 50, 60 mile per hour winds. And once again, occasionally you could see spin ups along this line, and we may get the occasional tornado warning here with some of these storms. Right now, severe thunderstorm warnings lining up most of this line of storms, Colleen.
Yes, and Ray, I want to take a look at the aftermath of Sunday's severe weather outbreak. Look at all of the damage left behind from these storms. This was a town in Soso, Mississippi, about 35 miles north of Hattiesburg. As you can see, strong winds severely damaged homes in this neighborhood. There were also reports of roof and tree damage. So this is what we've seen. This is the history of what these storms have been doing over the last several hours. And now we're moving into the overnight time frame, and these same threats still remain as we move through parts of Georgia tonight, as well as Tennessee and the Carolinas. So first, want to show you where we're looking at our highest wind threat for tonight. As we've been mentioning, these winds could be strong, well over 60 miles an hour, and anything in pink here as we get into Alabama, and then as we go into the overnight time frame, right now, maybe 2 o'clock and on, it's mainly going to be in areas of Georgia as well as into the Carolinas as that line of storms continues to move through. So one thing that we've been mentioning so far this morning, I guess I should say, if you're joining us very early this morning, you don't have to have a tornado to see some of this wind damage, and the very horrible damage that we see isn't always caused by tornadoes. And so first off, this is just the wind gust damage. And so as these lines of storms move through, you could see around 45, 57 mile per hour wind gusts. That means the trees can bend, things can break. You can have a little bit of damage to your homes. And the other type of wind, we can get all the way up to about 74 miles an hour. So this is about the strength of an EF0 tornado as we get into this range. Any large limbs can break. You can have some trees that may be uprooted, the small ones. Also, this is enough to overturn cars. So this is just as dangerous as an EF0. And then we could even get into an EF1 category of wind gusts. And this is just straight line wind damage, widespread tree damage. You could have a lot of damage to homes and buildings in the area. So please take these warnings very seriously overnight tonight, because again, it's dark outside. We can't see anything out there. And so you just want to take caution immediately, especially if you're under any of these tornado warnings, as well as any of these severe thunderstorm warnings as we move through tonight. So many areas are under wind alerts as we move through this overnight time frame into the morning hours. Right now, we could see some wind gusts as we head into about 1, 2 o'clock in the morning in the next hour or so, around 50 miles an hour as these storms move through parts of the Atlanta area. And of course, some wind gusts higher than that too as we continue to track these storms. Ray?
All right, Colleen, thank you. Let's get a recap now of some of these storms pushing in northwest Georgia. And the strongest cell right now looks like it's this one further north up near LJ or Dawson and Gilmer County. This is a tornado warning. Once again, not confirmed, but Doppler indicated rotation around East LJ and LJ moving on off toward the north and northeast. And a severe thunderstorm warning actually issued just north of that for a possible tornado with that cell. A little further south into Bartow and Cherokee County, we've got an active warning. This is a tornado warning, but nothing confirmed yet around Cartersville and White. A dangerous thunderstorm nonetheless, potentially producing some damaging winds, possibly a tornado with this cell as it continues to move on off toward the north and northeast. So if you are in the areas around and east of Cartersville, around Bartow County, even for the cities of White, tornado warning now in effect until 1:30 a.m.
So with Dish, you get the Hopper, TV's most powerful DVR. It holds up to 2,000 hours. It holds all your favorite shows.
Fold in the raspberry cream mixture. Give it a jolly good turn.
Oh, this is the one where she makes the decorative fondant out of meringue.
What it does not hold?
Perfect.
Really, Clint?
It holds no judgment.
Love fondant.
Whatever your passion, record up to 2,000 hours of it with Dish. Tuned in to you.
I don't add up the years and I don't count the wrinkles, but what I do count on is Boost High Protein.
And now introducing new Boost Women with key nutrients to help support thyroid, bone, hair, and skin health, all with great taste. New Boost Women, designed just for you.
Mornings were made for better things than rheumatoid arthritis or psoriatic arthritis. When considering another treatment, ask about Xeljanz XR, a once-daily pill for adults with moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or active psoriatic arthritis for whom methotrexate did not work well enough. It can reduce pain, swelling, and significantly improve physical function. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections like TB. Don't start Xeljanz if you have an infection. Taking a higher than recommended dose of Xeljanz for RA can increase risk of death. Serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers, including lymphoma, and blood clots have happened, as have tears in the stomach or intestines, serious allergic reactions, and changes in lab results. Tell your doctor if you've been somewhere fungal infections are common, or if you've had TB, hepatitis B or C, or are prone to infections. Don't let another morning go by without asking your doctor about Xeljanz XR.
Domino's has contactless delivery, so you can safely get pizza even while you stay indoors.
Just take those old records off the shelf. I sit and listen to them by myself. Today's music ain't got the same soul.
Next time you get 2 or more medium 2-topping pizzas for $5.99 each, choose contactless delivery from Domino's.
Am I too old to start skateboarding?
Something on your mind? Chew on it. Twizzlers.
Washing my hands sometimes hundreds of times a day made the cracks worse.
We're constantly washing our hands to maintain a sanitary condition so your hands are always rough.
Try O'Keefe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 hand cream for guaranteed relief of dry, cracked hands.
What does it mean to be a good neighbor?
It means being there for each other.
And that's why State Farm is announcing the Good Neighbor Relief Program.
We know that our customers are driving less, which means fewer accidents.
So State Farm's returning $2 billion to auto policyholders for the period ending May 31st.
And we'll continue making real-time decisions to best serve you, our customers.
Because now, more than ever, being a good neighbor means everything. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
My name is Daniel Garcia. I worked at my family's bakery. My life used to be pretty normal until I met Noah Hamilton.
My brother and the most famous woman in the world.
My life can get pretty crazy.
I think I could do a little crazy.
Not even our competitor's best battery can match the power of Energizer, because Energizer Ultimate Lithium is the longest-lasting AA battery in the world. Energizer, backed by science, matched by no one.
Continuing coverage of deadly storms that have pushed through the south and continue to head on off toward the east. Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Meteorologist Ray Stajic here, covering these storms. Tornado watch covering up most of North Georgia, gets into southwestern North Carolina and just a couple of counties there in eastern Tennessee. This is until 6 o'clock Central Time. Dangerous thunderstorms coming through. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings, and within this line, we do have a couple of active tornado warnings. And over the last 30 minutes, nothing confirmed yet, but dangerous thunderstorms nonetheless, capable of producing tornadoes. Dawson and Gilmer counties in northwest Georgia, including the cities of Cartagena, East LJ, and LJ until 1:30. Right in here would be about the area where we could be seeing that rotation. Then out ahead of that, there is a severe thunderstorm warning. So dangerous line of storms producing potentially a tornado here. And even in this warning to the north and northeast, that severe thunderstorm warning heading out of LJ also has the capability of producing a tornado too. Looking at the velocity, kind of tough to see here. It's kind of dirty where you can't really see much in the way of couplet, but if there is any rotation, maybe up there just east of LJ, that might be what the Weather Service is looking at right now, but nothing definitive, nothing reported in terms of tornado. But don't take these severe thunderstorm warnings lightly either. Damaging straight line winds, even severe thunderstorms do have the capability of 60, 70 mile per hour winds and producing damage. Luckily now, as we get into Bartow, Cherokee, and Cobb counties now till 2:15, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, and that tornado warning that was in effect has been allowed to expire. But nonetheless, dangerous storm here near Canton and Kennesaw and even Woodstock until 2:15. As you can see, very heavy rain, and within this line, whenever you see that kind of wave pattern, you would know that there could be some spin-ups within this line as it continues to move on off toward the north and northeast. So get your safe place if you're not around Canton and Kennesaw and even into Woodstock and everybody in between and out to the east of that. As right now, strong line of storms coming through. Don't really see much in the way of rotation right now, but maybe a little bit of spin trying to get going here, maybe a little green and red, a little outgoing and inbound winds there just east of the Taylorsville area too. But right now, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, so damaging winds, the main threat here. And then going to watch this area storms now going into green meeting red. So there may be some spin within this thunderstorm, but right now this is a severe thunderstorm warning, dangerous thunderstorms nonetheless. We get down now near the Columbus area too. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings. These severe thunderstorm warnings are for this line of storms pushing in. You can kind of see that little bit of a push out there, the wind. So that would mean a damaging wind threat, maybe not tornadic, but damaging straight line winds. And then further south, we've got a few thunderstorm warnings here for Coffee, Dale, and Geneva counties in southeastern Alabama. So take cover in these areas too. Storms capable of producing some strong winds, maybe to 60 miles per hour. And as we've been saying so far this morning, haven't seen much in the way of tornadic activity, but any of these severe thunderstorms, Colleen, will have the capability of producing tornadoes.
Yes, and that's why each of these warnings, you really have to heed caution quickly, especially with this overnight time frame. Want to give you the latest look at what we know about the severe storms moving across the southeast and what's happened over the last several hours. At this hour, more than 13 million people are under severe weather alerts. Louisiana and Mississippi's governors have both declared a state of emergency in response to the severe storms and tornadoes that hit the region yesterday. And there are now 7, unfortunately, reported deaths in Mississippi from those storms. So we want to give you the timing here as we head into the overnight time frame. If you're joining us, I know it's very late. You may be trying to ride out these storms here in the Georgia area, also into Tennessee, the Carolinas. You're staying up late, or maybe you woke up because you heard the storms outside. So right now, this is a look at where we are most concerned. The area that's shaded in this kind of a pink, purple color, this is a 7 out of 10 on our Torcon scale. So we've been concerned with these areas for the potential of some tornadic activity, and we have seen that in areas of Alabama and Mississippi. And so as we've been moving into Georgia, these storms do have a history of producing some very violent weather. So far, though, they've been behaving themselves for the most part. We're still looking at a wind damage damage as well as a flood threat. Right now, those tornado warnings have expired so far, but this is a fluid situation. And so we do have all the ingredients in place right now for these severe thunderstorms to really come together. So overnight tonight, that's the area we're going to be watching as this transitions out of Alabama into areas of Georgia. And right now, as I mentioned, all of these areas have those ingredients in place. We have a lot of moisture. We have a strong low-level jet that could get a little bit of that spin going in the atmosphere. So we're going to watch this line as it moves into the heart of the metro area of Atlanta around 2 o'clock. So in the next 30 minutes or so, we already have rain here. We're going to continue to watch that. And then as it continues to move through the rest of Georgia into the Carolinas, that's going to be around 5, 6 o'clock as we head into daybreak. So we continue to keep you up to date here as we track these strong storms pushing through the south. So stay with the Weather Channel as we bring you the latest information on this dangerous threat.
Not even our competitor's best battery can match the power of Energizer, because Energizer Ultimate Lithium is the longest-lasting AA battery in the world. Energizer, backed by science, matched by no one.
I have the power to lower my blood sugar and A1C.
Because I can still make my own insulin, and Trulicity activates my body to release it, like it's supposed to. Once weekly Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It's not insulin. It starts acting from the first dose, and it lowers risk of heart attack, stroke, or death in people with known heart disease or multiple risk factors.
Trulicity isn't for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, vomiting, belly pain, and decreased appetite, which lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems.
I have it within me to lower my A1C.
Ask your doctor about Trulicity.
I'm Joanne Jenkins with AARP. In these challenging times, we need each other more than ever. We may be apart, but we're not alone. Use AARP Community Connections to find or create a mutual aid group near you. Stay connected and help those in need.
These days, it's anything but business as usual. That's why working together is more important than ever. AT&T is committed to keeping you connected so you can keep your patients cared for, your customers served, your students inspired, and your employees closer than ever. Our network is resilient. Our people are strong. Our job is to keep your business connected. It's what we've always done. It's what we'll always do.
Goodbye, Fred.
Goodbye, Fred.
What if you get hungry?
Kohler Revolution 360 with continuous clean. Stays clean 5 times longer.
It's okay, Dad.
Only from Kohler.
No. This ain't no sandwich. Because on a sandwich, they ask you if you want cheese. But on a papadilla, cheese is what's holding the whole operation together. Get one now for just $6. Better ingredients, better pizza, better than a sandwich. Papa John's.
I'm Greg. I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling, to give back to younger people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to, or they don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking Prevagen for about 3 years now. People say to me periodically, man, you got a memory like an elephant. It's really, really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Here we are in Auburn, Alabama tonight. Thunder and lightning really ramping up here. See the rain? Look at that. Thunder, lightning as we get into the early morning hours. Strong, severe storms pushing through. We're going to see a lot of rain and wind with these storms and talking some gusts up to 35 miles per hour. So kind of a stormy night now early morning as we head into Monday morning. Here at the Weather Channel, continuing to cover what's now become a deadly severe weather outbreak. Mississippi did have deadly storms push through. And now as they've headed into northwest Georgia, they have weakened a bit, but we still do have a tornado watch. And we've had some active tornado warnings, but over the last 45 minutes, we haven't had any confirmed tornadoes. And I don't see yet any significant new damage. But either way, we do have this tornado watch until 6 o'clock Central Time, covering most of the Atlanta metro area, if not all of it. But right now, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings. Don't want to downplay the severe storms do not only produce 60-plus mile-per-hour winds, but also have the capability of producing tornadoes. Fannin, Lumpkin, and Union counties for Mineral Bluff at 2:15, expecting that storm to continue to push through with strong winds and heavy rainfall. Alberto, Cherokee, and Cobb counties also. This is a severe thunderstorm warning until 2:15, so damaging winds possible with this line as it pushes on through. And then within this line, though, you can see those kind of areas of a little bit darker color, a little bit of red in there. Those would be the areas we'd look for potentially spin up. So dangerous storms nonetheless. And, you know, kind of seeing some tightening up trying to occur there as you get into north central parts of Paulding County. But right now, looks like with this severe thunderstorm warning, the greatest threat's going to be some damaging straight line winds. So you should still be in your safe place. And as the line goes further south, as we're down into west central Georgia and Alabama, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Lee and Russell counties. Get in your safe place in Beauregard and around Phoenix City until 12:45. And this does include the Columbus area too now with a severe thunderstorm warning. As I said, you can see it looks a little bit more linear than it does look like there's any rotation. If there was any on that, the strongest part, you can kind of see that little kind of twist right there heading just north of Columbus. That's probably the strongest part of that storm. Colleen?
Yes, and Ray will continue to keep a watch on that. And also going to be watching for those strong winds. Look at this. This was in northwestern Alabama yesterday, Sunday. Those storms packed gusty winds as heavy rain just pounded the area. You couldn't see at all. This video shows the powerful strength of the wind as it whipped across Belgreen yesterday. So we're talking about a wind threat as well as even a flood threat. So as these storms, even if they aren't severe in your area, one of the things that they are producing a lot of is rain. And so right now, this line is starting to move out of Alabama into the heart of the Atlanta metro, as well as northwestern parts of Georgia, also into Tennessee and the Carolinas. And we already have a lot of flash flood watches and warnings that have been in effect throughout the day. We've had about 2 to 3 inches falling in portions of Birmingham as we get into the heart of Alabama here. And even though the rain has started to stop, doesn't take a lot more to have some of those flooding concerns continue into the overnight time frame, especially with the dark outside. Don't be on the roads if you don't need to be out. Just wait till the morning. We're going to have a lot of problems even in the wake of these storms. There's those flash flood warnings still in effect for Birmingham. Over the past 6 hours, they've seen around 2 to 3 inches of rain and then some areas in excess of about 4 to 5 inches of rain. And all of these continue through areas of Alabama as well as into Mississippi. And again, these same spots seeing some isolated pockets of 3 to 5 inches of rain. And so any more rain that falls on top of that, again, are going to aggravate those problems. And more rain falling as we get into the Knoxville area, just to the west of Pigeon Forge. This is a flash flood warning for the counties of Blount, Knox, and Loudoun as we head into the evening or overnight time frame, I should say. And for those areas as well, around 2 to 3 inches of rain. So a flood threat in addition to our severe weather threat that's been ongoing overnight. There's those flood alerts, flash flood watches out for Nashville, Knoxville, moving into Huntsville, Chattanooga, as well as into the Asheville area as we go into the overnight time frame and into tomorrow morning. So we'll be keeping a close watch on that. And into the morning hours, as the sun starts to rise, these problems are going to continue for the North Georgia mountains up into the southern parts of the Appalachians, as well as for the Atlanta metro. So watching not only a flood threat, but a severe weather threat, and also that wind threat, as even if we don't see tornadoes, some damaging straight line winds could still pack a punch. Ray?
Here's a video of damage that came in earlier from a reported tornado in Monroe, Louisiana. Look at this. It was splintered, or it looks like there to be maybe some homes or some tree. Yeah, that is a home right there. You see windows shattered, and just a nasty line of storms that pushed on through Louisiana earlier, and also Mississippi as this deadly severe weather outbreak continues here. Damage here also in Monroe, Louisiana. You can see this building here. Looks like an industrial building with some of those garage doors actually blown in. And right now, looks like most of that damage confined to a small area, but you can see here some of those power lines down there, and certainly some damage what looks to be probably a tornado that pushed on through the Monroe, Louisiana area. Those storms continue to push now on off toward the east and continue to be severe, and occasionally along the line we do have the potential for some of these storms to spin up and produce tornadoes. But this is the local storm reports. Notice all the wind and even a few hail reports here back across Arkansas and even northern Louisiana. But then as we got into Mississippi, Mississippi, and unfortunately saw some of the fatalities, up to 7 fatalities now. This is where we started getting the tornado reports. So tornado storms continued to push east as they went through the day, and really as you got into some of this more unstable air, some of the more shear in the atmosphere, that's when we started picking up some of the tornadoes. But the line did weaken just a bit as it head east, so you saw more of a damaging wind threat and a heavy rain threat too. As you can see, we did have some reports of flash flooding, but these are the tornado reports here. You can see numerous tornado reports in southern Mississippi and a couple here coming into northwest Georgia, where we also saw some pretty significant damage. Down toward the south here, as we went through the afternoon hours, you can see our recap just northwest of Laurel. These were the strongest storms. At one time, we actually had 2 supercells and 2 long track tornadoes on the ground, and the Weather Service will go out probably later today and actually get an EF rating on these storms. What it did look like, at least according to what we saw on Doppler, classic hook signature and classic setup here for would look to be maybe a strong tornado or 2 as it tracked on off toward the north and east. It was on the ground potentially for an hour or even longer. The recap here of the storms as we got into Mississippi northwest of Hattiesburg now showed, you can see right there that little donut hole, very indicative of a strong tornado on the ground. And there's that other one up near Laurel. Since we were talking about when we said at one point we did have potentially 2 strong tornadoes on the ground. Weather Service will head out and do the assessment of the damage as we see these storms continue to push into northwest Georgia this morning.
By the end of my world tour, I'll turn you all into rock zombies.
Rock and roll! If we're gonna save the world, we need to unite all the trolls, like country. The country trolls look friendly. Get them! Hip hop.
Tiny Diamond is my name. Peace and love, Tiny and Daddy Al.
And techno.
Get ready for the drop. Wait for it.
Come on, man!
One more time.
Trolls World Tour, rated PG. The world premiere is now in your home. Go to watchtrolls.com for more.
There will be parties again soon, and family gatherings. There will be parades, and sporting events, and concerts. To help our communities when they come back together, respond to the 2020 census now. Spend a few minutes online today to impact the next 10 years of healthcare, infrastructure, and education. Go to 2020census.gov and respond today to make America's tomorrow brighter. It's time to shape our future.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens in each cubic yard of air. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. But now, relief is just one drop away. Introducing Pataday. Full prescription strength Pataday works right in your eyes, right in the cells that make them itch. Fast. Just one drop once a day means relief that lasts all day. So turn your day into a Pataday. Now get Pataday without a prescription. Everywhere. Rise to greatness. You can do anything.
At Philadelphia, we know what makes the perfect schmear of cream cheese. The recipe we invented over 145 years ago, and me, the world's best, and possibly only, chemilier. Philadelphia, schmear perfection.
What if people with type 1 diabetes had the power to manage their condition without finger sticks? To always know their glucose levels and where they're heading with just a glance at their smart device. The power to make treatment decisions, to customize alerts and alarms to help keep them in range. The power to lower their A1C. All this knowledge, powered by a small wearable. The Dexcom G6.
Search for a really strong glue that's clear.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Clear glue. Clear Gorilla Glue.
Of course. Gorilla Glue strength in a crystal clear formula for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Check the retaining wall, back deck, and vinyl siding. Got a lot of work to do.
Gorilla Heavy Duty Construction Adhesive.
Of course.
All surface, all purpose, for a durable hold that lasts for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
To get the most out of your mornings, you need to know what weather is heading your way. Wake up watching AMHQ. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 54 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy skies, low 52, winds light and variable. Monday, partly to mostly cloudy, high 65, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday night, partly cloudy, low 52, winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, Canton and Holly Springs in northwest Georgia, Cherokee County, latest tornado warning under this tornado watch. It's in effect until 6 o'clock Central Time. Dangerous thunderstorm now pushing through the north side of Atlanta, the Atlanta metro area. This is in Cherokee County. This warning just out until 2:15. Canton, Holly Springs, get in your safe place. If you're not already there, in your basement or an interior room, cover yourself up with a mattress. Or if you've got baseball helmets, get them on, because you've got a very dangerous storm right now. These storms have been firing up and occasionally producing these tornado warnings. This storm right now near Cherokee County, near the Canton area, you can see on the velocity maybe a little bit of rotation right in that area there. So it may go just south of Canton, but strong winds with this cell as it continues to push on off toward the north and east at about 55 miles per hour. So that storm may not be word is showing right now, maybe a little bit ahead of this. So it's certainly the time now to get in your safe place in and around Canton and areas just south of that, where these storms are continuing to produce not only strong winds, but occasionally these spin-ups that we've seen. And that severe thunderstorm warning now within it does have a tornado warning in Cherokee County, including Canton and the Holly Springs area. A little further south now, just went off toward the east of Ackworth. Some strong winds coming in. Don't see much in the way of rotation, but still we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Includes Ackworth, Kennesaw, heading toward Marietta. These storms continue to push on off toward the east at about 55 miles per hour. So 150 in Canton, at about 156 at Carmichael Crossroads, 208 at Hightower, and 215 in Silver City for our possible tornado here as we get into not only northwestern and northwest Georgia, but also into Cherokee County around the Canton area. And a correlation coefficient, we're looking for something other than red here, which may show possibly some debris. Right now, this doesn't look like it's actually debris. It looks like a little bit of noise, but nonetheless, there could be at least some strong winds and potentially maybe some debris here just up to the north of Canton. Kind of tough to tell. Nothing definitive, but certainly looks like a storm nonetheless that has a capability of producing a tornado pushing on through central parts of Cherokee County right now. Further down toward the south, this whole line now basically is now warned for, whether it's a tornado warning to the north or severe thunderstorm warnings, which are now in effect for Carroll, Coweta, and Douglas counties. Carrollton, Douglasville, and Noonan. Take cover now. Make sure you're in your safe place, because as we've seen so far tonight and now into the early morning hours, these storms do have the potential of producing tornadoes, or at least spin within them. So dangerous thunderstorms nonetheless, with winds maybe to 60 miles per hour. Very heavy rainfall too. So get in your safe place around Douglasville and Carrollton. This storm now, once again for Cherokee County, including Canton and Holly Springs, are tornado warning now. Doppler indicated, haven't had anything confirmed, but dangerous thunderstorms nonetheless. And getting on the doorstep now here of Fulton County in Atlanta. So the Atlanta metro area, probably over the next hour or two, expect to see some strong winds start to come on in, potentially with some of these storms, not only damaging straight line winds, but we'll also have that threat for the occasional spin up with these cells as they push on off toward the east. So you can notice on this line, you kind of get this little wave pattern here. And that's why we're getting these spin ups on these lines. They'll probably be short lived, but nonetheless, they could be tornadic cells as they push on off and off to the north and east at about 55 miles per hour. So dangerous weather hitting into central, southeastern parts of Cobb County, out through maybe Paulding County, and down into possibly on into areas over toward Carrollton and even on into Douglasville. And now the active weather potentially pushing off further toward the east. We do have a new tornado watch that's been issued now. This tornado watch now gets into Charlotte, in the Charlotte metro area, the Greenville-Spartanburg area in South Carolina until 8 o'clock this morning. So Colleen, it looks like the dangerous weather, potentially tornadic cells heading further north and northeast now.
Yes, and that's going to be as we head through the rest of this Monday. I know we're in the overnight time frame right now, but as we go into Monday and as well as into Tuesday, that threat is going to push into the Carolinas, as we do see with that new tornado watch that is out. Right now, you're taking a live look from Raleigh, North Carolina, where a wind advisory is in effect. Of course, those winds will be ramping up as we head through the rest of your Monday, and these storms could turn severe and unleash some large hail, damaging wind gusts in excess of hurricane force, as well as we'll be monitoring that tornado threat with that tornado watch out for areas around the Carolinas. So again, for today, now this is mainly this afternoon. Again, it's only about 2 o'clock in the morning right now. So as we head through your Monday afternoon, here's a look at our Torcon values today. So this is a 1 out of 10 scale. Right now, it's a 5 for Raleigh, Charleston, as well as Savannah, Georgia, as we continue through your Monday afternoon. So the ingredients are in place for not only that wind threat, that flood threat, but that tornado threat as well. So here's those areas from Savannah all the way up across the eastern seaboard, right where some of those new watches are coming out, those tornado watches there for Wilmington, Raleigh, also up into the Richmond area. This is going to be the area that will be under the gun as we head through this afternoon. And these areas also possible for those severe thunderstorms. Again, we're monitoring a lot of different threats, not just tornadic activity, but also the potential of hail and also some very strong winds, as well as that flash flooding. So those severe thunderstorms will be pushing out of Mississippi, out of Alabama. You're all going to be in the clear, as well as most of Georgia, at least the northern part of Georgia. And this is all going to be heading across the East Coast and into the Atlantic seaboard. So here's a look at our high-res future radar. This line of storms right now over the Atlanta metro. This is going to continue to move out into the Carolinas by about 5, 6 o'clock. So around daybreak, a lot of these storms are going to be in those locations. And this will continue through the mid-morning hours as well as into the afternoon for areas around Raleigh, as well as into Wilmington, getting into the lunchtime hour and into the afternoon. So be watching closely with those as we head through the rest of your Monday today, as well as into Tuesday. So continuing coverage right now, though, as those storms continue to move through the heart of Georgia. We're going to be tracking that with the latest coming up right after this.
Hey, Boston. Hey, Atlanta. Hola, Miami. Hi, New York. Hey, LA. Chicago. Hey, America.
Trust me, you're gonna love this. Come on.
2 tablespoons of sugar.
Kind of near average.
This is the place to be. Something for everyone. Local now. Download for free in your favorite app store.
Goodbye, Fred.
Goodbye, Fred.
What if he gets hungry?
Kohler Revolution 360 with continuous clean. Stay